Chapter 1476. Hoo-hoo. The chilly wind was getting stronger and stronger, mixed with a pungent smell of decay that made people nauseous. When the spatial waves began to drift, a white figure finally emerged and stopped in front of Jiang Qin. It was exactly the same spot where all the living corpses had appeared before. After the appearance of the living corpse, the chilly wind in the entire valley stopped. The atmosphere became incomparably heavy, as though everything here was going to stop. The living corpse in front of Jiang Qin looked exactly the same as before. He was also wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture and had lost his heart. The only difference was the strength of this living corpse. Just like what Jiang Qin had guessed, this was a half-step immortal emperor. Under the situation where he didn't use his dragon transformation, Jiang Qin could feel an invisible and incomparably gloomy pressure from this living corpse. A genius of a generation. What a pity. As a genius of Genius Prefecture, I should respect you very much, but it's a pity that you want to kill me. So I have to kill you. Jiang Qin spoke plainly. Roar. The living corpse let out a hoarse roar that made people feel incomparably uncomfortable, as though they were being bitten by 10,000 poisonous insects. Without the slightest hesitation, the living corpse raised his terrifying and eerie claws and clawed at Jiang Qin. Swoosh! The speed was too fast. It was at least 10 times faster than the late immortal king living corpse. Immediately, a large gap was torn open in the void. Although Jiang Qin's reaction was already very fast, his chest was still cut open. Roar! After witnessing the terror of this living corpse, Jiang Qin didn't panic or fear. Instead, his face revealed a look of excitement. That's right, excitement. If this half-step immortal emperor living corpse wasn't this powerful, he would have been disappointed instead. Roar! Terrifying waves of qi began to roll. Jiang Qin had already used his dragon transformation. Under this state, not only did Jiang Qin's combat strength increase by 10 times, but his physique was also strengthened by 10 times. Previously, Jiang Qin had used those late immortal king living corpses to refine his physique. Now, he could use this half-step immortal emperor living corpse to refine his physique. Come, let's have a good fight. Jiang Qin shouted coldly and took the lead in charging towards the undead. That night, Jiang Qin found the feeling of using his physical body to fight the living dead. He fought to his heart's content, and his potential was constantly stimulated. He fought with the living dead until dawn, until the living dead disappeared. Jiang Qin had already gotten used to such a situation. The battle between him and the half-step immortal emperor living corpse had just begun. Tonight's fierce battle was merely a prelude. In the next few days, Jiang Qin would spend his time in the fierce battle, which was exactly what Jiang Qin needed. For 5 consecutive days, Jiang Qin and the half-step immortal emperor living corpse had been fighting fiercely for 5 days. The benefits that Jiang Qin had obtained in these 5 days were undoubtedly tremendous. The potential of his dragon body had been unlocked infinitely. The number of dragon marks in his body was constantly increasing. In just 5 days, he had gained a total of 5,000 dragon marks. Even Jiang Qin couldn't believe such progress. Jiang Qin felt that he could already use his physical strength to kill the living corpse, but it had already been half a month since he came to this valley. Even if he killed the living corpse, he still wouldn't be able to find out the hidden secret of the valley. The hidden force was still holding its breath, and didn't produce any unusual phenomenon. De Huang dog, if I kill the half-step immortal emperor living corpse, will your hidden force appear? Jiang Qin asked. It's hard to say. I guess the hidden force can't appear directly. Otherwise, it would have appeared long ago. De Huang dog shook his head. No matter what, I'm not going to waste my time here. I'm going to kill that living corpse tonight. A cold light flashed across Jiang Qin's eyes. He had already made up his mind to get rid of that living corpse in the next battle. At noon, in the inner prefecture of Genius Prefecture. At the top of one of the mountains, there was a magnificent palace. At this moment, an incomparably powerful golden chi wave rushed out of the palace all of a sudden. That chi wave turned into a golden beam of light that shot up to the sky. The powerful chi was like a dragon swaying from left to right. Such a huge movement had alarmed the entire Genius Prefecture. Everyone looked over there. What a powerful chi! This movement. Someone has advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. Look at that place. It seems to be King Fan. That's right. It's King Fan. King Fan is very powerful. I remember that he was merely a late immortal king when he first came back. It didn't take long for him to advance to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. It has only been half a month since he came to Genius Prefecture, but he has already broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. This is too terrifying. This is a major event in Genius Prefecture. The emergence of a new Immortal Emperor is a major event. A grand banquet must be held to celebrate it. King Fan is indeed a genius. After advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm, he now has the strength to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. I heard that King Fan attaches great importance to Jiang Qin. Now that he has entered seclusion to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm, I wonder if he will get angry if he knows that Jiang Qin has been trapped in the valley. A powerful young king and a young genius Immortal Emperor. After advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm, King Fan's identity and status will be much more distinguished than before. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was looking at the light beam. The emergence of an Immortal Emperor was a major event to the entire Genius Prefecture. Many of them were full of admiration for King Fan. To them, King Fan was also a legend. Back then, he had left the imperial capital and returned 10 years later. Immediately, he became famous. Now, he had broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm in a very short period of time, becoming a true young superior. Such a genius had officially become the idol of countless young geniuses. The golden light beam lasted for half an hour before falling. The instant the light beam vanished, everyone saw the silhouette of King Fan walking out of the palace. His body vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the outer prefecture, arriving at the registration area. Noon was the time with the least number of people, but due to the advancement of King Fan, it had attracted a lot of people. As a result, the outer prefecture was now filled with people. Seeing the appearance of King Fan, everyone hastily lowered their heads, not daring to be negligent. Yang Bufan had a relaxed look and a smile on his face. He had no reason to be unhappy about advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. Where's Jiang Qin? Yang Bufan walked to the front of one of them and asked. That person shuddered in fear. He raised his head and glanced at King Fan, then lowered his head again. Greetings, King Fan. Jiang Qin, the disciple first saluted Yang Bufan, then stammered, unable to speak. Upon seeing this, the smile on Yang Bufan's face vanished instantly. He knitted his brows slightly. He glanced around and saw that no one dared to look at him. Immediately, he felt that something had happened, and it must be related to Jiang Qin. Speak. Where's Jiang Qin? Yang Bufan shouted coldly. After being the evil lord for 10 years, the strong aura of a superior had already seeped into his bones. A single glance from him was enough to make people tremble. Chapter 1477. Yang Bufan carried an extraordinary prestige. That was the chi of a true superior. No one knew how much blood his eyes had seen. Now that he had advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, his chi was even more abundant. A casual glance from him could make people tremble in fear. The depth of his eyes revealed the taste of sin. That was the qi of the evil lord, the ruler of a region. King Fan, Jiang Chen is dead. That disciple was shaken by Yang Bufan's qi. How would he dare to be negligent? He wouldn't dare to not answer King Fan's question unless he didn't want to live anymore. Not only did he have to answer, but he also couldn't lie. Hong. As soon as the disciple's voice faded, a wave of anger surged out from Yang Bufan's body like a tidal wave. The qi was too powerful. The three immortal king disciples who were too close to him couldn't withstand the impact of such qi. Immediately, they were sent flying away, landing on the ground a few dozen meters away. Barf. The three of them spurted out blood almost at the same time. They struggled to get up from the ground, lowered their heads and dared not speak. Their faces were full of fear. They knew very well that the anger released by King Fan just now wasn't directed at them. If it was, they would already be dead. It was impossible for them to be standing here in one piece. Everyone could feel the anger of King Fan. The entire scene became strangely quiet. No one dared to say a word. Although what the disciples said was a little direct, it was right. Jiang Chen was already dead. No matter how capable Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to walk out of that valley alive. Yang Bufan was really infuriated. Jiang Chen had died in just half a month's time. If this was true, how sad would he feel in his heart? However, after calming down, he sneered in his heart. How could Jiang Chen die so easily? He knew Jiang Chen too well. He had thousands of reasons to believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't die so easily. Yang Bufan stood there like a deity. The deterrent force was too great. He wasn't a fool. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was dead or not, there was one thing he was sure of: something must have happened to Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan's eyes swept across the people of Outer Prefecture once more and said indifferently, "Who's going to tell me what's going on?" Everyone looked at each other. None of them dared to stand out. After all, Jiang Chen's death was very likely to arouse the wrath of King Fan once again. That kind of wrath wasn't something they could bear. Who could afford to offend the young king of Great Qian Empire? Moreover, he was already an immortal emperor. In front of Jiang Chen, they felt that they were too weak. However, one person still walked out with courage. It was Dong Fei. Dong Fei came to Yang Bufan, saluted him and said, "King Fan, this is what happened." That day, Brother Jiang came to register but was pushed aside by Elder Yang Ling. Brother Jiang has a straightforward temperament. He beat Elder Yang and Qing Jun of Crown Prince Palace. In the end, Elder Hu Yao came forward and punished Jiang Chen. Dong Fei didn't dare to hide anything. He told Jiang Chen everything that happened that day. In the entire Outer Prefecture, he was the only one who knew the ins and outs of that day because he was the one who accompanied Jiang Chen to the registration office. Punishment. Hu Yao wants to kill Jiang Chen. Humph. Even if Hu Yao is an immortal emperor, it's impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen isn't that easy to kill. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly. Hu Yao was indeed an immortal emperor, but he didn't have the ability to kill Jiang Chen so easily. Even with his current strength, he didn't have the slightest confidence to kill Jiang Chen. Elder Hu Yao didn't kill Jiang Chen, but punished Jiang Chen by sending him to that forbidden place in the valley, and made Jiang Chen face the wall for a month. King Fan should know very well that place. No one has ever walked out of that place alive. So everyone concluded that Jiang Chen is dead. Dong Fei said. What? Yang Bufan's face turned cold. Fury rose from his body once more. He didn't care about any kind of punishment for Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Hu Yao would send Jiang Chen into that valley. Clearly, Hu Yao wanted to take Jiang Chen's life. No matter how confident Yang Bufan was, his confidence vanished instantly when that mysterious valley was involved. Just like what Dong Fei said, that was a very evil place. Almost no one could walk out of it. The valley had become an indisputable forbidden place. Normally, no one was allowed to enter it. However, Yang Bufan wasn't a fool. He knew that both Yang Ling and Hu Yao were from Crown Prince's palace. Jiang Chen had made the Crown Prince lose face in the king-conferring ceremony. More importantly, Jiang Chen's performance was too terrifying, which made the Crown Prince jealous. That was why the Crown Prince wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen. Hu Yao could use this opportunity to punish Jiang Chen to take Jiang Chen's life. This was a very good plan, but the people of King Fan couldn't be killed by just anyone. Besides, Jiang Chen was his brother. He would never let this matter go so easily. Dong Fei, go and bring that old bastard Yang Ling to me. Yang Bufan said Leng Leng. Others might be afraid of Crown Prince's palace, but he wasn't. Yes. Dong Fei turned and walked towards the registration area. The matter of Jiang Chen had made him depressed for half a month. Today, with the appearance of King Fan, he could finally release the depression in his heart. King Fan, Jiang Chen is already dead. What's the point of making trouble like this? A person spoke. The person who spoke had already reached the late immortal king realm. He was also a member of Crown Prince's palace. He was used to being arrogant. Now that he saw King Fan was going to deal with Yang Ling, he couldn't help but speak. Swoosh! Yang Bufan looked at that disciple. His cold eyes instantly made that disciple feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His body began to tremble violently. That disciple was so scared that he was almost paralyzed. He had come into contact with plenty of immortal emperors, including the Crown Prince. He had seen how the Crown Prince looked when he was angry, but even a high and mighty existence like the Crown Prince absolutely didn't have the chi of Yang Bufan. That disciple was sure that this was the chi of death. A casual glance from him could sentence a person to death. This was a true superior. King Fan was like a dominator that no one dared to disobey. Regret. That disciple regretted it. He really shouldn't have said so much. Did Yang Bufan really think that he could act presumptuously in front of King Fan just because he was a member of Crown Prince's palace? What a joke. Let me tell you. All the people of Crown Prince's palace are dead. Jiang Chen won't die. Slap yourself. Don't wait for me to do it. Yang Bufan's tone was incomparably cold. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen had entered the valley, he still believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't die. Jiang Chen absolutely wasn't the kind of person who would die so easily. Of course, there was a certain basis for Yang Bufan to think so, because he knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Given Jiang Chen's character, he absolutely wouldn't go wherever he was told to go. Jiang Chen had the courage to look down on everything. Jiang Chen must have known about the mystery of the valley and wanted to enter it to check it out. Jiang Chen basically wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident about. So since it was Jiang Chen who took the initiative to enter the valley, Yang Bufan had reason to believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't die. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was dead or not, Yang Bufan couldn't be merciful. He had returned to Great Qian Empire and was conferred the title of King Fan. Therefore, he must show the chi of King Fan Prefecture. Jiang Chen had beaten up an elder, which had already shown the chi of King Fan Prefecture. Today, he was going to avenge Jiang Chen. As soon as Yang Bufan said that, the disciple slowly raised his palm. His palm was trembling, seemingly unwilling. Given his habit, even if the other party was an immortal emperor, he wouldn't be frightened by a single sentence. After all, he was a disciple of the Crown Prince Palace and had the backing of the Crown Prince. This was what he could rely on. But in the face of King Fan, he felt that all his trump cards were useless. King Fan was just too terrifying. He was a true superior whose dignity couldn't be violated. He firmly believed that if he didn't slap himself, Yang Bufan would probably cripple him. In Genius Prefecture, given King Fan's identity and status, no one would hold him accountable even if he killed an outer prefecture disciple, let alone crippling an outer prefecture disciple. Many disciples looked at that disciple coldly with a sneer on their faces. It could be seen that the tyrannical behavior of the people of Crown Prince Palace had aroused a lot of dissatisfaction. Today, this idiot actually dared to act arrogantly in front of King Fan. Paw. Paw. The disciple was helpless. He could only endure the humiliation and slap himself in the face. The sound of slapping rang out. You can't stop before I leave. Otherwise, I will throw you out of Genius Prefecture, Yang Bufan said flatly. His words almost made that disciple spurt out blood, but he really didn't dare to stop, because he didn't have the courage to disobey King Fan's words. Now, the only thought in this disciple's mind was regret, scolding himself for being a big idiot for spouting nonsense. This time, he had lost all his face. He would no longer have the face to stay in this outer prefecture anymore. Along with the sound of slapping, Yang Ling followed Dong Fei from the registration office. Although Yang Ling was beaten up by Jiang Chen that day, it was only a superficial wound. He had already recovered in half a month's time. After all, he was a half-step immortal emperor expert. His resistance was still very strong. Seeing King Fan, Yang Ling burst into laughter. Congratulations, King Fan. Another peerless genius has appeared in our Yang family. It seems like it won't be long before the imperial family holds another grand banquet. Yang Ling, stop flattering me. Why did you target Jiang Chen that day? Yang Bufan didn't give him any face. Immediately, Ling Ling spoke. The smile on Yang Ling's face froze, appearing somewhat awkward, but he wasn't afraid. He was different from those outer prefecture disciples. No matter what, he was still an elder of Yang family, a member of Crown Prince Palace. Whether it was his identity or background, he wasn't an ordinary person. Therefore, he believed that even Yang Bufan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. King Fan, that little Jiang Chen has no respect for his elders. He was disrespectful to me and even took the initiative to beat me. Many people have seen this. So it's only right for Elder Hu to punish him. Yang Ling spoke. Is that so? I heard that you also wanted to send Jiang Chen to that valley at the beginning. Do you think I don't know your intention? Yang Bufan sneered. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling couldn't help but glare at Dong Fei. When he said this, Dong Fei was beside him. It must be Dong Fei who told King Fan about it. Otherwise, King Fan wouldn't know about it. It's a fact that Jiang Chen beat up an elder. He should be punished. I believe that King Fan is also a reasonable man. Elder Hu Yao has also handled this matter impartially. He only punished Jiang Chen to face the wall for a month. Yang Ling said. Don't you know that entering that valley is equal to death? A month's time is enough for a person to die 10,000 times. Since you want to kill my people, you shouldn't live anymore. Chapter 1478. As soon as King Fan's killing intent emerged, many people were stunned. Even Yang Ling was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Yang Bufan would release his killing intent. It seemed that Yang Bufan was going to kill him. However, Yang Ling didn't believe that Yang Bufan would dare to kill him. After all, he was a member of Yang family and belonged to the same lineage as Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan killed him for an outsider, it would be too insane. As a matter of fact, there was no friendship in the imperial clan. Even blood brothers would fight for it. What was a puny little Yang Ling worth? Paw. Yang Bufan made his move. A slap landed on Yang Ling's face. The strength of this slap wasn't small at all. Yang Ling didn't even have the chance to react. He was slapped dizzy and fell to the ground. Whoa! Yang Ling spurted out blood. This slap from Yang Bufan had smashed his mouth, causing all his teeth to fall out. It could be seen how ruthless this slap was. Whoa! The entire scene was in an uproar. Everyone was trembling with fear. King Fan's chi was just too powerful. He didn't care whether the opponent was an elder or not. As a matter of fact, a young elder of Outer Prefecture wasn't on the same level as King Fan. If this happened to Jiang Qin, it would be considered as treason and he would be punished. However, it was a completely different story when it happened to King Fan. Who would dare to punish King Fan, a young immortal emperor? Seeing Yang Bufan slapping Yang Ling like a dog, the disciple who was slapping himself shuddered and exerted more force. He didn't dare to stop at all, fearing that Yang Bufan would personally slap him after he stopped. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Given Yang Bufan's strength, a slap was enough to send him to meet the King of Hell. King Fan, you and I are of the same lineage. Are we going to kill each other for an outsider? Yang Ling raised his head and spoke incoherently. In the face of the powerful King Fan, he began to feel a little scared. He knew that given Yang Bufan's identity, he was afraid that he would die in vain even if Yang Bufan killed him. Humph! An old dog doesn't deserve to be of the same clan as me. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Since you're so loyal to the Crown Prince, I'll kill you right now and see if the Crown Prince will come to save you. Yang Bufan was filled with killing intent from head to toe. Today, he had to establish his might. King Fan Prefecture had just been established. If he didn't use some iron-blooded means, there would be people who would treat King Fan Prefecture as a pushover in the future. Bam! Yang Bufan swung his hand casually and a shining dagger fell in front of Yang Ling's face. Since your surname is Yang, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Yang Bufan said coldly. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. Many people noticed that in his eyes, Yang Ling was already a dead man. This situation made the atmosphere more tense. At first, everyone thought that Yang Bufan was just going to beat Yang Ling to vent his anger, but they didn't expect that he would really kill Yang Ling. At this time, everyone could see that Yang Bufan wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill Yang Ling. This was the first time that an Outer Prefecture's registration elder was killed in Genius Prefecture. No one dared to speak. Everyone watched quietly. There was only the sound of the disciple slapping himself. The disciple looked like he was slapping himself with all his might. It was as if he wasn't slapping himself. Both sides of his face were swollen. Yang Ling stared blankly at the dagger that had fallen in front of him. A cold chill instantly penetrated his soul. Only now did he know that Yang Bufan wasn't joking with him, but was serious. Yang Ling really wanted to kill him. King Fan, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Elder Hu who punished Jiang Qin by entering the valley. Yang Ling said in a trembling voice. He was afraid. In the face of death, everyone was fragile, especially people like Yang Ling who were born afraid of death. He had been used to living a comfortable life in Genius Prefecture. He felt that death was something far away from him, but he didn't expect that death would come so suddenly. You must die. Hu Yao must also die. You have taken Jiang Chen's life, so you will pay with your lives. Since you don't want to do it yourself, I will help you. Yang Bufan was determined to kill because he was too angry. As soon as his voice faded, he pointed a finger at Yang Ling's glabella. A golden light pierced into Yang Ling's glabella like a sharp sword. Yang Ling's body shook. The luster in his eyes began to fade. His vitality gradually faded. Then, he lay on the ground, motionless. Yang Ling died. His face was still filled with the fear and unwillingness before his death. Such a scene made people tremble in fear. Many of them didn't even dare to breathe. They were completely terrified. Yang Bufan's means was too cruel. He killed without any mercy. When he killed, there wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. He was like a murderous maniac. Blood could no longer affect his emotions. No one knew how many people he had killed. He had stayed in Evil Abyss for 10 years. He was the evil lord. In his eyes, lives were like ants. The strong were respected. This was the first time he killed someone after returning to the imperial capital. Jiang Chen's domineering side was exposed in front of everyone, cruel, overbearing and merciless. What an overbearing King Fan. He killed without any hesitation. He didn't hesitate to kill an elder of Genius Prefecture for his own people. Only such a person is worth following. Dong Fei looked at the domineering King Fan and was deeply attracted and fascinated by his domineering aura. In his point of view, Yang Bufan and Jiang Qin were the same kind of people, very domineering. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, only the strong could survive well. Yang Ling was dead, but judging from Yang Bufan's attitude, this matter wasn't over yet. It had just begun. Yang Bufan had also said that Hu Yao wouldn't be able to escape after Yang Ling was killed. However, no one believed that Yang Bufan would really kill Hu Yao. After all, Hu Yao's identity wasn't comparable to Yang Ling's. Hu Yao was a true immortal emperor, an elder in charge of Outer Prefecture. He couldn't be killed so easily. However, this kind of assumption didn't exist in Yang Bufan's mind. He didn't even look at Yang Ling's corpse. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky, heading towards a palace in Outer Prefecture. That palace was where Hu Yao was located. Yes. My God. King Fan is really infuriated this time. He's going to wreak havoc in Genius Prefecture. Let's go and have a look. Is he really going to kill Elder Hu Yao? This is too crazy. It's highly possible. King Fan is obviously more ferocious than Crown Prince and King Ping. He's the same kind of person as Jiang Qin. He's not afraid of anything. Elder Hu Yao is going to be in danger today. Although he's also an immortal emperor, how can he be compared to a genius like King Fan? Even when King Fan was still a half-step immortal emperor, Hu Yao might not be a match for him, let alone now. The Outer Prefecture was in an uproar. Many disciples were rushing towards the direction of Hu Yao's palace. The day King Fan advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm was also the day that a major event would happen in Outer Prefecture. Most of the people had left, but the disciple of Crown Prince Palace was still slapping his face constantly. He was slapping very seriously. He couldn't remember how many slaps he had slapped, but it must have been a few hundred. He didn't even dare to stop slapping himself until he saw stars. King Fan's ferocity had truly frightened him. He didn't dare to stop. Yang Ling was already dead. If he stopped, he might die as well. He didn't do anything to Jiang Qin. It would be too unjust if he got himself killed just because of a sentence he said. King Fan's cruelty had truly frightened him. King Fan had even gone to kill Elder Hu Yao. What could a small shrimp like him do? King Fan could easily slap him to death. Hey, stop slapping him. King Fan has already left. Someone came to the front of the disciple and spoke with disdain. Ah! He has already left. The fat face of the disciple revealed a look of panic. Only now did he remember that Yang Bufan had given him the order not to stop before King Fan left. Now that King Fan had already left, he could stop now. Put on. After stopping, the disciple fell on his buttocks. Both his hands and face were numb, as though he was about to collapse. Yang Bufan stepped onto Hu Yao's temporary imperial residence. The moment his foot landed on the mountain peak, the entire peak shook. Rocks rolled down from the peak. Cracks appeared on the surface of the imperial residence, as though there was a great earthquake. Hu Yao, get out here. Yang Bufan's voice reverberated. Hu Yao, who was cultivating in seclusion, was immediately alarmed. He was incomparably angry. He was the outer palace's elder steward, and with his identity and status, there was actually someone who dared to come here and behave atrociously. How could this be? Who dares to act wildly in this elder's palace? Hu Yao's voice resounded from the palace. In the next moment, Hu Yao strode out in an imposing manner, but when he saw that the other party was King Fan, his facial expression changed immediately. The anger in his heart had been retracted. Congratulations to King Fan for advancing to the immortal emperor realm. I wonder why King Fan has come to this elder's palace. Hu Yao spoke. Are you the one who asked Jiang Qin to go to the valley to face the wall? Yang Bufan spoke Lang. So King Fan is here for that kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That's right. It was indeed me who ordered that kid to go to the valley to reflect on himself. He's too arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. He has to go. As the elder of Outer Prefecture, I naturally have to lock him up. Hu Yao spoke in a deadpan manner. Hu Yao, listen carefully. It's not your turn to punish my people. You want Jiang Chen's life. Today, I will use your life to pay for it. Yang Bufan's aura was full of power. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. Yang Ling had already been killed. This Hu Yao would have to pay a heavy price. He wanted everyone to know that he, King Fan, wasn't a person who could be offended. Could it be that King Fan still wants to fight with me? Hu Yao was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Bufan to be so overbearing, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was an immortal emperor expert and had a certain status. Even if the opponent was King Fan, the opponent couldn't kill him just like that. Plus, he was a disciple of Crown Prince Palace. He couldn't afford to lose the face of Crown Prince Palace. I'm here to kill you. Yang Bufan spoke, then turned into a ray of light, lunging at Hu Yao. Hu Yao's facial expression changed dramatically. Judging from Yang Bufan's action, he knew that he was no match for Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan struck out a palm halfway. The terrifying palm reached Hu Yao's face in a blink. Hu Yao didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, he raised his palm to meet the attack. Bang! Ka-cha! Chapter 1479. Although Hu Yao was also an early immortal emperor, how could he be a match for Yang Bufan? Although their cultivation base was at the same level, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. In front of Yang Bufan, Hu Yao wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. To Yang Bufan, killing an immortal emperor like Hu Yao was just a piece of cake. So strong. Hu Yao was taken aback. His facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. In the collision with Yang Bufan just now, his arm had been broken, but to an immortal emperor, losing an arm wasn't a big deal, because his arm was only broken. His bones were broken, but his entire arm wasn't severed. It was very easy for him to recover. That's right. King Fan is truly powerful. He's worthy of being a rare genius of Great Qian Empire. No wonder Master of Prefecture thinks so highly of him. He has just advanced to the immortal emperor realm, but he already possesses such terrifying combat strength. Elder Hu Yao is a veteran early immortal emperor, but he's completely vulnerable in front of King Fan. Geniuses like King Fan have extremely terrifying combat strength. When he was still a half-step immortal emperor, he could already defeat Elder Hu Yao, let alone now that he's already an immortal emperor. King Fan has such an imposing manner. It seems like he's really going to kill someone today. He has already killed Yongling. He wouldn't care about killing Hu Yao, but Hu Yao is an elder of Outer Prefecture and a person highly valued by the Crown Prince. Even if the experts of Inner Prefecture don't show up to stop him, I believe the Crown Prince will show up. Many of them were shocked by Yang Bufan's formidable qi and combat strength. If killing Yongling wasn't a big deal, then dealing with Hu Yao was a completely different story. In a battle of the same level, it was basically the most perfect suppression. This was enough to show Yang Bufan's tyrannical strength. Dong dong. Yang Bufan walked towards Hu Yao step by step. Every step he took caused the entire peak to shake violently. Rocks flew in all directions. Hu Yao's facial expression changed completely. He could feel the killing intent of Yang Bufan, or it could be said that it was a kind of contempt. Hu Yao understood that in the eyes of Yang Bufan, his identity as an elder was completely useless. If Yang Bufan wanted to kill him, it was entirely based on his mood. He wouldn't care about the rules of Genius Prefecture. Hu Yao understood that given Yang Bufan's current identity as King Fan, he wouldn't be punished even if he killed him. No matter from which aspect, an elder of Outer Prefecture couldn't be compared to a young king. King Fan, could it be that you really want to kill me? Hu Yao gnashed his teeth and said. Of course. There was no superfluous words or explanation. Two simple words came out of Yang Bufan's mouth, but it made Hu Yao's heart turn cold. Huff huff, Yang Bufan unleashed his enormous killing intent. His qi was much stronger than before, and it wasn't just a little bit. His palms were constantly blooming with light. Although the light was dazzling, it emitted a bone-chilling cold. Everyone held their breath. At this time, anyone could see Yang Bufan's intention. He was obviously going to deliver a fatal blow to take Hu Yao's life. Yang Bufan raised his hand and locked Hu Yao's qi. Under the pressure of this invisible qi, Hu Yao felt cold all over his body. It was difficult for him to even move. He finally understood how big the gap between him and Yang Bufan was. Hu Yao had no doubt that the next strike from Yang Bufan was enough to take his life. Paw paw. Yang Bufan's palms produced a paw paw sound. That was the sound of energy rubbing against the space. Stop. Right when he was about to make a move, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from within the inner mansion. In the next moment, a young man in a yellow robe flew over. It was none other than the Crown Prince. Hu Yao instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was his savior. At this most critical moment, the Crown Prince had finally appeared. Yongling was already dead. Now, Yang Bufan was going to kill Hu Yao. If the Crown Prince still didn't show up, how could he establish his prestige in the Crown Prince Palace in the future? However, Yang Bufan didn't even cast a glance at the Crown Prince. His palm struck at Hu Yao at lightning speed. Although the Crown Prince was powerful, it wasn't enough to make Yang Bufan retreat. Upon seeing this, Hu Yao's relaxed mood instantly tensed up again, because he could always feel the threat of death when facing Yang Bufan. This kind of threat was extremely terrifying, making him tremble with fear. Hong Long. The Crown Prince struck out decisively. He struck out the same attack, clashing with Yang Bufan. This was a true confrontation between two peak early immortal emperors. Any trace of energy was destructive. The spatial zone was torn apart, creating a huge hole. Cold spatial wind blew out from the inside. The Crown Prince descended from the sky and stood in front of Hu Yao. Hu Yao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that he had just returned from the gates of hell. This new King Fan was too ruthless. He was completely different from the young prince 10 years ago. Young Bouffon, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The crown prince spoke furiously. Obviously, he was angry. Who was the crown prince? He was the genius of the entire Great Qian Empire, second only to the emperor. He had an extraordinary status in Genius Prefecture, the ruler of Crown Prince Palace. No one had ever dared to ignore him. However, young Bouffon didn't give him any face at all and wanted to kill his subordinate in front of him. How could the crown prince bear this? Humph. Don't think that just because you're the crown prince, you can order everyone around. I won't give you any face. I'm going to kill him today. Young Bouffon harumphed coldly, totally not putting the crown prince in his eyes. This was the first real battle between him and the crown prince. Young Bouffon would never have stage fright. Moreover, he was incomparably angry with the crown prince, because Jiang Qin had entered the valley and no one knew if he was dead or alive. If it wasn't for the crown prince's order, Hu Yao and Yang Ling wouldn't have treated Jiang Qin like this. Therefore, if anything were to happen to Jiang Qin, the crown prince would be the culprit. Elder Hu is my subordinate. King Fan can't kill him as you please. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you have just advanced to the immortal emperor realm. You are still far from that. Crown Prince Leng Leng spoke, showing his strong side. In the battle between the princes, no one would retreat easily. Plus, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, whereas young Bouffon had just advanced to the immortal emperor realm. Naturally, the crown prince wouldn't put young Bouffon in his eyes. Chapter 1480. It wasn't without reason that the crown prince was able to stand out among so many princes. The crown prince's talent was beyond ordinary. In the eyes of outsiders, only King Ping and King Fan could be compared to him among the princes of Great Qian Empire. It seems like the crown prince and King Fan are going to stand up. Who do you think is more powerful? Needless to say, it must be the crown prince. Both of them are rare geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Their talents are almost the same. The crown prince's cultivation base has already reached the terrifying peak of early immortal emperor realm, while King Fan has just advanced to the immortal emperor realm today. The gap between them isn't small. I think so too, but King Fan also seems very powerful. Since the crown prince has appeared, it's basically impossible for King Fan to kill Hu Yao. Seeing the crown prince and King Fan getting serious, many of them couldn't help but guess which of the two young princes was more powerful. Needless to say, the crown prince was a peak early immortal emperor supreme expert. If they really fought, ordinary intermediate immortal emperors wouldn't be a match for him. As for King Fan, no one knew what he had experienced in the past 10 years, but in any case, he had just advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. It seemed like there was indeed a gap between him and the crown prince. Young Bouffon's body moved slightly. His entire body soared into the sky like a sharp sword, looking down at the crown prince with a cold face. Crown Prince, since you want to protect Hu Yao, come up and fight me. King Fan took the initiative to issue a challenge. In the entire Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that only King Fan had the courage to challenge the crown prince on the first day of advancing to the immortal emperor realm. Arrogant and unruly. As the evil lord, young Bouffon was a battle maniac. Today's incident with Jiang Qin had made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that the crown prince was going to step forward, it was just the right time for him to vent his anger and test his combat strength as an immortal emperor. Such a test of combat strength could only be done by an expert like the crown prince. It would be meaningless for any ordinary person. Furthermore, the battle between young Bouffon and the crown prince had already begun the day he returned to Great Qian Empire. Therefore, there was no need for young Bouffon to be polite to the crown prince. The fact that Yang Bufan took the initiative to challenge him had somewhat surprised the Crown Prince. It had been a long time since he felt the feeling of being challenged. In the entire Genius Prefecture, no one dared to challenge him. King Fan, since you've overestimated yourself and want to humiliate yourself, this Crown Prince will fulfill your wish. The Crown Prince's face was full of arrogance. He flew to the sky and stood opposite of King Fan. As a matter of fact, he was very happy that Yang Bufan took the initiative to challenge him. He had long wanted to defeat Yang Bufan, but it was a pity that Yang Bufan was merely a half-step immortal emperor. If he made a move, he would surely be ridiculed by others. After all, the Crown Prince was a man who valued his reputation. Today, Yang Bufan had advanced to the immortal emperor realm and took the initiative to challenge him. This was exactly what the Crown Prince had been looking forward to. The Crown Prince had lost all his faith in the king-conferring ceremony of King Fan. He had been depressed for a long time. Today was the right time to humiliate Yang Bufan to regain his face. At the same time, he wanted to let the entire Genius Prefecture know that he, the Crown Prince, was the #1 genius. Yang Bufan, who had recently risen to fame, was no match for him. Yang Bufan clawed at the void. Vortexes were formed from the center of his palm. Those vortexes were densely packed with runes, looking incomparably mystical. Very quickly, those runes turned into a giant golden hand, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the entire void and attacking the Crown Prince. Come on. Let this Crown Prince see what makes you, Yang Bufan, so arrogant. The Crown Prince's black hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand gently, extended his index finger, and drew a celestial river in the air. A huge crack appeared in the air, as if it had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard coming from within. Voila! The Crown Prince's movement was very simple. His finger kept drawing abstruse seals. In just a few blinks, those seals had condensed into a giant palm. Crackling sounds were heard constantly from the surface of the palm. Under the control of the Crown Prince, it rushed towards Yang Bufan's attack. Hong Long. Although the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan didn't use any of their trump cards, the attacks that they had displayed were full of abstruse, which wasn't something that any ordinary immortal technique could compare to. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. It was just their first clash, but the entire sky was destroyed. Destructive power drifted about everywhere and dark clouds covered the sky. It seemed as though they would come crashing down at any moment, causing everyone to feel an invisible pressure that made them feel very uncomfortable. The fierce battle between the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan had attracted the attention of the entire Genius Prefecture. Many disciples and elders of Inner Prefecture had appeared, watching the battle in the sky. One should know that both of them were famous figures in Genius Prefecture. One controlled Crown Prince Palace and possessed an incomparably massive power, while the other was a newly promoted young king. Both of them were the proud sons of the current emperor. No matter who won this battle, it would certainly attract the attention of the people. The powerful collision produced a tremendous backlash, but Yang Bufan and Crown Prince didn't retreat. It could be seen that their combat strength was at the same level. Neither of them was stronger than the other. The Crown Prince's facial expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Yang Bufan had changed. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Yang Bufan could be so powerful. He had clearly just advanced to the immortal emperor realm, but he already possessed such powerful combat strength. King Fan is so powerful. He can actually fight the Crown Prince equally. It seems like his talent is even higher than the Crown Prince's. That's right. I really didn't think that King Fan could be this powerful. It seems like he has encountered a great fortuitous encounter in the past 10 years. It's like he has been reborn. As long as he can continue to grow, his future achievements will be limitless. Both of them have displayed powerful means just now. It's not as simple as a collision. Chapter 1481. The Golden Energy Mountain crushed the void. That was an incomparably enormous force that frightened countless people. This was a powerful combat technique. It was ferocious and unyielding. The Crown Prince was like a god of war. As one of the top geniuses of Genius Prefecture, the strength of the Crown Prince had never been doubted. Those elders of Inner Prefecture couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw the Crown Prince's performance. Almost everyone thought that King Fan was absolutely no match for the Crown Prince. After all, there was still a gap between their cultivation base. Both of them were early Immortal Emperor, but the difference between a newly advanced early Immortal Emperor and a peak early Immortal Emperor was like a half-step intermediate Immortal Emperor. Hong Long. The huge golden energy mountain let out a tide-like rumbling sound, pressing down on Yang Bufan with incomparable momentum. Countless rays of energy light were emitted from the mountain. The light interweaved into a huge net, completely locking on Yang Bufan's chi, trying to enshroud him. This was a powerful combat technique. After locking on to the opponent could only choose to face it head-on. In the face of such a powerful attack from the Crown Prince, Yang Bufan's face didn't change in the slightest. His entire being was calm to the extreme. That was a kind of tempering of mind. Only those who had experienced great storms and waves and life and death could show such calmness. Of course, the basic condition of calmness wasn't psychological quality, but formidable strength. Yang Bufan had this strength. A beam of light appeared above his head, swaying like a flood dragon. All the energy in his body was instilled into the shadow of the flood dragon. Very quickly, the flood dragon materialized. He grabbed the tail of the flood dragon and flung it at the energy mountain. Hong Long. Both the Crown Prince and King Fan were using powerful combat techniques. When the two different combat techniques collided, the sky turned dark, the sun and the moon dimmed. Huge holes were created one after another in the sky. Even the overlapping space was trembling. In the face of such a battle, no one could remain calm even if they were not involved in it. Many people's facial expression changed. They believed that if they were in such a battle, they would be killed immediately. Even if they were close to the battlefield, they would most likely be destroyed and torn into pieces by the destructive energy. In the next 3 minutes, the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan were locked in a fierce battle. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. This was the pinnacle battle between the young generation of Great Qian Empire. Everyone's blood was boiling. Obviously, the Crown Prince was only a foil in this battle, even if he didn't lose. It was because the battle between the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan had always been a draw. When people didn't think highly of a person, but the outcome was unexpected, that person would always be the focus of attention. The opponent was just a tool to make him shine. The current Crown Prince was the tool to make Yang Bufan shine. King Fan is so powerful. His cultivation base is obviously weaker than the Crown Prince, but he's able to fight the Crown Prince to a draw. One should know that the Crown Prince is one of the top geniuses in Genius Prefecture. It seems that King Fan's talent is even higher than the Crown Prince. No wonder the Emperor and Prefecture Master of Great Qian Empire think so highly of him. That's right. Such a result is also beyond our imagination. King Fan has just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he already has a combat strength comparable to the Crown Prince. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. As a matter of fact, the real genius is Jiang Qin. He can fight experts who are a few levels higher than him. It's a pity that he was framed by Elder Hu Yao. No wonder King Fan is so angry. After all, Jiang Qin is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, a genius like Jiang Qin will surely be of great use in the future. No one wasn't shocked. If the first time King Fan fought the Crown Prince to a draw was due to luck, then now that the battle had gone on for more than 100 rounds, it was no longer a matter of luck, but strength. Everyone had seen King Fan's strength with their own eyes. After the fierce battle, both the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan stopped. Both of them looked at each other. The Crown Prince's eyes were still filled with astonishment, while Yang Bufan's eyes were still surging with battle intent, thinking that he had recognized his own combat strength. Subsequently, the battle intent in Yang Bufan's eyes vanished, because he knew that there was no point in continuing the battle. It was still a draw. As for Hu Yao, with the Crown Prince here today, it would be somewhat difficult to kill him. Hu Yao, consider yourself lucky today, but this matter isn't over yet. If Jiang Chen can walk out of the valley safely after 1 month, then it's fine. If Jiang Chen can't come out, at that time, let alone the Crown Prince, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to save your life. Yang Bufan left a ruthless remark to Hu Yao, then vanished like a ghost. As soon as these words were spoken, Hu Yao, who had already relaxed, tensed up again. He had the urge to spurt out blood. Now, he was filled with regret. He regretted punishing Jiang Chen like this. He didn't expect that King Fan could advance to the immortal emperor realm so quickly, nor did he expect that King Fan would be this powerful. Even though he was an outer prefecture elder, King Fan still wanted to kill him. Now that King Fan had left a ruthless remark, and he absolutely knew that this wasn't a joke, would the Crown Prince still protect him after 1 month? Even if the Crown Prince would, could the Crown Prince protect him day and night? That was impossible, but given King Fan's ability, there would always be a chance if he wanted to kill him. I'm finished. Hu Yao felt that he was completely finished. His life wouldn't last much longer because he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Jiang Chen could walk out of the valley, but he knew very well that this was unrealistic. After such a long time, Jiang Chen must have died in the valley. There was no exception. Everyone who had entered the valley had died. If Hu Yao knew that Jiang Chen was still alive and well, he wouldn't be angry. Instead, he would be incomparably happy. After all, it was the Crown Prince's business to get rid of Jiang Chen. There was no need for him to risk his life. One should know that it wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position in Genius Prefecture. AI. Elder Hu Yao is finished. That's right. Jiang Chen must be dead. Given King Fan's ability, he will die sooner or later. Who else can he blame? He can only blame himself. If it wasn't for him wanting to get rid of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. A pitiful person must have something hateful about him. To Genius Prefecture, the existence of Jiang Chen is much more valuable than him. Chapter 1482. Deep into the night, Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged on a big rock. The chilly wind kept howling. The buildings in the courtyard were making a buzzing sound. Such an atmosphere was very scary. It could easily cause fear in one's soul and cause one to get lost. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already adapted to it. They didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered along with the chilly wind. It was very dark here. One couldn't even see their own fingers, but the darkness couldn't stop Jiang Chen's bright eyes. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He was waiting for the arrival of his target. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no idea about what was happening in the outer prefecture. It was as if no one knew about their situation here. This valley seemed to be completely covered by some kind of secret technique, cutting off the connection with the outside world. Although this wasn't a spatial zone, it was no different from a sealed space. De Huang Dog was lying there, his head constantly looking around. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to make a ruthless move tonight. He was going to kill that half-step immortal emperor living corpse. Hoo. Midnight had arrived. Jiang Chen began to exercise his shackles. He shook his neck, making cracking sounds. In this gloomy place, any sound would sound horrifying and ear-piercing. Jiang Chen stood up and moved his body. He knew that the living corpse was going to appear soon, unless there was no accident. Jia. Along with a burst of sinister laughter, the living corpse appeared once again. No accident happened. Just like usual, the living corpse would appear at this time, very punctually. Swoosh! As soon as the living corpse appeared, he immediately stretched out his sharp claws, aiming at Jiang Chen's heart. Both of them were old rivals, so there was basically no need to say anything. The living corpse had already attacked Jiang Chen habitually. Boom! Jiang Chen punched out with his dragon fist, tearing the void apart. This punch contained all of his energy and was enough to shatter a mountain. Jiang Chen didn't hold back with this punch and it collided with the living dead. The living dead was sent flying and smashed into a large rock. Because Jiang Chen's strength was constantly increasing, the living dead was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's body flickered as he once again used the 9 phantom wolves. His entire body was like a whirlwind, moving at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the living dead. 9 Jiang Chens surrounded the living dead and simultaneously launched their attacks. Pfft! How could the living dead resist such an abnormal attack? One of its arms was torn off by Jiang Chen in an instant. Unfortunately, no one knew how long this living dead had been dead. There was no longer any blood in its body. The living dead let out an unpleasant roar. Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Chen, the living dead leaped up. According to its previous habit, even if the living dead leaped up, the next thing it would do would be to continue attacking Jiang Chen, but this time, the living dead didn't attack Jiang Chen. Instead, it turned and fled. Such a scene stunned Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, especially Jiang Chen. He had been fighting the living dead for half a month. From intermediate immortal king to half-step immortal emperor, these living dead were killing machines. There had never been a situation where they fled, but now, this living dead actually chose to flee. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that when the living dead disappeared in the past, it would vanish without a trace, as though it had integrated with the void. But now, the living dead was fleeing with a destination, vanishing from the room ahead in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 3 rooms in this courtyard, but because the rooms were incomparably dilapidated, Jiang Chen had never stepped into any of them. But now, Jiang Chen chased after the living dead without hesitation, followed by De Huang Dog. Swoosh! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into the room. They saw the living dead leaning against the wall, staring at them with a pair of hollow eyes, emitting a cold light. Then, the living dead smiled. That's right, it was a very strange smile. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen the living dead smile. Regardless of this, Jiang Chen only wanted to kill the living dead. He took a step forward and punched the living dead with his dragon fist, but this time, the living dead didn't even dodge, allowing Jiang Chen's fist to hit it. Just as Jiang Chen's fist was about to hit the living dead's body suddenly vanished. This time, it was no longer invisible. Rays of light appeared behind the living dead, forming a passageway. Then, the living dead vanished into the passageway. Jiang Chen stopped attacking and began to search for the living dead's tracks. Little Chenzi, look, there's a mark on the wall. It's a mark of a network. It looks like a pattern. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up as he looked at the wall. It was the place where the living dead had disappeared. Jiang Chen looked over, and sure enough, he saw a lot of marks on the wall. These marks seemed to have existed for a very long time, but he could still clearly recognize them. They were runes formed by some mysterious runes, and if he took a closer look, he would find that they looked like living beings. That living being raised its head and roared at the sky. It raised its fists high, looking incomparably majestic. Although the living being's eyes weren't very clear, one could still feel the insufferably arrogant aura from it. "It looks like an ape," Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the network began to tremble. Rays of light rushed out from it again, forming an invisible passageway with a very strong spatial aura. The passageway became clearer and clearer, but no one knew where it led to. "It's the passageway where the living dead disappeared. So this is where the living dead really came out from. We didn't pay attention to this room at all. I didn't expect the real secret to be hidden here," Jiang Chen said. Since the first day they entered the valley, he and Big Yellow hadn't paid any attention to this shabby room, because it was just too shabby. Who would know that the real secret was hidden here? If they had come here earlier, they would have definitely found the mark here. Big Yellow, do you want to go in?" The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. "There's another world here, but it's definitely very dangerous. Today, it's obvious that the living dead deliberately lured us here. Moreover, this passageway was opened on purpose to deal with me." Jiang Chen frowned. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could understand everything. He knew that his performance during this period of time had attracted the attention of the hidden forces. But the secret of this valley is here. If we want to explore it, we have to go in. But you can imagine how dangerous it will be," the Huang dog said. Their purpose in coming here was to find the secret of this place. Now that the secret was right in front of them, it was up to them whether they had the courage to go in or not. Chapter 1483. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog both stared at the tunnel of nothingness in front of them. The tunnel was constantly drifting, showing no signs of disappearing. It could be seen that this tunnel was prepared for Jiang Chen, waiting for Jiang Chen to enter. "I'm guessing that the hidden energy inside can't really walk out due to certain reasons, so it can only use the living dead to kill people. I didn't expect that you would encounter a setback. The power inside might be controlling even more powerful living dead, but your performance has probably alarmed that power and attracted its attention. Therefore, it wants to lure you in and deal with you personally," said the Huang dog. Big Yellow said. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to know all these. Jiang Chen nodded. Obviously, what the Huang dog said was also what he was thinking, and also what he was hesitating about. He was considering whether to enter or not. "How about it? Do you want to enter?" asked the Huang dog. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of expectation. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen nodded, he would directly enter. It was definitely dangerous inside, but there was no place in this world that the Huang dog didn't dare to go. "Enter." Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had experienced too much in both his previous and current lives. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation art, the thing he didn't know the most was to retreat. There was a subconscious in the depths of his soul that guided him to continuously move forward. Moreover, he had experienced too many trials and tribulations, but he had never been afraid. The unknown was always the most attractive. For the sake of the secret of this valley, Jiang Chen took the initiative to enter. He had already explored for half a month, and now, the secret was right in front of him. As long as he stepped into this tunnel, he would know everything. At this time, if he retreated because of fear, it wouldn't be Jiang Chen's style at all. It also wasn't Jiang Chen's style of doing things. If outsiders knew what Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were doing at this moment, they would definitely be so depressed that they would directly roll their eyes. These two fools really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This was clearly a stupid move. Even if they could go in alive, they might not be able to come out alive. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other and smiled. One man and one dog turned into two rays of light, directly flying into the illusory tunnel and disappearing. The moment Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered, the entire tunnel disappeared, as if it had never existed. Shwa! After Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered the tunnel, they only felt that the space was extremely distorted. However, this kind of distortion only appeared for a moment. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog reacted, they had already appeared in another space. In front of them was a huge palace. Behind them was a door, but it was tightly shut. In other words, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came in, they were directly inside this palace. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were shocked to find that this huge black palace was not built with materials at all. It was energy. The whole palace was formed by interweaving terrifying energy. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were experts in formations. They could feel that there was an incomparably mysterious formation in this energy. This was an extremely ancient formation. Moreover, the formation was incomparably mysterious. It had completely integrated with the energy. If one wasn't an expert in formations, he wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the formation here. What is this place? Jiang Chen was puzzled. This is a different spatial zone. Judging from the structure of this spatial zone, it must have been created by at least a late immortal venerable expert. I have never thought that there would be such a spatial zone in Genius Prefecture. The one who created this space must be a supreme expert. De Huang Dog spoke with astonishment. Jiang Chen was also a little surprised. How terrifying was a late immortal venerable expert? That expert was already very close to the half-step sovereign realm. Even in the entire East Xuanyu, it was afraid that there wouldn't be a late immortal venerable expert, let alone a half-step sovereign. According to De Huang Dog, this spatial zone was created by at least a late immortal venerable expert, or even a half-step sovereign expert. No wonder the experts of Genius Prefecture couldn't discover its secret. Jia jia. All of a sudden, sinister laughter drifted out and hovered in every corner of the entire palace. Even Jiang Chen couldn't identify the source of the laughter, because it was everywhere and he couldn't pinpoint its origin. Jia jia. The laughter grew louder and louder. It was filled with demonic qi, turning into traces of sound waves that rushed into one's soul. It was very terrifying. Even with the temperament of De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen, they were still affected by the laughter, because it sounded like the laughter of thousands of devils. This laughter is very demonic. I can't hold it any longer. Jiang Chen said and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned somewhat pale. On the other hand, De Huang Dog behaved very well. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, turning a deaf ear to the laughter, as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but give De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Sure enough, this dog wasn't simple. He must have a great secret. Ha! All of a sudden, the laughter stopped. A voice sounded in the dark. I've never thought that there would be an unexpected harvest. This dog is actually able to block my demonic voice. Not bad, not bad. Someone spoke in the dark. It was an incomparably hoarse voice. It seemed like the person hadn't spoken for a very long time. Come out. What's the point of hiding? De Huang Dog spoke. Swish. Just as the voice of De Huang Dog faded, a black light flashed in front of the palace as a huge throne appeared. There were many runes engraved on the throne. One look and one could tell that it was a peerless immortal weapon. On top of the throne, an ape was seated. The ape's entire body was pitch black. The black fur on its body was like sharp weapons. It was incomparably majestic and had a pair of jet-black eyes. A single glance at it would cause one to feel as though they had fallen into hell. One couldn't see through the cultivation base of this devil ape, but one could very well imagine how powerful it was. Upon seeing this devil ape, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog finally understood what the runes in the room represented. So it turned out that the runes on the runes were none other than this devil ape. Powerful. That's right. The feeling this devil ape gave Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog was powerful, insurmountable. Jiang Chen had a feeling that this ape could kill him with just a glance. If this ape wanted to kill him, it only needed to lift a finger. A heaven-devouring devil ape. There's actually a heaven-devouring devil ape hidden here. De Huang Dog almost exclaimed. Brat, you've really surprised me. You actually managed to kill so many of my puppets. The devil ape didn't seem to want to kill Jiang Chen so quickly. Its gaze landed on Jiang Chen, sizing him up with interest. Its tone sounded like it was chatting, but Jiang Chen had a feeling that this bastard wasn't chatting with him out of goodwill. It had been a long time since it spoke, and it had also been a long time since it saw a living human. Therefore, it wanted to chat a little more. Chapter 1484. Jiang Chen felt a sense of suffocation the moment he was stared at by the devilish ape. He felt a little better after the Zulong Tower was activated. This devilish ape was truly terrifying, but it seemed to have been imprisoned here. Jiang Chen had no idea who had the ability to do so. Heaven-devouring devil ape. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Apparently, De Huang Dog was more knowledgeable than him. He could tell the origin of the devilish ape at first glance. In ancient times, there were two heaven-defying existences in the ape race. One was the battle saint ape and the other was the heaven-devouring devil ape. Comparatively speaking, the bloodline of the battle saint ape is more precious and powerful, but the true bloodline of the battle saint ape has already vanished with the passage of time. Even the heaven-devouring devil ape has basically vanished. The one in front of us is the heaven-devouring devil ape. Rumor has it that once this devil ape's cultivation reaches the grand completion stage, it can devour the heavens. Although it's a little exaggerated, it also shows how terrifying this devil ape is. I never thought that a heaven-devouring devil ape would appear here. Big Yellow transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen, explaining the basic situation of this devilish ape to him. He spoke very carefully because he knew that this devilish ape was extremely terrifying. At this time, Big Yellow felt somewhat regretful. If he knew that there was such a terrifying creature in this place, he wouldn't have come in even if he was beaten to death. He thought that it was no different from courting death. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It seemed impossible for him to retreat now. Although he had the ancestral dragon pagoda to rely on, he was still somewhat worried, because this devil was just too scary. He couldn't see through the devil's cultivation. It was very likely that the devil was a mighty venerable. Jiang Chen was worried that the 35 floors of the ancestral dragon pagoda might not be able to withstand the attack of a mighty immortal venerable. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the heaven-devouring devil ape and asked, "Did you kill those living corpses? There's no enmity between us. Why did you kill them?" "Because I am happy," the heaven-devouring devil ape said casually. Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly at such a reason, because it was indeed a good reason. "That's why I'm happy," Jiang Chen said. "Brat, you actually have the bloodline of 3 divine beasts in your body, and this dog is also a powerful divine beast. The heavens are really helping me. As long as I eat the 2 of you, I will be able to break through. At that time, this place will no longer be able to imprison me." Haha. The devil ape stared at Jiang Chen and laughed heartily. All these years, he had been killing geniuses who entered this valley, eating their hearts and absorbing their yang qi, all for the sake of breaking through to the next realm and leaving this place. However, those geniuses were too inferior, none of them were powerful. Until today, when the appearance of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog gave him hope. Especially Jiang Qin, he was shocked to find that Jiang Qin had the bloodline of 3 divine beasts, which made him ecstatic. So powerful. Jiang Qin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The devil ape was really terrifying. He could see through Jiang Qin with just a glance. He did have the bloodline of 3 divine beasts in his body, but these bloodlines still couldn't escape the devil ape's eyes. This could only mean that the devil ape was too powerful. In addition to the bloodline of the true dragon, Jiang Qin also had the bloodline of the white tiger and the bloodline of the qilin. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin's bloodline had a fatal attraction to any demon beast in the world. 300 years, it's been 300 years. I finally have the day to show my face. Young Junlong, you've imprisoned me for 300 years. When I leave this damned place, the first thing I'll do is to destroy the great Qian Empire and kill all the people in the empire. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Ha 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 ha, the heaven-devouring devil ape looked extremely excited. When he mentioned Yang Junlong, he gnashed his teeth and his eyes emitted substantial anger. The void was about to be burned. It could be seen that his hatred for Yang Junlong had reached a certain degree. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog glanced at each other, then turned around and flew out of the palace tacitly. They knew the secret of this place, but if they had known it earlier, they wouldn't have come in even if they were beaten to death. Originally, they thought that they could get some benefits by coming in, but now it seemed that it was good enough to keep their lives. There was nothing to hesitate about. As for who Yang Junlong was, what kind of grievances existed between him and the heaven-devouring devil ape, and why the devil ape was imprisoned here, it was no longer their concern. No matter who Yang Junlong was, it was more important to escape. Since the palace was completely formed by energy, the formation inside the energy was specially built to imprison the devil ape. Therefore, if Jiang Chen and the others wanted to escape, the energy and the formation wouldn't stop them at all. Do you still want to go out after coming here? The devil ape burst into laughter. In his eyes, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were like clowns. In front of him, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were like ants. They were too weak. He could kill them with a casual blow. The devil ape waved his hand, and a black light drifted out. Then, the entire palace disappeared, and the scene changed into a black mountain range. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew over the mountain range. They were very fast, but no matter how they flew, they couldn't fly out of any of the mountains. Not good. This place is controlled by some secret technique. We are no match for the devil ape at all. No matter what we do, we are still in the same place. De Huang Dog said in a very solemn tone. I didn't expect to encounter such a big guy. How unlucky. Jiang Chen was speechless. Although the heaven-devouring devil ape was imprisoned, he was still the absolute master of this spatial zone, controlling everything here. Jiang Chen felt very depressed. Finding out such a secret wouldn't bring him any benefits at all. You two little ants. Even after coming here, you still want to escape from this lord's palm. You're simply delusional. The devil ape appeared. He was still sitting on the throne with a relaxed look on his face. His eyes were filled with playfulness. In his eyes, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were just playthings. What do you want? Asked Jiang Chen. He had already prepared himself. Chapter 1485. The eyes of the devil ape were full of ridicule. In his point of view, these two were his prey, the food that was already at the edge of his mouth. Usually, he wouldn't be in a hurry to eat the things that he was about to get. He liked to see the fear and despair of people before they died. That kind of feeling was intoxicating to him. Humph. Heaven-devouring devil ape, I'm afraid that your teeth aren't strong enough to eat us. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. His divine sense filled every corner of the spatial zone, trying to find a way to escape, but in the end, there was only despair. No matter how the scenery changed, whether it was the Black Palace or the Black Mountains, they were all created randomly by this spatial zone. He couldn't find a way to escape. He knew that the devil ape couldn't walk out of this place, but this place had already been completely controlled by the devil ape. From the moment he and De Huang Dog stepped into the passageway of nothingness, it was equivalent to stepping into a dead end. There was no turning back. My teeth aren't strong enough. Ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. My devil ape clan can even devour the heaven. Is there anything in this heaven and earth that I can't eat? The devil ape laughed aloud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the heaven and earth. The innate ability of the devil ape was devouring. It could devour everything. At its peak, it could even devour the heaven, let alone humans. Brat, what should we do now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. If you use the immortal execution sword, do you have the confidence to deal with this big guy? If I can refine this guy, my cultivation base will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and many more levels of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Upon hearing that, De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Brat, are you kidding me? In my hand, the immortal execution sword is at most equivalent to an emperor weapon at its peak. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is infinitely close to being a half-step sovereign. Aren't you asking Master Dog to fight a mighty immortal venerable with this sword? It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He had never thought that such a terrifying guy was hiding in the territory of Great Qian Empire. Not to mention them, even if the Emperor and the old ancestors of Great Qian Empire came out together, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of this heaven-devouring devil ape. If all else fails, we can only rely on the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. With a sway of his body, he reverted to his original appearance. In the face of the mighty heaven-devouring devil ape, he had no intention of fighting. There was no difference between his dragon form and his human form. At this time, the only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower, but what worried Jiang Qin the most was that the trace of the Zulong Tower would be discovered by the ape. If that was the case, the danger would be great. He couldn't predict how powerful an immortal venerable who was close to the half-step sovereign realm could be. Therefore, if he made a mistake, even the Zulong Tower would be destroyed. I've been eating hearts all these years, and I'm almost sick of eating them. It seems that my luck is not bad. I've actually waited for two guys with the bloodline of divine beasts. The things on your bodies are much more precious than those low-level hearts. I'll definitely eat you up, not even leaving any dregs. The devil ape stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. As long as he could eat Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a mighty half-step sovereign. At that time, he would be able to break the space here and nothing would be able to stop him. Half-step Emperor was an existence that had half a foot into the Emperor realm. It was a realm that countless venerables couldn't cross in their lifetime. Stepping into the Emperor realm wasn't determined by talent or strength, it was determined by luck. Every person who could step into the Emperor realm was a person with great luck. Alright, I'm not going to play with you two anymore. I'm going to eat you two now, and then break through to that legendary realm. The heaven-devouring devil ape seemed to have had enough fun, and it seemed to be impatient. He suddenly opened his mouth. It was an incomparably huge mouth, with a radius of 3 meters, like a black hole. Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind with a fishy smell was breathed out from the heaven-devouring devil ape's mouth. It was like a raging storm, engulfing everything. The invisible storm engulfed Jiang Qin and Big Yellow in an instant. This is the innate ability of the devil ape. It can devour everything in the world. Kid, hurry up and use the Zulong Tower, or we'll be finished. De Huang Dog said. Not good. I've underestimated this guy's strength. His gust of wind has sealed everything here and can devour everything in this space. Even if we enter the Zulong Tower, he can devour the Zulong Tower as well. At that time, we'll still die. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected this situation. All along, he had been using the Zulong Tower as a magic treasure to escape during critical moments. Moreover, it was a tried and tested method. Every time, it would produce an unexpected effect. However, Jiang Chen had never faced such a powerful expert before, so he couldn't make the corresponding judgment. Now, it was useless to use the Zulong Tower. Damn you! De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The powerful storm had already engulfed their bodies. Under this powerful storm, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were like a small boat in the sea, unable to exert any strength. Jiang Chen's divine sense was also sealed, so he couldn't use it to communicate with the Zulong Tower. To put it bluntly, this was the biggest crisis Jiang Chen had encountered in his life. It was an unprecedented crisis. Even if he exerted all his skills, he couldn't resolve it. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were completely out of control. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the mouth of the devil ape. Wakaka, the devil ape let out a carefree laugh, which caused the entire space to ripple. For God's sake, Master Dog can't move. I don't even have the strength to use the immortal execution sword. De Huang Dog cursed, but it was useless. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen had the urge to spurt out blood. The feeling of complete despair made him very unhappy, but he had no way to deal with it. He was like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be trampled on. Was he going to die like this? Jiang Chen was unwilling. De Huang Dog was also unwilling. They still had a lot of things to do, but Jiang Chen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. This hope came from the great divination art. Before entering this valley, he had used the great divination art to calculate that although this valley was dangerous, it was absolutely not fatal. He believed in the great divination art. Therefore, he felt that there was still hope, but he really didn't know where this hope was. Hong Long. Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were about to enter the mouth of the devil ape, a sky-covering big hand suddenly fell from the sky. That big hand was like a cage, grabbing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Chapter 1486. The moment they were covered by the big hand, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that the big hand had directly cut off the storm unleashed by the devil ape, allowing them to regain their freedom. The first thing that came to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's mind was that someone had saved them. Could it be that there was someone else in this space? Since the person who saved them could directly cut off the devil ape's devouring divine art, it indicated that the person's strength was not weaker than the devil ape's. A powerful venerable was in existence that was infinitely close to the half-step emperor realm. Today, they actually encountered two of them. But for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, no matter who the other party was, why would the other party save them? Why did he have to save them? It was a good thing. Rumble. The devouring storm unleashed by the devil ape was directly shattered by the big hand. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog clearly saw that the devil ape was bounced back by several meters. To be able to repel the devil ape, it showed how powerful the person who saved them was. At least, it was beyond Jiang Chen's reach. Voila! The void collapsed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw the sky again. The man and the dog were shaken by the storm, but very quickly, a gentle force fell on them and helped them to stabilize their bodies. When Jiang Chen and the Huang dog came to their senses, they saw an old man appear beside them. When Jiang Chen and the Huang dog saw the old man's face clearly, they were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and were speechless. "You two bastards are really bold. How dare you break into any place?" The old man said a little angrily, but his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. "Old liar!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. The old man in front of him was dressed in rags and was covered in filth. Who else could he be but an old swindler? After killing young Master Fu Tian, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were taken away by Old Man Bai Wang. They had never paid attention to the old liar's whereabouts. At first, they just regarded the old liar as a passerby and had basically forgotten about him. But unexpectedly, the old liar came to their rescue today and saved their lives. That day, they had felt that this old liar was not an ordinary person, but no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the old liar was actually this terrifying. "Who is it? How dare you stop me?" The devil ape was infuriated. A monstrous demonic energy was released from his body. Just now, the food was already in his mouth, but it was snatched away by someone. This kind of feeling made the devil ape extremely angry. The demonic energy of the heaven-devouring devil ape was simply too dense. His gaze landed on the old swindler's body and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Clearly, he could tell how terrifying the old swindler was. He was definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. "Who are you? How do you know about this place? What's your relationship with Yang Junlong?" the devil ape asked. "Heaven-devouring devil ape, you were imprisoned here by Yang Junlong back then. It's been 300 years, yet your temperament is still so tyrannical. It seems that Yang Junlong was wrong to spare your life back then." The old liar spoke, putting away his usual frivolous demeanor and having the demeanor of an expert. "Shut up. Back then, if it wasn't for that bastard Yang Junlong framing me, how could he have trapped me? He used a natural restriction to imprison me, but if he wanted to kill me, Yang Junlong wasn't qualified enough." The devil ape was incomparably furious. The name Yang Junlong could always make him angry at any time. It seems that this natural restriction is really good. In that case, you can continue to stay here. The old liar chuckled, then wrapped Jiang Chen and the Huang dog with his aura. "Let's go." Swish. As soon as the old liar's voice fell, the devil ape directly blocked in front of them. A huge demonic energy sealed the entire space. "They belong to me. If you want to take them away, have you asked for my permission?" "Old man, I don't care who you are. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, after I refine the two of them, you will be the first to be killed," the devil ape said viciously. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were his last hope, a hope that he had waited for 300 years. If they were taken away just like that, the devil ape would probably vomit blood. "Ha, I want to take them away. Do you think you can stop me? The restriction here has been specially modified by Yang Junlong. It will only stop you, not others." The old liar laughed out loud. The might of a venerable completely erupted. His body emitted a dazzling light, making people not dare to look at him directly. Roar! The heaven-devouring devil ape roared in rage. Suddenly, he stretched out his sharp claws. The spikes on the claws were 3 feet long. The void was directly shattered. If one was caught by the claws, they would definitely be torn into pieces. "The two of you, get out of the way." The old liar pushed Jiang Chen and the Huang dog far away. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The instant the long sword appeared, the entire void turned cold. The long sword was filled with a ruthless aura. A casual move would be followed by the charm of the great Tao. This was a powerful venerable weapon that was endowed with spirituality. Chi! The old liar's sword was too fast. Not only was it fast, but there was also an indescribable aura within it. It emitted a sorrowful atmosphere that could easily make people sad. Jiang Chen clearly saw that when the old liar displayed the long sword, his eyes were like an abyss, without any ripples. That was an incomparably sorrowful gaze. The long sword easily cut through the void and collided with the sharp claws of the devil ape. The indestructible sharp sword left a wound on the sharp claws of the devil ape, causing blood to flow out. Upon seeing this long sword, the devil ape seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed immediately. Sword of forgotten emotion. You are venerable forgotten emotion, Xiao Wangqing. The devil ape exclaimed. The name of venerable Wangqing was famous in the immortal world back then, and the name of Xiao Wangqing was known by everyone. Seems like my reputation isn't weak. There are still people who remember me. The old liar smiled. Xiao Wangqing, everyone said that you severed all your emotions and forgot about the world. But in the end, you failed to break through to the immortal emperor realm and died. I didn't expect that you are still alive and have become like this. The devil ape's eyes kept sizing up the old liar. Even though he was very arrogant, he couldn't help but take the old liar seriously after seeing the appearance of the sword of forgotten emotion. Forgotten emotion. I still can't forget it after all. The old liar shook his head. A trace of bitterness leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very deep. That was the gaze of a manager who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was a man with a story. Chapter 1487. Looking at the wound on his hand, the devil ape gnashed his teeth in hatred and roared towards the sky. No one could understand his current mood. When a person was in despair, despair would become a habit. At least, the devil ape had been used to it for 300 years and could continue to get used to it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to get used to it for another 300 years. But when a person in despair suddenly saw hope, and then the hope was shattered, that feeling would be completely different. Right now, the devil ape was feeling this way. He was strangely angry, but that was all. He was destined to not be able to walk out of this place, and he knew that he couldn't make Xiao Wangqing stay. Light flickered. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked out of that spatial zone and returned to the courtyard. At this time, the sky had already begun to brighten. The old liar seemed to have returned to his original appearance. He casually walked to the boulder that De Huang Dog often climbed on and sat down. Senior. Jiang Chen came to the front of the old liar and cupped his fists. Thank you for your help, Senior. Jiang Chen really shouldn't have been disrespectful to Senior. Jiang Chen wasn't someone who would easily salute, but the old liar felt that it was worth it. This was a life-saving grace. He understood very well what happened just now. If it wasn't for the old liar's timely appearance, he and De Huang Dog would have been doomed. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. You brat, you suddenly became so polite. This old man isn't used to it. The old liar waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Chen didn't need to be so reserved in front of him. Old liar, you've hidden yourself very well. De Huang Dog came to the old liar's side and spoke in a casual tone. The old liar didn't mind this at all. If he did, he wouldn't have made himself look so filthy. The old liar was like a man who had seen through the world of mortals. You two are really audacious. You dare to go anywhere. If it wasn't for this old man's timely appearance, you two would have become that big guy's feces. The old liar's tone sounded somewhat reproachful, but there was still a strong sense of praise in it, especially towards Jiang Qin. There weren't many young people with such audacity. "Senior, how did you find this place?" Jiang Qin asked. "With this sovereign strength, is it very difficult to find you?" The old swindler glared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was speechless. The old swindler was right. It was too easy for a powerful supremacy to find a person. However, Jiang Qin was still very puzzled. It was very easy for the old swindler to find the valley he was in, but it would probably not be easy for him to find that sealed space. "You should know who Yang Junlong is, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should know Yang Junlong. Otherwise, how could you find that space?" Jiang Qin said with a smile. "Boy, you're really smart." "That's right, this old man and Yang Junlong were best friends. Back then, that demonic ape was bloodthirsty and slaughtered an entire city, killing millions of humans. Yang Junlong lured it into a natural restriction that had existed for a very long time and had fused with the essence of heaven and earth. After being modified by Yang Junlong, he imprisoned the demonic ape. I knew about this matter, so I was able to successfully find that space." The old swindler said. "Is Yang Junlong the old ancestor of the great Qian Empire's Yang clan?" Jiang Qin said. This was his guess, but he reckoned that it wasn't far from the truth. Moreover, after listening to the old swindler's words, he admired Yang Junlong very much. Imprisoning the demonic ape could be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the human race. "That's right, he's the old ancestor of the great Qian Empire." The old swindler nodded. There was nothing to hide about Yang Junlong's identity. "Since that demonic ape was bloodthirsty, why didn't you kill him back then?" the Huang dog asked, puzzled. The old swindler shook his head. "The heaven-devouring demonic ape isn't that easy to kill. Even if Yang Junlong and I joined forces, we definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. At most, we could only suppress him." The heaven-devouring demonic ape was right. If it wasn't for Yang Junlong scheming against him back then, it would have been impossible to imprison him. "Senior, is Yang Junlong still alive in this world?" Jiang Qin continued to ask. This was the doubt in his heart. He had seen Yang Junlong's statue during the king conferring ceremony in King Fan Prefecture. According to Yang Bufan, this old ancestor had disappeared for a very long time. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. That year, after Yang Junlong imprisoned the heaven-devouring demonic ape, he disappeared and never appeared again. However, I don't think Yang Junlong is dead. Given his ability, he wouldn't die so easily. The old swindler said. When mentioning Yang Junlong, his eyes turned solemn again. In any case, he and Yang Junlong were friends. Old swindler, Master Dog has a question to ask. You are obviously a powerful venerable and only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. Why did you make yourself look like a bear? The Huang Dog asked curiously. This was also what Jiang Qin wanted to know. The old swindler didn't speak. He seemed to have fallen into contemplation. That's right. Why did he become like this? Even he himself didn't know. He had always wanted an answer in his heart, but this answer had never been proven. Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog didn't speak, not wanting to disturb the old swindler's train of thought. After a long time, the old swindler stood up from the boulder. He lifted his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky as if he wanted to see through the sky. Venerable Wang Qing, Shao Wang Qing. I, Shao, have pursued the pinnacle of cultivation all my life, but in the end, I embarked on the Tao of Wang Qing. I wanted to use the Tao of Wang Qing to break through to the legendary Emperor realm. Unfortunately, some emotions are destined to be unforgettable. When I was young, I entered the Tao of Wang Qing with emotions, and finally embarked on the Tao of Wang Qing. However, at the last moment, when I used the Tao of Wang Qing to break through to the Emperor realm, I discovered that I still couldn't forget them. Therefore, I failed to break through to the Emperor realm and chose to live in seclusion. The old liar said. He had never said these words to anyone before, but today, he had said it to Jiang Qin. It was a feeling. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh, feeling that the old swindler's life was very pitiful. He could tell that the old swindler had a lot of secrets. He was a sentimental person, yet he chose to walk on the Tao of Wang Qing. This in itself was contradictory. Senior, there are some words that I don't know if I should say. Jiang Qin said. Tell me about it. The old swindler looked at Jiang Qin with interest. Senior, you are a sentimental person. Back then, you even entered the Tao of Wang Qing with emotions. Later on, in order to break through to the Emperor realm, you chose to walk on the Tao of Wang Qing. At that time, you didn't know that this in itself was contradictory because you couldn't erase the shadow in your heart. Cultivation focuses on letting nature take its course. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Can a truly heartless person still be called a human? How can a person with emotions truly forget about them? Senior, why don't you abandon the Tao of Wang Qing and follow the guidance in your heart, walking on the path you want to walk? Chapter 1488. Jiang Chen's words caused the old liar to sink into contemplation. His entire being seemed to have sunk into silence. He lowered his head in contemplation. His eyes flickered with a strange luster. His brows were knitted and relaxed. This state lasted for half an hour. During this half an hour, the courtyard was abnormally quiet. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't say a word. They knew that the old liar was contemplating. Reaching the level of the old liar, one needed an opportunity. 300 years ago, the old liar tried to break through to the half-step sovereign realm using the Tao of forgetfulness, but ultimately failed. This matter was destined to leave a shadow in the old liar's heart. To most peerless venerables, they might only have one chance to break through to the sovereign realm in their lifetime. Once they failed, there wouldn't be a second chance. This was because it was very difficult for them to give up all their previous paths. The blow of failure was too great. Not only would it affect their temperament and state, it would also affect their luck. This could be seen from the old liar's 300 years of decadence. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was far from the old liar's, but he had different cultivation experiences from his previous life. He had his own unique understanding of the cultivation diagram. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly. Right now, the old liar had fallen into a quagmire. He kept struggling but couldn't break free. In the end, he could only let it go. Jiang Chen hoped that his words would be able to help the old liar. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flickered in the old liar's eyes. Just these 2 rays of light were enough to illuminate the entire courtyard. He suddenly stood up from the rock and stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. After that, the old liar began to mutter to himself, "Forgetfulness, I can't forgetfulness. So it turns out that I'm destined to never walk the Tao of forgetfulness." The old liar seemed to have gained an epiphany. He had never thought about something that he had never thought about all these years. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's words would be able to enlighten him today. The old liar suddenly saw a bright light in his dark world, emitting endless brilliance very quickly. "Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that I, Xiao Wang Qing, had been dispirited for hundreds of years, but in the end, it was you who enlightened me. Now, I'm going to find back the feelings of the past. I entered the Tao through love and now, I'm going to sever the Tao of forgetting love and find the way to step into the sovereign realm again." The old liar walked up to Jiang Chen and reached out his somewhat dull hand to pat Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Senior, you just need to find yourself and find your original heart." As long as it's still there and your heart remains the same, breaking through to the Emperor realm is just around the corner. Jiang Qin said. He could sense the changes in the old liar. This half an hour was very significant to the old liar. It was much more than what he had comprehended in the past 300 years. As the saying went, a moment of enlightenment was better than 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Jiang Qin knew that as long as the old liar could find his past self, breaking through to the Emperor realm would not be a problem at all. I'm going to leave soon. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. If I can break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it will all be thanks to you, little friend. But before I leave, I'll bring you out of this valley first. Otherwise, the devil ape won't let this matter go. The old liar said. He was going to leave now to find his past self. However, he couldn't let Jiang Qin stay here alone. The devil ape wouldn't give up just like that. It would definitely look for trouble again. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged glances and nodded their heads. Their purpose in coming to the valley was only to find out the secret of this place. Now that they had found out the secret, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Besides, what the old liar said was right. The devil ape wouldn't let this matter go. They had witnessed how terrifying the devil ape was. Even if such a powerful venerable couldn't walk out from that spatial zone, he would still have other unfathomable means to deal with it. Any means that the current Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to handle. With a flick of his robe, the old liar wrapped Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog up. In the next instant, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog left the valley and appeared at the edge of the outer prefecture. By the time they reacted, the old liar had already disappeared without a trace, as though he had never appeared before. Given the old liar's strength, he could go anywhere in the world. Not to mention geniuses, he could even sneak into the imperial palace of Great Qian Empire without anyone noticing. Venerable Wang Qing, Xiao Wang Qing, represented the same era as Yang Junlong. If the news of his reappearance was spread out, it would surely cause an uproar. If the master of Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing, knew that he would surely come out to greet him on his knees. Jiang Qin looked at the valley below and couldn't help but sigh. It was the feeling of surviving a calamity. This trip to the valley had a great impact on Jiang Qin. It allowed him to know what a true expert was. Existences at the level of the devil ape and Xiao Wang Qing were unimaginable to him. A venerable of a generation already has such omnipotent abilities. What kind of existence is the legendary sovereign realm? Jiang Qin's eyes were full of longing. He thought of Yan Qinyu in the immortal burying coffin. After witnessing the terror of the old liar and the devil ape, Jiang Qin finally realized that he still had a long way to go in order to uncover Yan Qinyu's secret. This experience is a good thing for you. It will make you clear your goal and position, said De Huang Dog. Big Yellow said. He knew that Jiang Qin was an arrogant man. Jiang Qin had his own goal, but he didn't know to what extent it was. After experiencing the valley and witnessing the scariness of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, Jiang Qin finally understood the gap between them and his goal became clearer. Yes, I've reacquainted myself. Jiang Qin nodded. When he thought of the scariness of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, his heart suddenly pounded. That was the heart of a powerhouse. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Qin had long possessed the heart of a powerhouse. Now, the heart of a powerhouse had changed because of Jiang Qin's change, showing signs of metamorphosis. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out from Jiang Qin's body. Rays of light radiated from his heart. This was a kind of potential stimulation, equivalent to an epiphany. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the stimulation this time would have such a great impact on Jiang Qin, causing him to undergo a metamorphosis and awaken the heart of an expert. This fellow is truly blessed by the heavens, a peerless monstrous genius. The metamorphosis of the heart of an expert will allow his cultivation base to improve again. Even if he can't break through to the immortal king realm, it shouldn't be too bad. The Huang dog mused. Although he had experienced too many miracles with Jiang Qin, he was still somewhat surprised by the metamorphosis of the heart of an expert. Chapter 1489. Roar. In the depths of Jiang Chen's soul, a primordial dragon's roar resounded. The head of the ancestral dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. This was the second time Jiang Qin had heard the roar of the ancestral dragon. The head of the dragon seemed to be the only thing in the world. Just its posture was enough to make people want to worship it. It didn't seem to be a dragon, but a race, a totem, a faith. In the depths of Jiang Chen's soul, there was a faith hidden. Jiang Qin was shocked. He knew that the appearance of the head of the ancestral dragon had something to do with the transformation of his heart of the strong. At the moment when the ancestral dragon appeared, Jiang Qin felt that he was the ancestral dragon, he was the faith, he had transformed into a totem, transcending the three realms, breaking away from the five elements. He was majestic, noble, powerful, and supreme. The roar of the ancestral dragon and the head of the ancestral dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had only appeared for a moment, but it had already made Jiang Chen's blood boil. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why the ancestral dragon appeared in his body was definitely related to the dragon transformation skill, just like when the Zulong Tower appeared. He didn't know what kind of connection or secret he had with the ancestral dragon, but there was one thing he was very clear about: it was definitely not a bad thing. The dragon transformation skill had made him who he was today. If he wanted to step onto the peak of cultivation, he had to rely on the dragon transformation skill. In other words, when the 100,000 dragon marks were formed, he had already completely transformed into a dragon. His body had the complete bloodline of a real dragon, and he had completely integrated with the dragon transformation skill. The Zulong Tower was a very good proof. Under the stimulation of the transformation of the heart of the strong, the head of the ancestral dragon appeared again, and new dragon marks were condensing. Jiang Chen's Qi Si was like a small world, and the whole small world was filled with floating dragon marks. Each dragon mark looked like a real dragon, and the scene was extremely spectacular. If outsiders were to see such a scene, they wouldn't know how shocked they would be. The small world seemed to have returned to the primordial era. In the distant ancient times, the roars of true dragons could be heard, causing people to exclaim in admiration. For Jiang Qin, the process of getting to know himself again was a process of epiphany. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stimulated by the heart of a powerhouse. The Huang dog stood aside, not daring to disturb him. Jiang Chen's process lasted for an hour. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the sun was shining brightly. Jiang Chen's qi had finally converged. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His body made cracking sounds. In this 1 hour, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by 10,000, causing the total number of dragon marks in his body to reach 1,098,000. His cultivation base was infinitely close to the immortal king realm, and he was only 2,000 dragon marks away from the true immortal king realm. He could make the breakthrough at any time and become a true immortal king. This was the true peak of half-step immortal king realm. In a sense, Jiang Chen's current state had completely broken away from the half-step immortal king realm. Given his current combat strength, if he were to use his dragon transformation, he could kill any ordinary half-step immortal emperor. Even if he encountered those half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Genius Prefecture, he wouldn't be inferior to them. He might even have the chance to suppress them. This feeling is really good. Jiang Chen stretched his arms, raised his head to look at the glaring sunlight, then at the valley below. Suddenly, he felt that the sunlight was really good. There was only a barrier between where he was standing and the valley below, but it was this barrier that had completely isolated the valley below, turning it into two completely different worlds. "Where are we going now?" De Huang Dog asked. "I'm still going to the registration office to look for that old dog Yongling. My place of cultivation hasn't been allocated yet." Jiang Chen shrugged and strode towards the outer prefecture. He still didn't know that Yongling had been killed by Yang Bufan. "Kaka. I wonder what kind of expression that old man will have when he sees us walking out of the valley alive. One should know that we are the first to walk out of the valley alive." De Huang Dog laughed heartily. To Genius Prefecture, being able to walk out of the valley unscathed was already a miracle. Perhaps it would attract the attention of the entire Genius Prefecture. At that time, he would be able to act tough again. As a matter of fact, this idea of De Huang Dog was still a little weak, because the fact that they could walk out of the valley alive was like an earthquake to the entire Genius Prefecture. That day, Hu Yao wanted Jiang Qin to go into seclusion in the valley for a month, but only a little more than half a month had passed. However, this deadline was meaningless to Jiang Qin, because Jiang Qin didn't put Hu Yao in his heart. If it wasn't because of his interest in the valley, he wouldn't have gone to the valley even if Hu Yao wanted to punish him. So, walking out of the valley now had nothing to do with Hu Yao. If Hu Yao wanted to find trouble with him again, Jiang Qin had his own way to deal with it. He might not be able to deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape, but if an early immortal emperor like Hu Yao wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't afraid at all. Jiang Qin had no idea that the current Hu Yao was already trembling with fear. He couldn't even sleep well at night. Even in his dreams, he was praying that Jiang Qin could walk out of the valley alive. Jiang Qin was just too scary. He had no doubt that if Jiang Qin couldn't come out of the valley, he would only have one fate, death. Jiang Qin would never let him go. Even the crown prince wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog swaggered out of the valley. Very quickly, they attracted the attention of people. When someone saw Jiang Qin, his eyes and mouth widened. "My God! What am I seeing? There must be something wrong with my eyes. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion." Someone rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe such a scene. "It's Jiang Qin. It's really Jiang Qin. He has actually walked out of the valley alive. How is this possible? This is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. That's right. It's Jiang Qin. I've seen him and that dog when he created a ruckus at the registration office. It has been more than half a month. They have really walked out of the valley. It's a miracle. They have created a miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. This is a major event, the biggest event since the establishment of Genius Prefecture. Miracle. A miracle has happened. Everyone thought that Jiang Qin was dead. He has actually come back alive. He has stayed in the valley for more than half a month. How did he do it? Chapter 1490. Someone had successfully walked out of the forbidden area. This was a major event. Everyone found it unbelievable. Using the word unbelievable wasn't enough to describe it. Everyone was curious about what method Jiang Qin had used to walk out of the forbidden area. They were even more curious about what was inside the valley. Perhaps Jiang Qin knew something. More and more people came out of the forbidden area. Those who came out followed behind Jiang Qin, walking towards the direction of the registration office. After Dong Fei heard the news, he walked out at once and flew towards Jiang Qin. When he first heard the news, he absolutely didn't believe it. He felt that someone must be joking because no one had ever walked out of the forbidden area. However, looking at Jiang Qin standing in front of him unscathed, he had no choice but to believe it. Brother Jiang, you have really walked out of the forbidden area alive. Dong Fei seemed very excited. The excitement that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked at all. Very soon, a large group of people gathered around. These people were Dong Fei's friends. Each of them looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of admiration. It was an admiration that they had never felt before. They had already witnessed Jiang Chen's ability. Now, Jiang Chen had created another miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. They weren't fools. They knew that this was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was a man with great luck. I have said that I will come back alive. Jiang Chen smiled at Dong Fei. He had a good impression of this Dong Fei. Brother Jiang, you have created a miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. I, Dong Fei, have said that as long as you can come out alive, I will follow you for the rest of my life. From now on, I, Dong Fei, will be a member of King Fan Prefecture. Dong Fei clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. He had said this before, but he felt that he wouldn't have the chance. Unexpectedly, a miracle really happened. In his point of view, following a peerless monstrous genius like Jiang Qin was already something to be proud of. We will also follow senior brother Jiang and join King Fan Prefecture. I believe many people in Outer Prefecture will also be willing to join King Fan Prefecture. That's right. King Fan and senior brother Jiang are both men with great luck. We are willing to follow them. It's our honor. Everyone was talking at once with a solemn face. They had never joined any major power before, but now, they had decided to join King Fan Prefecture and follow Jiang Chen from then on. They weren't blind. Naturally, they could see the potential of Jiang Chen and King Fan. With these two together, they would achieve great things sooner or later. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled and felt very satisfied. This was the result that he wanted. Expanding the power of King Fan Prefecture was one of his main purposes for coming to Genius Prefecture. He could see that these people were willing to follow him and join King Fan Prefecture. This was the first step to expanding the power of King Fan Prefecture. He believed that this was just the beginning. Alright, since all of you are willing to follow me and join King Fan Prefecture, from now on, all of you are members of King Fan Prefecture. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated as he spoke. He was very clear about the value of these people. Every one of them had the potential to advance to Immortal Emperor realm. Every disciple in Genius Prefecture was outstanding and would be the target of competition among the young kings. They had boundless potential. Grasping them was equivalent to grasping the future of Great Qian Empire. Senior brother Jiang, tell us what kind of terrifying thing is in the valley and how did you get out of it? Someone asked. Many of them came closer, seeming incomparably curious. It's better that you all don't know about the things in the valley. It won't do you any good. I'm going to find Yang Ling now and ask him to arrange a place for me to stay. Jiang Qin said. It was impossible for him to reveal the secret of the valley. If it was spread out, the entire Genius Prefecture wouldn't be able to have peace anymore. Brother Jiang, Yang Ling is dead. Dong Fei said. Dead? How did he die? Don't tell me he committed suicide after being humiliated that day. De Huang Dog was stunned. Upon hearing the news of Yang Ling's death, regardless of how Yang Ling died, De Huang Dog had already begun to feel happy. He was killed by King Fan. Yesterday, King Fan advanced to Immortal Emperor and came to find you. When he heard that you have entered the valley, he was infuriated and killed Yang Ling on the spot. He also wanted to kill Elder Hu Yao, but was stopped by the Crown Prince. King Fan even had a fierce battle with the Crown Prince. King Fan is truly terrifying. Someone spoke. When they recalled the scene of King Fan causing havoc in Outer Prefecture yesterday, they still felt their blood boiling. King Fan's strength had left an indelible impression on them. What? King Fan has advanced to Immortal Emperor. Jiang Qin was astounded. It was indeed surprising that Yang Bufan could advance to the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly, but at the same time, he felt happy for Yang Bufan. At the same time, Yang Bufan had caused havoc in Outer Prefecture, killed Yang Ling and fought with the Crown Prince. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. He could tell that Yang Bufan cared a lot about him and had completely regarded him as a brother. This kid isn't bad. That old bastard Yang Ling did a good job. If he didn't die, he would have been beaten up again today. De Huang Dog shook his head and said, "Whoosh." At this time, a silhouette flickered and appeared in front of Jiang Qin. The incomer was none other than Hu Yao, who had been beaten up by King Fan yesterday. Elder Hu Yao was very well informed. He knew that Jiang Qin had walked out of the valley alive so quickly. At this moment, when Hu Yao saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog appearing here unscathed, his heart felt very complicated. He had wanted to get rid of Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin had come back in one piece, creating a miracle. At the same time, he felt very happy because Jiang Qin wasn't dead. His life was saved. "Jiang Qin, this is your key." 8th Courtyard. Hu Yao threw out a key casually. Jiang Qin caught the key and saw an 8 engraved on the key. That was the symbol of the 8th Courtyard. After handing over the key, Hu Yao turned and left. Such an action stunned Jiang Qin. He thought that Hu Yao would definitely make things difficult for him. After all, Hu Yao had forced him to face the wall in the valley for a month. Now that he had come back in advance, Hu Yao should have seized this point and continued to cause trouble for him. Who would have thought that Hu Yao would give him the key and arrange a very good place for cultivation? Chapter 1491. After listening to Dong Fei's words, Jiang Qin finally understood why Hu Yao did this. Yang Bufan was once the evil lord and had killed too many people. He had always been domineering. Even if he had returned to Great Qian Empire, his high and mighty king's prestige wouldn't change. "Dong Fei, go find King Fan and tell him that I'm fine." Jiang Qin spoke to Dong Fei. He knew that Yang Bufan must be worried sick. Since he had returned safely, there was no need to let Yang Bufan continue to worry. Moreover, Yang Bufan's advancement to the Immortal Emperor realm was also something worth celebrating. "All right, I'll go now." Dong Fei turned and left. He seemed very excited. How could he not be excited after witnessing a miracle with his own eyes? He was now a member of King Fan Prefecture. Naturally, he would listen to Jiang Chen's words. The news spread too fast. Before Dong Fei reached the place where Yang Bufan was, Yang Bufan already knew about it. Not only Yang Bufan, but in just a short period of 10 minutes, almost everyone from the outer prefecture to the inner prefecture knew about this miracle. Someone had walked out of the valley. The commotion it caused was too great. It was absolutely an earthquake in the entire Genius Prefecture. What? Jiang Qin came out alive. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one can walk out of the valley alive. After hearing the news, the Crown Prince seemed incomparably excited. He couldn't believe it, but these words came from Hu Yao's mouth. He had no choice but to believe it. "Yes, Crown Prince. I've seen him just now. He's not dead yet," Hu Yao said. Even he couldn't understand how Jiang Qin could walk out of there alive. This couldn't even be described as a miracle. It had been a forbidden place for so many years, and everyone who entered it died. Even Yang Zanqing didn't know what kind of secret was hidden in the valley. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Qin did it. Damn it. Where did this freak come from? If this man isn't eliminated, he will surely become a great trouble in the future. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. If his performance in King Fan Prefecture wasn't enough to arouse the attention of Jiang Qin, then now, the Crown Prince had already deeply felt the threat of Jiang Qin. That kind of potential threat was much greater than King Fan, because you would never know what kind of miracles a person who was good at creating miracles could create. On the other side, King Ping, who had never shown himself, was shocked after hearing the news. The reason why he hadn't shown himself was because he wanted to get rid of Jiang Qin with the help of the Crown Prince. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. King Ping had never looked down on Jiang Qin from the beginning. He knew how big of a threat Jiang Qin was. Now that Jiang Qin was able to walk out of the valley, it showed that his potential was unimaginable. This man is extremely dangerous. If we can't become friends, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. King Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He knew how intense the battle between the princes in the imperial palace was. Although they were blood brothers, they were also mortal enemies. Once this kind of battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. King Ping had truly understood the scariness of Jiang Qin. It seemed that he was ready to take action. Just like what Jiang Qin had said before, this King Ping was far scarier than the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's actions were always out in the open, while King Ping was extremely shrewd. It wasn't hard to imagine that King Ping wasn't a simple character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Outer Prefecture, in the courtyard where Jiang Qin resided. This was the key he had just obtained from Hu Yao. At this moment, more than a dozen people had gathered in the courtyard. They were the geniuses of Outer Prefecture who had just joined Jiang Qin's side. From now on, they were the people of King Fan Prefecture. This was the first batch of forces of King Fan Prefecture in Genius Prefecture, but it absolutely wouldn't be the last batch. The development of King Fan Prefecture had just begun. Very soon, King Fan and Dong Fei appeared at the same time. Seeing that Jiang Qin had really returned from the valley in one piece, the ecstasy on Yang Bufan's face couldn't be concealed. Ha! Brother, you are really amazing. You have created the greatest miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan was very excited. Regardless of his identity, he came up and gave Jiang Qin a bear hug to express his joy. Congratulations to King Fan for successfully advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Qin smiled. It was also a great thing that King Fan could break through to the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. After all, Jiang Qin represented King Fan Prefecture. If King Fan Prefecture wanted to grow stronger, King Fan had to grow stronger first. This was the most basic thing. Only when King Fan grew stronger would he be qualified to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Greetings, King Fan. Under the lead of Dong Fei, more than a dozen geniuses bowed to King Fan at the same time. King Fan, these people have followed us willingly. From now on, they are the people of King Fan Prefecture. The force of King Fan Prefecture in Crown Prince's Prefecture has just begun. I believe that it won't be long before we are able to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Jiang Qin said. Good. Our King Fan Prefecture is destined to become Genius Prefecture, a sharp sword of Great Qian Empire. I won't treat you badly if you join King Fan Prefecture. King Fan's eyes swept across these geniuses and nodded secretly. Every disciple of Genius Prefecture was worth roping in. They were all young immortal kings with immeasurable achievements in the future. We are willing to follow King Fan and senior brother Jiang until death. Everyone spoke in unison. Good. You all can leave now. I have something to say to Jiang Qin, said King Fan. He knew that the reason why these people could join King Fan Prefecture was all because of Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's success in walking out of the valley had shocked the entire Genius Prefecture. Everyone in Genius Prefecture could see the potential of Jiang Qin. Following such a person would surely bring them great achievements in the future. Yes, King Fan. Dong Fei left the courtyard with these geniuses. Brother, how did you walk out of the valley? What's the secret in that valley? After everyone left, Yang Bufan couldn't help but ask. The secret in the valley had affected everyone's heart, including him. King Fan, the secret in the valley is of great importance. If I tell you about it, you must never tell anyone else, not even Yang Zanqing, because once this secret is spread out, it may cause a turmoil in the entire empire. Chapter 1492. Yang Bufan's expression changed slightly. He had never seen Jiang Qin speak in such a solemn tone. In his heart, Jiang Qin was confident, powerful, and proud. No matter what kind of things he faced, he could always maintain his composure. Even the evil abyss had never caused Jiang Qin's expression to change. But now, he could sense the fluctuation of emotions from Jiang Qin's tone. This could only mean one thing: the secret in the valley was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he had to be fully prepared before he could listen to it. Yang Bufan was almost certain that in the entire Great Qian Empire, Jiang Qin wouldn't reveal the secret of the valley except for himself. The secret must be huge, but it had also aroused Yang Bufan's interest. After all, the valley had existed for many years and had become the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture a long time ago. There's another universe in the valley. There's a mighty peerless demonic devil, a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape, and a terrifying peerless venerable whose cultivation base is infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Jiang Qin told him everything that happened in the valley without concealing anything. This was the secret of Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan was qualified to know about it. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Yang Bufan's body shook violently. Despite being fully prepared, he was still shocked out of his wits. A peerless venerable who was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm and a peerless devil. He finally knew why Jiang Qin was so serious. Because once this news was spread out, the entire Great Qian Empire wouldn't be able to keep its peace. No wonder all the geniuses who entered the valley have never returned. Who could resist such a powerful demon venerable? If this peerless demonic devil appears, it will be the doomsday for the entire Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan couldn't calm down. He was very smart. He knew what such an existence represented. Basically, the great sovereigns of the immortal world wouldn't come out. Every peerless immortal venerable was a legendary existence. Great Qian Empire was naturally incomparably powerful and had powerful venerables, but it absolutely wouldn't have a peerless immortal venerable like the heaven-devouring devil ape. King Fan, you don't have to worry too much. The heaven-devouring devil ape has been imprisoned for 300 years. As long as no one touches the natural seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape won't be able to get out. Jiang Qin spoke. He could understand how shocked Yang Bufan was right now. In that case, the heaven-devouring devil ape was imprisoned by our ancestor, Yang Junlong. Unfortunately, our ancestor had no way to destroy the heaven-devouring devil ape. He could only imprison it. I just don't know if our ancestor is still alive. Yang Bufan said. His face was full of worship and respect when he mentioned his ancestor Yang Junlong. As a descendant of Yang family, he naturally felt proud to have such a powerful ancestor. Unfortunately, Yang Junlong had disappeared for too long. No one knew whether he was still alive or not. Senior Yang Junlong has just disappeared. Given his cultivation base, even if he failed to break through to the sovereign realm, it's impossible for him to die. It's very difficult for someone who has reached his level to die. I believe that Senior Yang Junlong is still alive. Jiang Chen said. He had no doubt about this, because the old liar was still alive. One should know that once one reached the immortal venerable realm, one would have at least 10,000 years of lifespan. If there was no accident, one wouldn't die. By the way, brother, you said that you have entered that spatial zone. How did you come out alive? Yang Bufan suddenly thought of the most crucial point and asked. One should know that Jiang Chen was facing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he was just like an ant in front of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Yang Bufan would never believe that Jiang Chen didn't have any fortuitous encounter. Although Jiang Chen was a freak, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from the heaven-devouring devil ape even if he used all his strength. This is all thanks to the old liar. Jiang Chen said. His heart was filled with gratitude at the mention of the old liar. He felt that his luck was really good. Who would have thought that a shabby and filthy old man outside Futian Manor was a peerless venerable? Old liar. Yang Bufan was stunned. He had never heard Jiang Chen call him an old liar. When I first came to East Xuanyu, I met an old liar outside Futian Manor and became friends with him. The reason why I was able to escape from the heaven-devouring devil ape was because of the old liar. What I didn't expect was that this seemingly filthy old man turned out to be a reclusive expert. His name is Xiao Wangqing. I wonder if King Fan has heard of him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was full of respect for the old liar. He hoped that the old liar could find himself again this time, enter the Tao through emotion and successfully break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Xiao Wangqing, Venerable Xiao Wangqing. I didn't expect this man to still be alive. There are many legends about Venerable Xiao Wangqing in ethereal immortal domain. Of course, I've heard some of them. He's a powerful peerless venerable who has a good relationship with the old ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. I didn't expect that a reclusive expert would reappear in the world. Brother, you are really lucky. Yang Bufan's tone was full of shock and envy. Jiang Chen's experience was indeed enviable. A reclusive expert was willing to save him. Yang Bufan finally knew why Jiang Chen could walk out of the valley successfully. With the help of Venerable Xiao Wangqing, it was naturally a foolproof plan. Yes. Old Senior has left. I don't know when we will meet again. I hope that when we meet again, Old Senior has already unlocked the shackles in his heart and broken through to that legendary realm. Jiang Chen sighed. The old liar had been living in seclusion for 300 years, but Jiang Chen knew the bitterness in the old liar's heart. This matter is of great importance. It's true that we can't let others know about it. Otherwise, it will cause a great turmoil, but the existence of the heaven-devouring devil ape is a great threat to our empire. Yang Bufan knitted his brows. Although Great Qian Empire seemed to be incomparably prosperous on the surface, the heaven-devouring devil ape was the biggest hidden danger. His existence was like a time bomb that could explode at any time, bringing unimaginable disasters to Great Qian Empire. So we must grow stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to fight against the heaven-devouring devil ape. Jiang Chen said. His eyes sparkled. The heart of an expert in his body began to throb. It's easier said than done. Yang Bufan smiled bitterly. A peerless venerable was a powerful existence. There wasn't a single one in the entire Great Qian Empire, and he was merely an immortal emperor. That realm was just too far away for him. We shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. Just do our best for now. Since the secret of the valley has been hidden for 300 years, we can continue to hide it. Chapter 1493. Yang Bufan nodded. Both he and Jiang Qin were people who had experienced great storms. Even in the face of a powerful existence like the heaven-devouring devil ape, they wouldn't flinch. On the contrary, the existence of the heaven-devouring devil ape would stimulate their fighting spirit and stimulate them to keep improving and moving forward. Yang Bufan's body swayed all of a sudden, then he said to Jiang Qin, "Little Qinzi, Master of Prefecture has sent me a message just now, asking me to bring you to him." "All right, let's go then." Jiang Qin wasn't surprised. Yang Zanqing was in charge of the entire Genius Prefecture and was a highly respected figure in Great Qian Empire. He was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. Naturally, he was most concerned about the matter in the valley. Now that Jiang Qin had successfully walked out of the valley, it had alarmed the entire Genius Prefecture. It was only normal for Yang Zanqing to have such a reaction. Under Yang Bufan's lead, Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin soon arrived at the highest place in Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing's cultivation place. This was a spatial zone created by Yang Zanqing himself. There weren't many people in the entire Genius Prefecture who were qualified to enter this place. Those who could be invited by Yang Zanqing were even fewer. Inside the palace, Yang Zanqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After sensing the arrival of Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan, he slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. He couldn't help but nod secretly. He knew about the king-conferring ceremony. Even with his eyesight, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the most heaven-defying monstrous genius he had ever seen. However, Jiang Qin's cultivation base was still weak, so Yang Zanqing didn't intend to summon Jiang Qin. He wanted Jiang Qin to cultivate on his own, but the fact that Jiang Qin had successfully walked out of the valley had astounded him. The secret of the valley was too tempting to him, so he had no choice but to summon Jiang Qin personally. "Greetings, Master of Prefecture." Yang Bufan and Jiang Qin clasped their fists at Yang Zanqing at the same time. They wouldn't dare to neglect this big shot of Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin, I heard that you entered the valley and successfully came out, so I wanted to call you over to understand the situation. Yang Zanqing went straight to the point and directly asked about the situation in the valley. He was a straightforward person and hated beating around the bush. Reporting to Lord Manor Lord, that valley is indeed very strange. Some strange things have happened there. Jiang Qin said. What strange thing? Asked Yang Zanqing. He had once entered the valley, but as soon as he approached the edge of the valley, he sensed an extremely dangerous qi. So, he immediately retreated. He had been in charge of Genius Prefecture for quite some time, but he had never entered the valley before. Therefore, everything in the valley was still a secret until now. I saw the genius disciples of Genius Prefecture who had entered the valley before. All of them are dead. They were controlled by a hidden force and turned into living corpses, puppets. During the half-a-month Disciple was in the valley, living corpses kept appearing and trying to kill Disciple. But Disciple was lucky that he wasn't killed by the living corpses, because the cultivation law Disciple cultivated is the nemesis of those living corpses. Jiang Qin said, recounting how he fought the living corpses. He didn't lie. After listening to Jiang Qin's narration, Yang Zanqing couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for those disciples who had entered the valley. In his heart, those people were all geniuses, the pillars of the country. They would become useful people in the future, but they had died in such a mysterious and strange forbidden place. It's indeed surprising that you could stay in there for half a month. But I want to know how you got out of there. You should know that no one who had entered the valley came out alive. Yang Zanqing looked at Jiang Qin with a different expression. This was the question he was most concerned about. Like the others, he was eager to know how Jiang Qin got out of the valley. Not long ago, a hidden power in the valley appeared and wanted to target me. However, when I was in the most dangerous situation, another power suddenly appeared. It was that power that saved me, allowing me to escape from the valley and walk out again. Jiang Chen lied with a straight face. He definitely couldn't tell anyone about the heaven-devouring devil ape or Xiao Wangqing, so he could only make up such a lie. Yang Bufan, who was standing at the side, had a calm look on his face, but secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This bastard lied as if he was telling the truth. One should know that no one would dare to lie in front of Yang Zanqing. A figure like Yang Zanqing would be able to detect any lies, but Jiang Chen's lies were flawless and flawless. He could only push the cause of the matter to the mysterious power in the dark. In this world, there were too many mysterious things, and there was no way to explain them. Just like the forbidden area of the valley, anyone who entered it would become a puppet of the living dead. This itself was very mysterious, and no one could find out the secret inside for 300 years. According to what you said, there are actually two different types of energy in the valley. It's just that the energy didn't show up in the past. That's why all the people who entered the valley died. You were saved by that energy, that's why you managed to come out alive. Jiang Chen, it seems like you're a man with great luck. Yang Zanqing praised Jiang Chen. No matter what kind of secret was hidden in the valley, there was one thing that was certain, and that was Jiang Chen's luck. No matter what method he used, the fact that he was able to walk out of that place successfully proved that Jiang Chen was a man of great luck, a man of great luck. Thank you for your praise, Master, but that valley is really strange. I suggest Master to list it as a forbidden area and forbid anyone from entering it," said Jiang Chen. With the heaven-devouring devil ape inside, basically, anyone who entered that place wouldn't be able to return alive. That place was hell, a true burial ground. I understand. Bufan, Jiang Chen, both of you can leave now. Yang Zanqing waved his sleeves, signaling Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan to leave. The secret of the valley was still a mystery, but it was also a great thing that someone could walk out of it alive. Yes, Master of Prefecture. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen responded at the same time, then turned and left. Jiang Chen would never tell them the secret, because he didn't want to disturb the peace and stability of Great Qian Empire. Little Chenzi, I have just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. I still need some time to stabilize my cultivation base. You stay in the outer prefecture and manage it well. The development of King Fan Prefecture will be completely handed to you. King Fan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, then flew towards his cultivation place. He felt most at ease leaving the outer prefecture to Jiang Chen. Don't worry. As long as they could become powerful immortal emperors, they would be able to leave Genius Prefecture and become a useful talent of Great Qian Empire, truly displaying their value. In the courtyard, Yu Hao was clad in a green robe. He seemed to be in his late 20s. He had a sturdy body. Even the loose clothes couldn't hide the explosive muscles on his arms. His skin was a little dark and he looked very ordinary, but his strength was truly powerful and not to be underestimated. He had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. He was an extremely rare genius in Outer Prefecture. Moreover, Yu Hao looked refreshed. It seemed like the seclusion this time had brought him a lot of benefits. His cultivation base had become even more refined. Senior brother Yu, you have to seek justice for us. In Outer Prefecture, no one has ever dared to bully the people of Crown Prince Palace. The disciple who was brutally beaten by King Fan Prefecture spoke in an aggrieved tone. The others were also talking at the same time, complaining about King Fan Prefecture. Senior brother Yu, that Jiang Chen has instigated the people of King Fan Prefecture to act tyrannically. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. The Outer Prefecture has already been stirred up by him. Someone said. It's that Jiang Chen who walked out of the Forbidden Land alive, right? I already know him. This man isn't simple, but his King Fan prefecture has just started to develop. I'm afraid that he isn't qualified to ride on the head of Crown Prince Palace. However, the reason I came out of seclusion this time is for Dan Prefecture. In 7 days, Dan Prefecture will be recruiting disciples. You all should know that the standard of Dan Prefecture is extremely harsh. Every time, the competition is incomparably fierce. When I successfully enter Dan Prefecture, my status will immediately be different. At that time, I will help you all teach that Jiang Chen a good lesson. Yu Hao spoke. Dan Prefecture was the most important department of Genius Prefecture. The conditions for this department to recruit disciples were extremely harsh. Only one disciple would be recruited at a time. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, the disciple must also have incomparably powerful combat strength. To put it bluntly, the people that Dan Prefecture wanted were the extremely abnormal kind. Therefore, every person who participated in the assessment of Dan Prefecture must meet 2 conditions, alchemy and combat strength. Lacking either of them was unacceptable. Therefore, although the number of people in Dan Prefecture was very small, each of them was abnormal and an extreme genius of Genius Prefecture. Dan Prefecture possessed the best cultivation resources and countless high-grade spiritual herbs. It was the core department of the entire Genius Prefecture and even the entire Great Qian Empire, supporting the supply of high-grade medicinal pills to Great Qian Empire. Naturally, there were also many alchemists in Genius Prefecture. Among the countless geniuses, many of them relied on their superb alchemy skills when they were recruited. Being able to enter Dan Prefecture was their most important goal. It was also their dream goal, because they knew very well that once they entered Dan Prefecture, they would soar to the sky with a single leap. They would have both status and glory. Entering Dan Prefecture is indeed a big deal. Compared to this, that Jiang Chen is nothing. However, it's very difficult to enter Dan Prefecture. Dan Prefecture only accepts 1 person at a time. I heard that Yang Ji of King Ping Prefecture has been preparing for a very long time. He is senior brother Yu's biggest competitor. Someone said. Although dealing with Jiang Chen was important, it was nothing compared to entering Dan Prefecture. If Yu Hao could successfully enter Dan Prefecture 7 days later, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Jiang Chen. Do you guys think that Jiang Chen will also sign up for the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Someone asked. Don't joke around. The first condition to enter Dan Prefecture is to possess an incomparably superb alchemy skill. If that freak Jiang Chen also knows alchemy, is he still human? That's right. Alchemy is very precious, and a high-grade alchemist is even rarer. Our Genius Prefecture has gathered all the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. That's why we have so many alchemists. How could that Jiang Chen be an alchemist? In their eyes, Jiang Chen was abnormal enough. A man like him should have spent all his time and energy on cultivation, and there was no way he could be an alchemist, because a true high-rank alchemist would need to spend most of his time and energy on alchemy. Some alchemists would spend their entire lives on alchemy, and only then would they be able to achieve great things. Humph. If Jiang Chen also participates in the assessment of Dan Prefecture, I will definitely make him lose all his face and teach him a good lesson. Chapter 1495. Of course, in the hearts of Yu Hao and the others, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to participate in the assessment of Dan Prefecture. Although almost all the geniuses of Great Qian Empire were gathered in Genius Prefecture and there were plenty of alchemists, the combat strength of many alchemists was basically weak. For a figure like Jiang Chen who had a tyrannical combat strength, it was obvious that he had spent all his time and energy on cultivation. How would he have the energy to concoct pills? How would they know that Jiang Chen was an alchemist ancestor in his previous life? With the blessing of the great soul derivation technique, concoction was an incomparably simple thing to him. He could even concoct the 9-yang less rond pill. It was really hard to find a pill that he couldn't concoct in this world. On the other side, Jiang Chen's courtyard was unusually quiet. Jiang Chen was working hard to experience the Immortal King realm. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. He only needed the last 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the true Immortal King realm at any time. At this time, Dong Fei walked in. "Dong Fei, what's the matter?" Jiang Chen asked. "Senior brother Jiang, Yu Hao of Crown Prince Palace and Yang Ji of Prince Ping Prefecture have come out from seclusion. Both of them are half-step Immortal Emperor experts. Recently, the friction between us and Crown Prince Palace and Prince Ping Prefecture has been very intense. I'm afraid that the two of them will harm you," Dong Fei said. "It doesn't matter. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I will make them regret it." Jiang Chen smiled. Given his current cultivation base, it was enough to deal with half-step Immortal Emperor geniuses. The competition in the outer prefecture had always been very intense. Crown Prince Palace and Prince Ping Prefecture had been greatly oppressed by him during this period of time. It was time for someone to stand up. But as far as I know, they should have come out for the recruitment of disciples of Dan Prefecture, because both of them are powerful alchemists," Dong Fei said. "Oh. Where is Dan Prefecture?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. It seems that senior brother Jiang still doesn't know that Dan Prefecture is a special department of Genius Prefecture. It's high and mighty. Only powerful alchemists are qualified to enter Dan Prefecture. Every time Dan Prefecture recruits disciples, the quota is only limited to 1. Naturally, the selection criteria are extremely harsh. Those who participate in the assessment must not only have superb alchemy skills, but also powerful combat strength. They must have outstanding performance in these two aspects to be selected by Dan Prefecture," Dong Fei said. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the reverence and fear on Dong Fei's face when he mentioned Dan Prefecture. From this, one could see the status that Dan Prefecture occupied in Genius Prefecture. Only one spot at a time. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He instantly had a strong interest in this Dan Prefecture. Just from the standard of recruitment, one could already see the terror and nobility of this department. If he could enter Dan Prefecture, he would be able to truly develop the force of King Fan Prefecture. The most important thing in cultivation was resources. Heaven and earth spiritual herbs and supreme saint pills were the best resources. The foundation of a major force was these. It was conceivable that Dan Prefecture was not only important to Genius Prefecture, but also to the entire Great Qian Empire. Any alchemist in Dan Prefecture was a powerful representative. Not only did they have first-rate alchemy skills, their combat strength was also extremely terrifying. As long as they came out of Genius Prefecture, they would be the pillars of the empire. Even if they didn't leave Genius Prefecture, they could still make great contributions to the empire by just relying on alchemy. To Jiang Chen, there were two benefits to entering Genius Prefecture. The first was to develop connections. Controlling the connections of Dan Prefecture was equivalent to controlling the best talents. It would be hard for King Fan Prefecture not to rise. The other benefit was, of course, to Jiang Chen himself. Jiang Chen's cultivation of dragon transformation skill was incomparably difficult. It required too many cultivation resources. Dan Prefecture was undoubtedly the department with the most abundant resources in the entire Genius Prefecture. This was almost unquestionable. Yes, senior brother Jiang. There is only one spot at a time. This has always been the only standard of Dan Prefecture. The number of people in Dan Prefecture is very small, but every one of them is distinguished, Dong Fei said. How long until the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Jiang Chen asked. 7 days, Dong Fei replied. Immediately, he understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. His eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that senior brother Jiang wants to participate in the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Could it be that senior brother Jiang is also an alchemist? After saying this, Dong Fei's eyes widened because even he himself felt that it was impossible. After all, Jiang Chen's combat strength was too terrifying. Plus, he had never heard of Jiang Chen being an alchemist, nor had he seen Jiang Chen concoct pills. Why can't I be an alchemist? Since Dan Prefecture is recruiting disciples, I naturally have to compete for it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Dong Fei was stunned. After taking a deep breath, he said in shock, "My God. Senior brother Jiang is actually an alchemist. If this was spread out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. A monstrous genius with such abnormal combat strength is actually a high-grade alchemist. How can people live in this world?" Dong Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't even keep his calm. An existence like Jiang Chen had completely subverted his previous understanding. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying, because there was no need for Jiang Chen to brag. Dong Fei had to admit that there were many things in this world that couldn't be judged by common sense. Just like how he had never seen a half-step immortal king genius who could easily defeat an ordinary half-step immortal emperor. However, Dong Fei soon calmed down. In his point of view, if Jiang Chen could walk out of the Forbidden Valley alive, what else was impossible? The existence of this man was a miracle, which was why he could often create miracles. Dong Fei, thank you for telling me this news. You can leave now. I'm going to meditate now. Jiang Chen said. Yes. Dong Fei clasped his fists at Jiang Chen, then walked out of the courtyard. He now had incomparable respect for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had long become his idol. Sometimes, respect originated from fear. Therefore, reverence was the most suitable word to describe Dong Fei's feeling towards Jiang Chen. Even if Dong Fei was given 2 more guts, he wouldn't dare to delay Jiang Chen's meditation. After Dong Fei left, Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, Dan Prefecture is really a good place. It seems like this trip to Genius Prefecture wasn't in vain. Jiang Chen was still full of anticipation for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. He was looking forward to the resources of Dan Prefecture. Entering the prefecture meant that there would be endless benefits waiting for him. At the same time, Jiang Chen was looking forward to colliding with those high-grade geniuses of Genius Prefecture. He was a man who would never be silent. 3 days later. Dong dong dong. Continuous knocks were heard outside the door of the courtyard, disturbing Jiang Chen who was in seclusion. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out. He hated being disturbed the most when he was in seclusion. With a wave of his hand, the door of the courtyard opened automatically. 3 people walked in, led by Dong Fei. As soon as they came in, they felt a chill all over their body, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. When they saw Jiang Chen's murderous gaze, fear rose in their hearts. "You'd better give me a good reason," Jiang Chen said faintly. If these 3 didn't give him an explanation, he would surely break their legs. Senior brother Jiang, the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire is here. Dong Fei said cautiously. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Chen's anger hadn't subsided. He knew that there were 3 great empires in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire was as powerful as Great Qian Empire, but the arrival of the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire had nothing to do with him. Sensing Jiang Chen's anger, Dong Fei hastily said, "Senior brother Jiang might not know this, but the 7th prince is a peerless genius of Great Cloud Empire. He has already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm at a young age, which is on par with the crown prince and King Ping. Not only that, he is also a powerful alchemist. He has come here to challenge the alchemy of Dan Prefecture. To put it bluntly, he wants to humiliate Great Qian Empire with alchemy. Now, the 7th prince is in Dan Prefecture. Many disciples of Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture have gone there to watch the show. 3 days ago, senior brother Jiang told me that you also want to enter Dan Prefecture. Upon hearing this, the anger in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually subsided. He had to admit that this was indeed a major event. At least, it was enough to attract Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen had always been very interested in Dan Prefecture. This was a good opportunity for him to witness the power of Dan Prefecture. Moreover, the 7th prince had obviously come prepared. His purpose was to humiliate the alchemy of Great Qian Empire. As such, there was bound to be an alchemy competition. This was still worth watching. This was the first time that Jiang Qin had seen a young immortal emperor alchemist. Dong Fei and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Jiang Qin wasn't angry anymore. Under the shroud of Jiang Chen's anger, they felt that they were too insignificant, as though they could be suppressed by his anger at any time. Let's go and watch the show, Jiang Qin said and stood up from the big rock. Whoosh! At this time, a ray of golden light rushed out of a room in the courtyard. It was De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had been in seclusion, absorbing the essence of the immortal execution sword. His cultivation base had been improving all the time. How can Master Dog miss out when there's a show to watch? De Huang Dog wagged his thick and sturdy tail. This guy loved to watch the show the most. Plus, the arrival of the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire was a rare event in Genius Prefecture. Under the lead of Dong Fei, the group flew towards Dan Prefecture. They met many people on the way. All of them were rushing towards the direction of Dan Prefecture. It seemed like they were going to watch the show. Senior brother Jiang, Dan Prefecture is an important place of Genius Prefecture. Usually, outsiders are not allowed to come close to it, but recently, the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has come to provoke us. That's why Dan Prefecture has opened it to all disciples. Any disciple can go and watch the show. If we keep it a secret, we will appear to be afraid of the 7th Prince. Dong Fei said. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He understood Dong Fei's words very well. This was related to the face of an empire. In the face of such provocation, everyone in Genius Prefecture had the right to participate. Chapter 1496. Dan Prefecture wasn't located at the center of Genius Prefecture, but at the border of Genius Prefecture. There was a mountain overflowing with multicolored light here. That was where Dan Prefecture was located. Looking at this mountain from the outside, one could tell that it was extraordinary. The entire mountain was shrouded in multicolored light day and night. These multicolored light weren't real multicolored light, but the medicinal qi of different spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs here. Many of them had already gained sentience, making them priceless. Some of the rare treasures of the heaven and earth couldn't be measured by their value. At this moment, the place where Dan Prefecture was located was filled with people. Many of them had come to Dan Prefecture for the first time. They had been completely attracted by the scenery of Dan Prefecture. The spiritual herbs that covered the entire mountain had shocked them so much that they couldn't even close their mouths. Usually, Dan Prefecture had always been closed to the outside world. There was a layer of invisible seal outside the mountain, concealing everything here. Today, the seal had been opened, allowing everyone to walk in. This was a feast for the eyes of countless disciples. Look, that's the iceberg snow lotus. This kind of spiritual herb only grows in cold places. I didn't expect it to grow here. This place was specially created by an expert who cultivated the ice attribute. There are a total of 9 iceberg snow lotuses here. Truly amazing. Look, look. That's the dragon ginseng. It's too precious. Oh my god, the Dan Prefecture is indeed the Dan Prefecture. There are precious and rare treasures growing everywhere here. Many of them only exist in legends. Many different environments have been created here, allowing countless spiritual herbs of different attributes to grow at the same time. This is really a big deal, really a big deal. Countless disciples were amazed. This was their first time coming to Dan Prefecture. They were all shocked by the magnificence of Dan Prefecture, especially those genius disciples who were proficient in alchemy. They were greatly stimulated. They secretly made up their minds to enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate one day. As an alchemist, it would be worth it if they could cultivate in a place like Dan Prefecture for the rest of their lives. One had to know that apart from the royal family and nobles of the Deqian Empire, most of these disciples were recruited from the various large sects of the empire. They were all well-known figures in their own sects, especially those alchemists, who were the most favored existences. In other words, with their previous identity and status, they had seen everything and had extraordinary knowledge. Now that even they were shocked to this extent, it showed how powerful the Pill Palace had become. At this time, Jiang Qin and the others had also arrived at the peak of the Dan Palace. Like the other disciples, they were also shocked by the spiritual herbs that covered the mountains and plains. They looked left and right, like country bumpkins who had just entered the city. Today, they had the opportunity to visit the Dan Palace. It could be said that they had really broadened their horizons. There are so many spirit medicines here. They are all precious spirit medicines. There are no ordinary ones at all. They are everywhere. It's too magical. I have never seen so many spiritual herbs before. This scene is really shocking. Dan Prefecture is indeed the supreme department of Genius Prefecture. Being able to cultivate here is simply the dream of countless people. Amazing. I didn't expect our Genius Prefecture to have such a powerful foundation. Dong Fei and the others were the same as the other disciples, expressing their current feelings with every word. That was called excitement. Both of their eyes were glowing. The fact that Genius Prefecture had such a powerful foundation made them feel very proud as disciples of Genius Prefecture. De Huang Dog didn't say a word. The frequency of his thick tail wagging increased. That pair of dog eyes was about to spurt out light. This guy looked left and right, and then pounced towards the dragon ginseng that was as tall as a human. Jiang Qin reacted quickly. He grabbed the tail of De Huang Dog. He knew this guy too well. Therefore, he had been paying special attention to De Huang Dog ever since he entered the mountain. If this dog was allowed to go down and wreak havoc, he was afraid that the higher-ups of Dan Prefecture would spurt out blood and skin this dog alive. Kid, why are you pulling Master Dog's tail? De Huang Dog turned his head and gnashed his teeth at Jiang Qin. Damned dog, behave yourself for this father. Jiang Qin slapped De Huang Dog's head impatiently. The 7th prince had come to provoke them. At this time, all the people of Genius Prefecture had gathered here. If De Huang Dog caused trouble at this time, he would absolutely be asking for trouble. Seeing that Jiang Qin was about to get angry, De Huang Dog became much more well-behaved. However, his eyes were still scanning the area below, almost spurting out his saliva. Fortunately, De Huang Dog knew the severity of the situation. He knew that this was indeed not the time to cause unnecessary trouble. So many spiritual herbs. There's still a long way to go. De Huang Dog licked his lips. It seemed that he had already taken note of these spiritual herbs. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak was filled with people. When Jiang Chen saw Yang Bufan at the forefront, he immediately flew over and came to Yang Bufan's side. "Little Chenzi, you're here too." Yang Bufan greeted with a smile. "How can I not come to watch such a big event? What's the situation now?" Jiang Chen asked. His eyes shifted to the front. At the top of the mountain, there was a very imposing golden palace. In front of the palace was a square. Currently, the square was filled with people. Some of them were wearing the same yellow Dan robe. They should be the people of Dan Prefecture. Standing at the forefront was an elder who seemed to be in his 50s. He had an imposing appearance and was in high spirits. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that this was a powerful late immortal emperor expert. A powerful late immortal emperor absolutely had an unparalleled position in Genius Prefecture, let alone a member of Dan Prefecture. Beside the elder stood many genius alchemists of Dan Prefecture. All of them were dragons among men. In addition to their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base had also reached the half-step immortal emperor realm. In front of them stood 7 to 8 people. Their faces were filled with arrogance, especially the one at the front. He seemed to be in his 20s, wearing luxurious clothes and a dragon crown on his head. The qi emanating from his body was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the Crown Prince and King Fan. His face was filled with provocation and boundless arrogance. It was the kind of arrogance that came from looking down on everyone. Needless to say, this was the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire. Those who came with the 7th prince were also powerful alchemists and half-step immortal emperors. These people almost represented the young generation of Eastern Profound Domain. Any one of them was a genius among geniuses and an outstanding genius among outstanding geniuses. At the same time, standing beside the 7th prince was a mighty late immortal emperor expert. With such an expert following him, it seemed that he was afraid that the 7th prince would suffer a loss in Great Qian Empire alone. Let me introduce to you first. That elder is the master of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang Yu, a late immortal emperor expert. His alchemy skill has reached the acme of perfection. He is in charge of the entire Dan Prefecture and has an unparalleled position in Genius Prefecture. Chapter 1497. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Dongfang Yu. He couldn't help but nod secretly. Such a figure was already a superior figure. If a late immortal emperor wasn't enough to make him receive enough respect, then the title of alchemist would make him completely different. To put it bluntly, Dongfang Yu's status in Genius Prefecture was at the same level as Yang Zanqing. Even Yang Zanqing had to address Dongfang Yu as his brother when he met him. The emperor of Great Qian Empire had to give Dongfang Yu some face. Moreover, the fact that Dongfang Yu could set the harsh recruitment standard of Dan Prefecture was enough to show that he was a big shot. It could be seen that not only his alchemy skill was amazing, but his combat strength was also incomparably powerful. Only such a big shot would have the courage and capital to set such a standard. Every move of his exudes a powerful qi. Calm and composed. He's an expert among experts. Jiang Chen spoke. This was his calmness towards Dongfang Yu. A good alchemist must first have a good temperament. Dongfang Yu had the kind of temperament that wouldn't change his expression even if the mountain collapsed in front of him. This was something that ordinary experts couldn't compare with. Of course. Dongfang Yu is very low-key usually, but he has a pivotal position in Genius Prefecture and even the entire Great Qian Empire. He's almost no weaker than Yang Zanqing. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. As the evil lord, he was undoubtedly very arrogant. There weren't many people who could catch his eye, and those who could earn his respect were even fewer. Yang Zanqing was one of them, and Dong Fangyu was another one. That's the seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire, right? Jiang Chen looked at the young man wearing the dragon crown and asked. That's right. That's right. This man is the seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Zhangshao, a famous genius in Eastern Profound Domain. He's as famous as the Crown Prince and King Ping. Additionally, his reputation is even higher than the Crown Prince and King Ping, because not only does he have strong cultivation base and outstanding combat strength, he's also an incomparably powerful alchemist. If his reputation can surpass the Crown Prince and King Ping, it must be because of his alchemy skills. Our Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire have always been at odds with each other. Yun Zhangshao must have come prepared today. He wants to humiliate Great Qian Empire with his superb alchemy skills, which will affect the morale of Genius Prefecture. How could he not see through Yun Zhangshao's intention? In a war between two empires, the most important thing was the morale. If one had the morale, one would have the upper hand. Yun Zhangshao understood that the foundation of Great Qian Empire was Genius Prefecture. If he could strike a blow to the morale of Genius Prefecture and make them lose face, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal. In other words, striking a blow to the opponent's morale was a small matter, but improving one's own morale was a big deal. If Yun Zhangshao succeeded in striking a blow to Genius Prefecture today, the geniuses of Great Cloud Empire would feel very superior when they see the geniuses of Great Qian Empire in the future. They would feel that they were very great and look down on the people of Great Qian Empire. This man is unruly and unruly. His eyes are constantly glittering with cunning light. Plus, he has a ruthless and merciless attitude. He can be considered as a character. Jiang Qin spoke. He rarely praised people, but this seventh prince was indeed a character. Those who appeared here today were all first-class geniuses of East Xuanyu. It could be considered as an eye-opener for Jiang Qin. One Line Sky was just too weak compared to East Xuanyu. If there was anyone in the young generation of Genius Prefecture who could compete with Yun Zhangshao in alchemy, it would be none other than Xian Zhong. Master Dongfang, the disciples of Dan Prefecture sure have a well-deserved reputation. Each of them is an elite. We have already competed 3 times in a row and there's no clear winner. However, the competition just now was just a warm-up. I wonder if there's anyone in Dan Prefecture who dares to stand out and compete with me. Chapter 1498. I wonder how 7th Prince wants to compete. Dong Fangyu asked in an unfriendly tone. Of course, he didn't need to show kindness to his enemy. It's very simple. As long as someone in Dan Prefecture can concoct a pill of a higher grade than mine, you will be considered the winner. What do you think? Yun Zhangshao said with a smile. His smile was full of confidence. This was the simplest and most direct way of the competition. There was basically nothing much to say. Sure. I wonder what kind of pill 7th Prince wants to concoct. Dong Fangyu said. He had no reason to refuse. Since the other party had come to challenge him, Dan Prefecture would accept no matter what kind of method the other party proposed. Only in this way could the strength and momentum of Dan Prefecture be displayed. Yun Zhangshao stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. He looked left and right with a condescending look on his face. That expression that was asking for a beating made many people want to rush up and beat him up. Of course, the people of Genius Prefecture also understood that the 7th Prince had the qualifications to be arrogant. After looking around, Yun Zhangshao's gaze finally landed on Xian Zhong. He opened his mouth and said, I think only Xian Zhong is worthy to be my opponent in your pill palace. I wonder if Brother Xian dares to accept my challenge. Xianzhong was the only opponent that Yun Zhangshao valued. To put it bluntly, apart from attacking the morale of Genius Prefecture, he also wanted to challenge Xianzhong. If he could defeat Xianzhong, this big senior brother of Dan Prefecture would not only attack the morale of Genius Prefecture, but also give him a great sense of superiority and pride. Defeating Xianzhong would give him the feeling of being invincible in the world. This feeling would build his unprecedented confidence, which would bring him great benefits. Perhaps, he would be able to break through his cultivation base and reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Xianzhong took a step forward, walking away from Dongfang Yu's side. His face was expressionless as he looked at the seventh prince. His eyes couldn't help but reveal blazing light. Obviously, Xianzhong's strong fighting spirit had been aroused. All geniuses had the desire to win, but what they lacked the most was an opponent. Whether it was Xianzhong or Yun Zhangshao, there was a feeling of loneliness in the young generation when it came to alchemy. Yun Zhangshao regarded Xianzhong as his opponent, and so did Xianzhong. In his opinion, it was a dream to be able to compete with an expert like Yun Zhangshao. I accept your challenge. One should know that he was not only representing himself, but also the entire Genius Prefecture and even Great Qian Empire. Because Yun Zhangshao was the seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire, he could also represent the empire. Therefore, at this moment, Xianzhong was carrying the dignity of the entire empire, not just himself. Dongfang Yu and the elders of Pill Palace nodded inwardly. They had nothing to say about Xianzhong, except for admiration. They had watched Xianzhong grow up, so they naturally had an incomparable understanding of him. They were fully aware of how terrifying Xianzhong was. Sending him out to fight against Yun Zhangshao was the most suitable choice. Moreover, as Yun Zhangshao had said, in the entire younger generation of Pill Palace, only Xianzhong was Yun Zhangshao's opponent. Whether Pill Palace was willing to admit it or not, this was a fact. Good. Senior brother Xianzhong's qi is extraordinary. He isn't any weaker than the seventh prince. I hope senior brother Xianzhong can defeat the seventh prince and raise the prestige of Genius Prefecture. The seventh prince isn't easy to deal with, but senior brother Xianzhong is also very strong. It is said that senior brother Xianzhong possesses the psychic beast fire, an incomparably powerful flame that can assist in concocting pills. Furthermore, senior brother Xianzhong's cultivation base is the same as the seventh prince's, the peak of early immortal emperor realm. In our Pill Palace, only senior brother Xianzhong can fight the seventh prince. I don't think it's that simple. This seventh prince has obviously come prepared. He won't be easy to deal with. If senior brother Xianzhong loses, it will be a huge blow to Pill Palace and the entire Genius Prefecture. This is the seventh prince's purpose. If he succeeds, it will undoubtedly boost the morale of Great Cloud Empire. At that time, it will seem that we are inferior to them. Many people spoke. Those who knew Xianzhong had strong confidence on their faces, especially those geniuses of Pill Palace. They knew Xianzhong's ability and felt that he would definitely win, but regrettably, they only knew Xianzhong and didn't know much about the seventh prince. Most of the people had a worried look on their faces. They couldn't help but worry. Facing the seventh prince who came prepared, even with Xianzhong's presence, it didn't seem safe. Once they failed, it would be a huge blow to the Genius Prefecture and Pill Palace. In that case, let's begin. I wonder what Brother Xian is going to do. You can choose a kind of pill, such as the pill that you are most proficient in, the one that you think you have the most confidence in defeating me. The seventh prince looked over at Xianzhong, his words were full of provocation. He was too confident and fearless, as if there was no pill in this heaven and earth that he couldn't concoct. No matter what pill Xianzhong chose, he would be able to concoct it perfectly and suppress his opponent. The seventh prince has come from afar. I think it's better for you to choose, Xianzhong said. Such a decision was very magnanimous and admirable. This was the magnanimity that represented the entire Pill Palace. It must be perfectly displayed. All right, in that case, this king won't be polite. With your and my alchemy skills, it's already very difficult to determine the winner with ordinary pills. Since we want to compete, let's make it difficult. This king knows a kind of pill called the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Why don't we compete with this kind of pill? Yun Zhangshao said. When he mentioned the words Holy Flame Emperor pill, a strange light flashed in his eyes. What? Holy Flame Emperor pill? That's a legendary pill. It's extremely difficult to concoct. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is a peak Emperor grade pill, which is comparable to ordinary Venerable grade pills. Furthermore, this pill isn't easy to concoct. Apart from the precious herbs required, the concoction process is also incomparably complicated. It requires a very strong control over one's soul force. More importantly, the flame is the foundation of this pill. The reason why this pill has the word Holy Flame is because it absorbs the essence of the flame and fuses it with the medicinal strength of the pill, pushing the grade of the pill to the maximum. In other words, without the support of a powerful flame, it's impossible to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The Holy Flame Emperor pill has the effect of cleansing one's marrow. Even if a trash consumes it, he can still become a genius. The medicinal strength of the pill itself can change one's physique. The energy contained in it is also very beneficial. Most importantly, the essence of the holy flame inside the pill can't be absorbed directly, but once it's fused with the pill, it can be absorbed into the body and used to temper one's physique. It can be said to be perfect. If a half-step immortal emperor expert has the chance to consume a holy flame emperor pill, there's an 80% chance that he will advance to the immortal emperor realm. The psychic beast fire in senior brother Xianzhong's body is also an incomparably powerful flame. It should be able to support the concoction of the holy flame emperor pill, but I don't know what grade it will be. If there's a slight carelessness, it may turn into a useless pill, wasting a lot of valuable herbs. This is also the reason why ordinary alchemists don't dare to try concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. They can't afford to waste those precious herbs. As soon as the words Holy Flame Emperor pill came out of the seventh prince's mouth, it immediately caused an uproar, especially among those genius alchemists. They were very familiar with this legendary emperor grade pill and knew how difficult it was to concoct it. Many people felt that Yun Zhangshao had indeed come prepared. He definitely had the confidence to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pellet. That was why he dared to participate in the competition. However, while they were shocked, many people were also filled with anticipation. To be able to personally witness two genius alchemists concoct the legendary Holy Flame Emperor pellet at the same time was a scene that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. It seems like the seventh prince has the confidence to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, said Dongfang Yu. He still looked calm, but there was still a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew very well that Xianzhong had never tried to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, let alone have the confidence to do so. It's just a try. As an alchemist, if we don't even dare to try, wouldn't we be looking down on ourselves? Besides, given the strength of Brother Xian and me, what's the point if we don't create some difficulty? Don't you agree, Master Dongfang? Yun Zhangshao said with a smile, giving Dongfang Yu no reason to refuse. All right, let's concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Xianzhong's chi fluctuated and agreed. It could be seen that he was still full of anticipation for this competition. Xianzhong, do you have the confidence? An elder of Dan Prefecture asked. He knew that this competition was related to the honor of the entire Genius Prefecture. I don't have the confidence, but we have to give it a try. Furthermore, the seventh prince has proposed it. If we refuse, it's no different from admitting defeat. Xianzhong said. A figure like him wouldn't admit defeat. It was even more impossible for him to give up without a fight. Elder Lu, go and prepare the herbs for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yute said to an intermediate immortal emperor elder beside him. Just like what Xianzhong had said, since the seventh prince had proposed it, they had no reason to refuse, because there was no difference between refusing and admitting defeat at this time, and it was even more humiliating than admitting defeat. Little Chenzi, what do you think? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Qin. Xianzhong may lose. Jiang Qin said. How can you be so sure? Yang Bufan asked. Chapter 1499. Jiang Chen was only guessing that Xianzhong would lose, but his guess was obviously well-founded. Without knowing the true strength of Xianzhong and Yun Zhangshao, Jiang Chen's guess was based on Yun Zhangshao. No one would believe that this man came to Great Qian Empire from Great Cloud Empire without any preparation. Everyone knew how difficult it was to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If Yun Zhangshao didn't have great confidence in concocting it, he wouldn't have proposed to compete with this pill. If he failed, he would be seeking humiliation. Yun Zhangshao didn't look like a person who liked to seek humiliation. Little Chenzi, it sounds like you also have some knowledge in alchemy. Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Qin with a little surprise. He had been in contact with Jiang Qin for a long time. From the beginning to the end, the impression that Jiang Qin had left on him was that Jiang Qin was extremely powerful and abnormal, but Jiang Qin had never concocted pills in front of him. Therefore, he didn't believe that Jiang Qin was also an alchemist. If I say that I'm also an alchemist, you certainly won't believe me. Jiang Qin shrugged and said half-jokingly. Then, he turned his eyes to the square. The show was about to begin. Not long after, Elder Lu returned. He came to Xianzhong's side and waved his hand. A dozen kinds of spiritual herbs floated in front of Xianzhong. These spiritual herbs emitted different colors and luster. The fragrance of herbs pervaded the air in an instant, making people feel refreshed. Look, that's the mysterious yellow grass. It's too precious. The conditions for its growth are extremely harsh. It can't grow in ordinary places. Mysterious yellow grass, exquisite fruit, seven-colored immortal Ganoderma, human king ginseng. My God! Are these the herbs needed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Isn't this too precious? Many of the herbs here are legendary. It's as difficult as ascending to the sky to see them. Extravagant. This is definitely extravagant. In the entire Great Qian Empire, I'm afraid only the Pill Palace could take out so many elixirs so easily. Of course, if we can't even gather all the ingredients for the Holy Flame Emperor pill, wouldn't we be laughed at and ridiculed by the seventh prince? It's just that these spiritual herbs are too precious and the conditions for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill are extremely harsh. Once we fail, all these spiritual herbs will be wasted. The price is just too high. Seeing Elder Lu taking out the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, many people rubbed their palms in excitement. Some of their palms were even sweating. This was too extravagant. The value of these spiritual herbs was unimaginable and immeasurable. It was almost impossible to see them on normal days. What made people feel distressed was that these spiritual herbs were used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If the concoction failed, all the spiritual herbs would be wasted. It was a reckless waste of God's gifts. Looking at the spiritual herbs in front of him, Xianzhong's calm face revealed a hint of excitement. Even though he was the big senior brother of Dan Prefecture, it was hard for him to touch these spiritual herbs. Today, he was trying to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't excited at all. Xianzhong, just do it. I believe you can succeed, said Dongfang Yu. He didn't seem to feel any heartache for these spiritual herbs at all. Of course, even if he felt heartache, he couldn't show it at this moment. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by the people of Great Cloud Empire. Yes, master. Xianzhong will certainly do his best. Xianzhong clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. To him, today was a major event in his life. For God's sake. It would be perfect if Master Dog ate these spiritual herbs. The Huang dog licked his lips, drool flying everywhere. His pair of bright dog eyes were staring at those spiritual herbs, unable to move away. This scene made Jiang Chen grimace. This was too shameful. He wanted to stay away from this dog and pretend that he didn't know him, but he was afraid that this dog wouldn't be able to control himself and fly away. One should know that this dog was lawless. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Damn dog. Can you not fucking embarrass me? Jiang Chen's face was full of disgust. On the square, the seventh prince's expression didn't change much when he saw Dan Prefecture easily taking out the herbs required for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. This was within his expectation. If the dignified Dan Prefecture of Great Qian Empire couldn't even take out these precious spiritual herbs, it would be a real joke. He didn't intend to humiliate Genius Prefecture with this. Alright, Brother Xian. In that case, let's not waste any more time. You and I will start concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill in front of everyone now. With a senior like Master Dongfang here, I believe Master Dongfang will be able to tell which grade of our pills is higher at a glance. Yun Zhangshao spoke. His chi fluctuated. The aura of an immortal emperor was unleashed. It was like a dazzling sun, immediately becoming the focus of attention. Yun Zhangshao flicked his finger. A large row of spiritual herbs drifted out and floated in front of his face. These spiritual herbs were exactly the same as Xianzhong's spiritual herbs. They were the necessary spiritual herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Yun Zhangshao carried them with him. Clearly, he had prepared them beforehand and was fully prepared. Let's begin. Xianzhong spoke, waving his hand and striking out a piece of flame. His flame was pure white, like a lotus flower. After it appeared, it kept jumping in the void. The color of the flame was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, after the flame appeared, the temperature of the void began to change. It was a very obvious change, as if the void was about to be scorched. Xianzhong's flame is the psychic beast fire. It's a fire seed obtained from a psychic beast. It's very powerful. Yang Bufan said. Although the psychic beast fire is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's still not enough to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has a high requirement for the flame. Today, the match between Xianzhong and the seventh prince will be decided by the flame. I wonder what kind of flame does the seventh prince have? Jiang Chen spoke. When it came to flames, he was afraid that no one in the entire heavens and earth could be compared to him. The true thunder fire, true dragon fire and Qilin saint fire were the three most powerful flames in the heavens and earth. How powerful was that? It was the strongest flame for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Compared to Jiang Chen's flame, Xianzhong's psychic beast fire was simply too weak. In the battlefield, after Xianzhong cast out the flame, he pointed his finger lightly. A seven-colored immortal zoysia fell into the flame. Immediately, a vigorous soul force penetrated into the flame and began to refine the herbs. Pai pai paw paw. The medicinal ingredients gave off crackling sounds in the flames. This was the first step of concocting pills. They had to be extracted one by one before they could be fused. Xianzhong had a relaxed expression as he continuously sent out seals towards the sea of flames. His technique is not bad. His soul force is also not bad. His control of soul force has also reached the point of perfection. He's indeed the big brother of Dan Prefecture. Xianzhong has already met the conditions to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. As long as there's no accident, he will be able to concoct the complete Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, due to the grade of the flame, even if the Holy Flame Emperor pill is successfully concocted, its grade won't be too high. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As soon as Xianzhong made his move, he had already seen through the depth of his opponent. Even with his eyesight, he had to admit that Xianzhong's concoction technique was indeed superb. Xianzhong's concoction was done in an orderly manner. One look and anyone could tell that he was extremely experienced. His technique was so skillful that Dong Fangyu and some elders of Dan Prefecture couldn't help but nod in approval. He was indeed the future hope of Dan Prefecture. This is what a true expert is like. He's indeed the big brother of Dan Prefecture. Just this technique alone isn't something that ordinary people can possess. Senior brother Xianzhong is a true genius. His technique can be said to be perfect. Plus, he has an excellent temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash. It seems like it's effortless for him to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Don't be happy too early. The seventh prince hasn't made his move yet. He's very famous in the entire East Xuanyu. Since he dares to challenge us today, he must have sufficient strength. After seeing Xianzhong's technique, many disciples of Genius Prefecture couldn't help but praise him. Even Yu Hao and Yang Ji, who wanted to enter Dan Prefecture, couldn't help but admit their inferiority. As the saying went, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Xianzhong obviously didn't have an undeserved reputation. Of course, they couldn't be happy too early. After all, the seventh prince hadn't made his move yet. Looking at Xianzhong's technique, the seventh prince nodded. It seemed like he was quite satisfied with this opponent, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. Instead, there was only strong confidence. Just when everyone's eyes fell on the seventh prince, waiting for him to make his move, the seventh prince finally made his move. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of flame leaped out. The flame was like a small dragon, then exploded with a bang, turning into a sea of fire. The seventh prince's flame was pale yellow, mixed with a trace of chaotic flame. It didn't look very eye-catching, no different from an ordinary flame. However, this flame gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. Only an expert would be able to see the terror of this flame at a glance. Great Earth Heart Fire. Seeing the flame cast out by Yun Zhangshao, even Dong Fangyu couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it! How can this guy have such a powerful flame? No wonder he dares to propose the Holy Flame Emperor pill for the competition. The Great Earth Heart Fire is the fire of heaven and earth. It's contained in the earth's core and formed after absorbing the mother chi of heaven and earth. It's the dream of every alchemist. Although Xianzhong's psychic beast fire isn't bad, it's still a beast fire after all. It's not on the same level as the fire of heaven and earth. The essence of the flame is the prerequisite for the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. It's almost certain that if Xianzhong and the seventh prince succeed in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill at the same time, the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the psychic beast fire will certainly be weaker than the Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the Great Earth Heart Fire. This is almost certain. The elders of Dan Prefecture were shocked. They had never thought that the seventh prince would have such a powerful Great Earth Heart Fire. Comparing the psychic beast fire and the Great Earth Heart Fire, they were on a completely different level. Chapter 1500. The emergence of the great earth-heart fire stirred the people of Genius Prefecture. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Sure enough, the seventh prince came prepared. At this moment, those people of Great Cloud Empire had a smile on their faces, whereas the people of Dan Prefecture had an ugly expression, as though they had been cheated. This bastard actually has the great earth-heart fire. Little Chinzi, it seems like you are right. It will be very difficult for Xianzhong to win. Yang Bufan said, but he didn't show too much surprise. After all, the seventh prince had come prepared. It was only normal for him to have some trump cards. On the other side, Xianzhong was obviously affected by the emergence of the seventh prince's great earth-heart fire. The controlled flame began to jump. He knew very well that the key to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill was the flame. If the seventh prince had the great earth-heart fire, he would have lost more than half of the battle. Control your mind and successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. You haven't lost yet. Don't be affected by the opponent. Dongfang Yu's voice rang in Xianzhong's ears just in time. Although the gap between the two flames had led to a slim chance of victory, it didn't mean that there was no hope at all. If Xianzhong's mind was seriously affected, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that he would be crippled. In that case, not only would he lose those precious herbs, but also his confidence. Xianzhong was also a genius among alchemists. He had an excellent mind. After being reminded by Dongfang Yu, he hastily withdrew his mind and no longer paid attention to the seventh prince's situation. He understood the situation he was in, but to him, there was no way out at all. What he needed to do now was to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. No matter what the final outcome would be, it would be the biggest improvement for him if he could successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Xianzhong's flame calmed down very quickly. The second and third spirit herbs were thrown into the sea of fire one after another, concentrating on the concoction of the pill. He was no longer affected by the seventh prince. Upon seeing this, Yun Zhangxiao couldn't help but nod. Based on this point alone, Xianzhong was qualified to be his opponent. If Xianzhong was intimidated by the flame alone, then he would be too weak. Yun Zhangxiao would feel incomparably disappointed. It was true that he wanted to crush the morale of Genius Prefecture, but he also hoped to meet an opponent to have a good fight. As the two experts began to refine the pellets, the originally restless scene began to calm down. No one spoke, and everyone's eyes fell on the seventh prince and Xianzhong. Although the seventh prince's earth core flame had a great advantage, people still had some expectations in their hearts. Maybe a miracle would appear, even if they knew that such a miracle was very unlikely. Soon, the two of them had completed the first step of purification. Moreover, they had done it perfectly. The essence of all the herbs had been extracted. For experts like them, this first step was always easy. If they couldn't even complete this step perfectly, then they wouldn't be considered as experts. Next was the second step, fusion. This was also the most crucial step in alchemy. This step was the real test of an alchemist. An alchemist needed to have an extremely precise control of soul power and flame in order to fuse the essence of different herbs together. One should know that different herbs had different attributes. It was easier to fuse herbs with the same attribute, but herbs with different attributes would always repel each other. In order to fuse the essence of various herbs together, one would need an extremely precise control. Having a strong soul power was only one aspect. Being able to accurately control the soul power was the most crucial aspect. Obviously, whether it was the seventh prince or Xianzhong, their attainments in alchemy had destined them to have absolute precise control. In other words, the second step of fusion wouldn't be too difficult for them. The most critical moment has come. Xianzhong and Yun Zhangxiao's alchemy skills are equally matched. Both of them are very skilled. If they can successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, then the key will be to absorb the essence of the flame. The essence of the psychic beast fire and the earth core fire will directly determine the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Jiang Qin said faintly. He could predict that experts like Xian Zhong and the Seventh Prince could successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. After they succeeded, it would be the difference in grade. Little Chenzi, are you really an alchemist? Yang Bufan stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he could still tell the difference between an expert and a layman. Jiang Qin's evaluation was obviously from an expert. It wasn't something that came out of his mouth. Of course. Jiang Qin grinned at Yang Bufan. Concocting a pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't an easy task. The steps were too complicated. So even the Seventh Prince and Xian Zhong would need at least a few hours to complete it. The process of concocting the pill was dull and boring, but now, all the geniuses were watching intently. They didn't feel the slightest bit of boredom. They couldn't even feel the passing of time. Just like the person involved, they were completely immersed in it. To them, it was an incomparably happy thing to be able to witness such a competition between geniuses. If it wasn't for the Seventh Prince's provocation today, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to witness such a level of confrontation in their entire lives. 3 hours passed by quickly. Xian Zhong and the Seventh Prince's alchemy was coming to an end. At this time, everyone began to feel nervous. In the 2 seas of fire, the embryonic form of the dawn had already appeared. A medicinal fragrance began to diffuse in the air. Although the dawn hadn't been completely formed yet, the medicinal fragrance was unstoppable. It made people feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Amazing! It seems like they are about to succeed. Now, let's see whose grade of Holy Flame Emperor pill is higher. Who do you think has a higher grade? I think the Seventh Prince has a higher chance of winning. After all, his flame is stronger than senior brother Xian Zhong's. Let's see. The result will be out soon. According to the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill, as long as one can concoct a 5th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, it won't be considered a failure. The value of those herbs won't be wasted. Many people began to feel nervous. The result would be out soon. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 seas of fire. Ha! All of a sudden, Xian Zhong and Yun Zhangshao roared at the same time. They retracted their flames at the same time. A reddish-gold pill leaped out of the sea of fire. The pill emitted flames and danced in the air. It was incomparably mystical, as if it had a certain spirituality. Success. Chapter 1501. This was the most critical moment. Everyone held their breath. The whole scene was incomparably quiet. There was only the faint sound of the wind caused by the 2 pills flying in the sky. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 pills. Even the laymen were attracted by the qi emitted by the pills. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by Xian Zhong had clear lines on its surface. Those were pill veins. Only high-grade pills would have pill veins. Ordinary pills wouldn't have pill veins. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by Xian Zhong looked full of spirituality. There was a transparent flame wriggling inside the pill, which looked very mystical. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the 7th Prince Yun Zhangshao was also covered with pill veins, but it was slightly different from the one concocted by Xian Zhong. His pill had an extremely stable qi. The chaotic yellow flame intertwined with the viscous essence of spiritual herbs, giving people a different feeling. These 2 pills look incomparably high-grade. Just by looking at the surface, I really can't tell which one is better. Someone commented. Now that the pills had been successfully concocted, the next thing to do was to compare the grade of the two pills and see which one was better. Little Chenzi, can you tell the grade of these two pills? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. Although his cultivation base was strong, he wasn't an alchemist. He could only distinguish the quality of a pill, but he really couldn't tell the grade of a pill from its appearance. Since Jiang Chen said that he was an alchemist, he would like to see if Jiang Chen could tell the grade of the pill at first glance. Xian Zhong still failed. His Holy Flame Emperor pill is only 6th grade, while the 7th Prince's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached 8th grade. There's no difference in their alchemy skills. The only difference lies in the grade of the flame. This prerequisite itself has doomed Xian Zhong's failure. For a pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it has already shown its value by being able to concoct 5th grade. It's already very good for Xian Zhong to be able to concoct 6th grade on his first try. At least, the value of this pill has already surpassed the value of those dozens of herbs. I've already said that the 7th Prince came prepared, but I have to say that this man has real talent and is a truly powerful alchemist. As far as I know, due to the limitation of conditions, even a super powerful alchemist can only concoct 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at most. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill is very unrealistic, because a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill has already reached the level of Venerable grade, surpassing the Emperor grade. Jiang Chen spoke word by word. Given his eyesight, he could accurately see the grade of the two pills even if they were far apart. Yang Bufan was shocked, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. If Jiang Chen wasn't a fool, then Jiang Chen was a true alchemist. Really? Yang Bufan was skeptical and still couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't speak, because the result was about to be revealed. He believed that Dongfang Yu could also see the grade of the pills in their hands at a glance. On the square, Xian Zhong and the 7th Prince kept their pills at the same time. The 7th Prince's face was beaming with joy and was as confident as ever. When he looked at Xian Zhong again, he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he already knew the result. He knew that he would be defeated for sure. To him, this was no small blow. The only gratifying thing was that Xian Zhong succeeded in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for the first time. The fact that Brother Xian can successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill is enough to prove his ability, but there must be a winner and a loser in a competition. Master Dongfang, come and see who will win and who will lose. I believe that with your eyesight, there won't be any problem in seeing the grade of these two pills at a glance. The 7th Prince spoke. With a flick of his finger, the pill in his hand turned into a stream of light and flew towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu received the pill. At the same time, he held Xian Zhong's pill in his hand. With his eyesight, he had already seen through the grade of the pills. At this moment, he raised the two pills at the same time. The pills floated above his palm, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Master Dongfang, hurry up and announce the result. Everyone is waiting. Yun Kanglan stroked his beard and said happily. Countless eyes fell on Dongfang Yu, waiting for him to announce the result. After all, the competition between Xian Zhong and the 7th Prince represented two empires. The meaning of the outcome was still very great. The 7th Prince is indeed a genius in the field of alchemy. Xian Zhong's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached the 6th grade while the 7th Prince's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached the 8th grade. The 7th Prince has won this competition. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is an Emperor grade pill that is extremely difficult to concoct. Even if I personally concoct it, I can only concoct a 9th grade pill. I can't concoct the legendary 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu announced loudly. The result was right there. A loss was a loss. It wasn't that Dan Prefecture couldn't afford to lose. After listening to Dong Fongyu's words, Yang Bufan couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin again. It seemed that the loss of Dan Prefecture wasn't as shocking to him as the loss of Jiang Qin. Good kid. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Yang Bufan sighed. Dong Fongyu's words were exactly the same as what Jiang Qin said just now. Who was Dong Fongyu? He was a leading figure in the field of alchemy, the master of Dan Prefecture, who had devoted his whole life to alchemy. Jiang Qin was able to judge the grade of the pill with just a glance from a distance. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. AI. It's a pity that senior brother Xian Zhong still lost. That seventh prince has obviously come prepared. Senior brother Xian Zhong didn't lose in alchemy, but in flame. What's the point of saying so much? A loss is a loss. It's his ability to possess the great earth heart fire. The result was out. Many disciples of Genius Prefecture felt that it was a pity. After all, this was their own territory. It would be very shameful to lose, but a loss was a loss. Xian Zhong had already tried his best. There was nothing more to say. Master Dongfang is right. As far as I know, a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill is already in the category of Venerable Grade pill. Only a powerful immortal venerable alchemist can successfully concoct it. I've concocted an 8th grade pill today. There's still room for improvement. The 7th prince spoke loudly. His tone sounded very humble, but in fact, it was boundlessly arrogant. He actually compared himself with Dong Fongyu, totally not putting the other people of Dan Prefecture in his eyes. Ha! Our 7th prince's alchemy is unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid that he won't be able to find an opponent in the younger generation. It can be said that the experts are lonely. That's right. The dignified Great Qian Empire doesn't even have a single alchemist who can be on the stage. It's really shameful. Don't say that. Can Great Qin Empire be blamed for this? It's our 7th prince who is too powerful. A loss is a loss. Why is he still the big brother of Dan Prefecture? In my opinion, this department of Dan Prefecture can be abolished directly, so as to avoid making a fool of themselves. Chapter 1502. The people of Great Cloud Empire were too complacent. Yun Kanglan squinted his eyes slightly with a bright smile on his face. He didn't show any signs of stopping the situation. The same was true for the 7th prince. His personal performance was incomparably humble, but he allowed his subordinates to mock and ridicule him. It seemed like this was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use this method to strike a blow to Genius Prefecture and the morale of the entire Great Qian Empire. Damn it! These bastards have gone too far. How dare they come to Dan Prefecture to humiliate us? This is intolerable. What a hateful face. It's a pity that we have lost, giving them the chance to humiliate us. Damn it. I really want to rush up and beat them up. Don't be impulsive, brother. The 7th prince has come for Dan Prefecture after all. It's useless for us to be angry. In the end, we still have to see how Dan Prefecture deals with this. In the face of the sarcasm from Great Cloud Empire, the disciples of Genius Prefecture were incomparably angry. There was no way they wouldn't be angry. As a member of Genius Prefecture, they had always been high and mighty. Every genius had pride in their heart. Who would dare to humiliate them? Genius Prefecture was the face of Great Qian Empire. This was the first time they had been humiliated, and they had no way to refute it. Compared to the other disciples of Genius Prefecture, the ones who were really angry and depressed were the disciples of Dan Prefecture. They were all alchemists, powerful alchemists. This identity had always made them very proud. Now, in the face of such unpleasant sarcasm, it would be a lie if they said they weren't angry. The disciples of Dan Prefecture had the urge to rush up and fight with them. After all, apart from being first class in alchemy, the combat strength of the people of Dan Prefecture was also incomparably terrifying. However, their dignity prevented them from doing so, because the humiliation originated from their failure. At this time, the only way to regain their face was for someone to stand up and use the same method to defeat them. At that time, they would be able to give them a taste of their own medicine. Unfortunately, even Xianzhong had failed. There was no other young alchemist in the entire Dan Prefecture who could fight against the seventh prince. No one could concoct an 8th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Therefore, they could only keep their anger and humiliation in their hearts. If a fight broke out because of this, they would lose the last dignity of an alchemist. If this news spread out, Dan Prefecture would become the laughingstock of the entire East Xuanyu. Palace Lord, I'm sorry. Xianzhong bowed to Dongfang Yu. His eyes were red, and it could be seen that he had suffered endless humiliation. You've tried your best. Dongfang Yu patted Xianzhong on the shoulder. That's right, senior brother Xianzhong. You have done your best. You are our pride. You succeeded in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill on your first try. That's right, senior brother Xianzhong, your alchemy skills are not inferior to his at all. It's only because of the flame. Moreover, this guy must have already made preparations and secretly refined it countless times. I'm afraid that even with the help of the Earth Core Flame, he might not be able to refine a 6th-grade pill the first time he refined it. Senior brother Xianzhong, don't blame yourself. We all know how strong you are. Besides, you've already done your best. We don't blame you. The disciples of Dan Prefecture came forward to comfort Xianzhong. Jiang Chen saw all of this and couldn't help but nod silently. Dan Prefecture was indeed a very humane place. Xianzhong had failed, but was welcomed with a round of consolation. At this moment, everyone knew that Xianzhong was the one who was suffering the most. He had been bearing tremendous pressure when he went to battle. He knew that he didn't represent himself. The defeat had left a greater pain in his heart than anyone else. It could be said that Xianzhong was the one who suffered the most in the face of the sarcasm from Great Cloud Empire. Xianzhong heaved a long sigh of relief. A trace of warmth had appeared in his heart. After losing the competition, the most disappointing thing wasn't the opponent's contempt, but being ridiculed by his own people. Now that the senior and junior brothers and elders of Dan Prefecture had come to comfort him, he felt much better. Ha! Palace Lord Dongfang, can't you find a genius who can concoct an 8th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire? If that's the case, it's really disappointing. Yun Kanglen laughed heartily. At this time, he naturally had to take the opportunity to humiliate his opponent. Otherwise, he would have come here in vain. Dongfang Yu's facial expression turned somewhat unsightly, but he couldn't say a word. Yun Kanglen's provocation had left him speechless. No matter what he said, he would be looked down upon by the opponent. As the Palace Lord of Dan Prefecture, he couldn't just admit that there was no one in Dan Prefecture. If he did so, not only would he be looked down upon by his opponent, it would also affect the morale of the disciples of Genius Prefecture and damage the reputation of Dan Prefecture. What was really embarrassing was that Dan Prefecture really couldn't find a second person to fight against the 7th prince. It was almost certain that no one in the younger generation could concoct an 8th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Palace Lord Dongfang, your Genius Prefecture has really disappointed me. You can't even find a decent genius while our Great Cloud Empire is prospering day by day. One day, Great Cloud Empire will trample your Great Qian Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty under our feet. The 7th prince said in a loud and clear voice. He had finally shown his wild and arrogant side. Seventh Prince, I don't think it's meaningful for us to continue staying here. Seventh Prince, your alchemy technique has already become unparalleled among the younger generation, Yun Kanglan said. Yun Kanglan said. The old and the young echoed each other and used different methods to humiliate the great Qian Empire. Hold on. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The source of the voice wasn't from the people of the Pill Palace in the square. Instead, it came from outside the square. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man in white walking out. He looked very young. One of his hands was placed behind his back. His messy black hair fluttered without any wind. He stepped in the air, walking towards the square step by step. His cultivation base was only a half-step immortal king, not even a true immortal king, let alone an immortal emperor. Chapter 1503. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, countless of them widened their eyes. It's Jiang Qin. This bastard has been causing a ruckus in Outer Prefecture recently. He's now a celebrity in Genius Prefecture. Being able to walk out of the valley alive has created the biggest miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. This man is a heaven-gifted genius. Although he's only a half-step immortal king, his combat strength is incomparably terrifying. However, today's scene doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. I wonder why he has come out at this time. Many of them recognized Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin was now a celebrity. Almost everyone in Genius Prefecture knew him. Even if they didn't know him, they would have heard about him. Ever since the king-conferring ceremony of King Fan Prefecture, until he walked out of the valley alive not long ago, it was hard for people not to know about such earth-shattering events. Dongfang Yu looked at Jiang Qin and knitted his brows. The people of Dan Prefecture also looked at Jiang Qin blankly, wondering what this bastard was doing here. A puny little half-step immortal king didn't even have the qualification to step into this mountain. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qin came straight to the square and clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Disciple Jiang Qin of Outer Prefecture greets Master Dongfang. Jiang Qin was neither servile nor overbearing. From his face, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness. Even in the face of so many experts in such a grand scene, his facial expression didn't change at all. Ha! Master Dongfang, it seems like your Genius Prefecture really has no more talents. Even a half-step immortal king has been directly recruited. The threshold has been lowered. Plus, I'm going to compete with your Dan Prefecture today. What is this ignorant thing doing here? Is he trying to disgrace himself? The seventh prince laughed aloud. The sarcasm in his words became even stronger. As soon as these words came out, many people of Dan Prefecture glared at Jiang Qin angrily, as though they wanted to divert their anger. They were secretly cursing that this bastard didn't know the rules at all. He couldn't even see his own identity clearly. This wasn't a place where Jiang Qin should be. Didn't a puny little half-step immortal king think that Genius Prefecture had lost enough face by standing here? Dongfang Yu's expression was unsightly. He ignored the seventh prince's ridicule and said to Jiang Qin, I know you, but you better give me an explanation. Why are you standing here? Obviously, even Dongfang Yu was angry about Jiang Qin's actions. If Jiang Qin didn't give a reasonable reason, Dongfang Yu's anger wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. Disciple can concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The seventh prince has spoken arrogantly and insulted our Genius Prefecture. I can't swallow this insult and feel that it's necessary for me to take action. Jiang Qin said calmly. What? Alchemy. Holy Flame Emperor pill. Jiang Qin's words stunned everyone, but immediately, they understood why this bastard came out at such a critical moment. It turned out that he really wanted to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. He didn't come here to make a fool of himself, but to make a fool out of himself. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Kid, are you here to make a fool of yourself? Master Dongfang, I didn't expect that your genius prefecture has fallen to such an extent. A random little shrimp dares to come out and make a fool of yourself. The face of your great Qian Empire is really worthless. The seventh prince laughed heartily. How could he let go of such a great opportunity to ridicule Jiang Qin? Originally, he couldn't find any reason to continue his ridicule. The appearance of Jiang Qin was simply helping him. Fuck. This bastard has forgotten his surname. He actually came out to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and compete with the seventh prince. Isn't this a joke? This is too shameful. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is an emperor-grade pill. Jiang Chen is merely a puny little half-step immortal king. Even if he is an alchemist, it's absolutely impossible for him to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Could it be that there's something wrong with this bastard's brain? He has already lost enough face today. Now, he still wants to come out and embarrass himself again. Idiot. This bastard is an idiot. Even senior brother Xian Zhong has been defeated, but he still came out to make his presence felt. Many people of Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture were infuriated. Some of them resisted the urge to throw Jiang Qin out. Who was the one who said that the seventh prince was talking nonsense? Hee. I thought it's a powerful figure, but it turns out that he's just an idiot. Yu Hao chuckled. In the beginning, he had indeed regarded Jiang Qin as an opponent, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's performance today, he no longer put Jiang Qin in his heart. In his point of view, a person with a brain like this wasn't qualified for him to pay attention to. Jiang Qin, this isn't a place for you to mess around. Get out of here. Dongfang Yu waved his hand impatiently. He wasn't in a good mood right now. He didn't want to argue with Jiang Qin for the time being. Jiang Qin smiled and didn't mind it. Such a situation was within his expectation, but he believed that these people wouldn't laugh at him anymore. Today was an important opportunity for Jiang Qin. He had developed an incomparably strong interest in Dan Prefecture. Master of Prefecture, only disciple can save the face of Dan Prefecture today. Jiang Qin looked at Dongfang Yu. He released his soul power unknowingly. Dongfang Yu, who was initially impatient, suddenly changed his facial expression and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. What a powerful soul power. It's almost comparable to Xian Zhong's. Plus, this kid's control of soul power has reached such a level. Dongfang Yu was shocked. He could feel that the soul power released by Jiang Qin just now was something that only he could feel. No one else could feel it. Such exquisite control was rarely seen in the world. Plus, the soul power that Jiang Qin casually released wasn't any weaker than Xian Zhong. Moreover, Dongfang Yu had also heard about Jiang Qin. This was a miracle of Genius Prefecture. He was also the only genius who was accepted by Genius Prefecture when he was only a half-step immortal king. Although he was only a half-step immortal king, his combat strength was terrifying. Even late immortal king geniuses weren't a match for him. What he didn't expect was that such a genius was also a powerful alchemist. Dongfang Yu saw strong confidence in Jiang Chen's eyes. That kind of confidence came from the depths of his soul. It absolutely couldn't be faked. Jiang Chen, don't mess around. Chapter 1504. What? Everyone in Dan Palace exclaimed, suspecting that their ears had gone wrong. Countless gazes fell on Dongfang Yu. It was fine if that brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth came to make trouble, but as the master of Dan Palace, could it be that Dongfang Yu was also going to make trouble? Everyone thought that Dongfang Yu would definitely slap Jiang Qin away. Who would have thought that Dongfang Yu would directly agree to let Jiang Qin concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill in front of everyone? What's going on? What is Master Dongfang thinking? Why did he agree to let Jiang Qin concoct the pill? Could it be that the failure of Xianzhong and the humiliation of the seventh prince made him lose his mind? That shouldn't be the case. What kind of person is Master Dongfang? It's impossible for him to be so reckless. One should know that the medicinal herbs needed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill are too precious. They can't be wasted at all. Although Xianzhong was defeated, he still managed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and brought out the value of those spiritual herbs. If Jiang Qin can't successfully concoct the pill, those spiritual herbs will be wasted. Moreover, how can a half-step immortal king like him concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Why do I feel that this Jiang Qin is just a joke? With his heaven-defying combat strength, it's impossible for him to be an alchemist. If he is, that would be too terrifying. Moreover, even if he really is an alchemist, it's impossible for him to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill with his current cultivation base. Everyone was stunned. The people of Dan Palace didn't understand why Dongfang Yu would agree to such an unreasonable request of Jiang Qin. The seventh prince sneered again. He originally planned to leave, but now he stopped. Since Dongfang Yu had agreed to let this half-step immortal king concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would stay and see how Jiang Qin and Dongfang Yu would continue to play. Since the other party wanted to humiliate himself, the seventh prince was naturally very happy. Mannerhead, why are you? Just as Elder Lu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Dongfang Yu with a wave of his hand. Jiang Qin's words were still lingering in his ears. His intuition told him that Jiang Qin wasn't a reckless person. That pair of eyes told him that this person wasn't simple. It was a pair of trustworthy eyes. Dongfang Yu was willing to gamble once, even if it was a gamble that he had no confidence in. Dongfang Yu knew that if Jiang Qin really came here to cause trouble and failed to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill, what awaited Pill Palace would be an even greater humiliation. However, Dongfang Yu still decided to take a gamble. The fact that Jiang Qin could walk out of the valley alive showed that he was extraordinary. Extraordinary people could often create miracles. Also, if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that Jiang Qin would really succeed in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, even if the grade of the pill wasn't as high as the seventh prince's, it would still be too heaven-defying. At that time, the Pill Palace would undoubtedly have another peerless genius. Go, prepare another set of medicinal ingredients for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said. Mannerhead, isn't this just nonsense? Elder Lu was infuriated. It seemed that if Dongfang Yu wasn't the mansion lord, he would have flown into a rage on the spot. Asking a half-step immortal king to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and compete with a character like the seventh prince? Wasn't this child's play? When had the Pill Palace ever lost such a person? Not only was it a loss of face, but it was also the loss of those precious medicinal ingredients. Every medicinal ingredient used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill was incomparably precious and priceless. Now that they were wasted and ruined, as a senior of the Pill Palace, how could Elder Lu feel comfortable in his heart? I'll go, Xianzhong said. He darted a glance at Jiang Qin, then turned and left without saying a word. Not long after that, Xianzhong returned with more than a dozen kinds of herbs. They were exactly the same as the ones he used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Sai. Seeing Xianzhong handing over the medicinal ingredients to Jiang Qin, Elder Lu sighed, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. The faces of the other people in the Pill Palace were also incomparably ugly. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Qin furiously. They couldn't understand why Dongfang Yu, the manor head of the Pill Palace, who was usually such a shrewd figure, would make such a mistake. Shameful, this is really shameful. The people of the Pill Palace shook their heads and sighed. If it wasn't for Dongfang Yu personally agreeing to let Jiang Qin concoct the pill, many of them would have rushed up and directly thrown Jiang Qin out of this place. Jiang Qin, are you ready? Dongfang Yu asked. I don't need to prepare. Jiang Qin smiled. Dongfang Yu gave him a good impression. Only a decisive person could achieve great things. Handing the Pill Palace to Dongfang Yu was an incomparably correct choice. If Dongfang Yu still didn't dare to let him try after he released his soul force, Jiang Qin would definitely turn around and leave, never stepping into the Pill Palace again. Fortunately, Dongfang Yu didn't disappoint him. He was a decisive person, a person who dared to gamble. Senior brother Yu, I didn't expect this brat to be an alchemist. This is really unexpected. Do you think he can concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Beside Yu Hao, someone from the Crown Prince Palace asked. They were still incomparably shocked by the fact that Jiang Qin was an alchemist. After all, they were all too clear about Jiang Qin's combat strength. A guy with incomparably terrifying combat strength was actually a powerful alchemist. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. That's the Holy Flame Emperor pill we're talking about. He's just a puny half-step immortal king. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to concoct it. I don't know where he got the courage to stand out and humiliate himself. If he fails, all those precious herbs will be wasted, and the people of the Genius Prefecture and even the Empire will be lost. At that time, the people of Pill Palace will definitely not let him go. This brat is finished. There's a saying that you won't die if you don't seek death. What a pity. Yu Hao sneered. He was also an outstanding alchemist and a half-step immortal emperor, but if he was asked to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, his opponent was the powerful seventh prince. He didn't even have the courage to stand out. It seems like he wasn't just talking nonsense. It turns out that he has a powerful trump card. The true thunderbolt fire is indeed one of the purest and purest yang flames in the heavens and earth. Its level is higher than the great earth heart fire, but Jiang Chen's cultivation base is still weak. Even if he's an alchemist, he's still not a match for the seventh prince. The appearance of the true thunderbolt fire caused an uproar. Countless gazes that looked at Jiang Chen began to change. The sarcasm in their eyes immediately lessened a little. Dongfang Yu nodded secretly, feeling a little relieved. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's soul power. Now that he saw Jiang Qin using the true thunderbolt fire, he was both surprised and delighted. Damn it! How can such a powerful true thunderbolt fire appear in the hands of such a puny figure? What a waste! If I can obtain this true thunderbolt fire and merge it with my great earth heart fire, my cultivation base will immediately advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Additionally, my alchemy technique will be improved to an extremely terrifying level. The seventh prince couldn't help but curse. He was envious of Jiang Chen's true thunderbolt fire. In his point of view, a figure like Jiang Qin wasn't qualified to possess such a good flame. Only a high and mighty noble like him could control the true thunderbolt fire. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this situation, but this was just the beginning of their shock. Just when everyone was attracted by the true thunder fire, Jiang Qin stretched out his other palm. A similar flame shot out from his palm. It was a scarlet-red fire dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail. After it appeared, it immediately turned into a sea of fire, and dragon roars could be heard coming from within the sea of fire. What's that? My God! It's another kind of powerful flame. This bastard actually has two different kinds of flames in his body. What kind of flame is that? It feels so powerful. There's a shadow of a true dragon and its grade isn't any weaker than the true thunderbolt fire. How is this possible? It's the true dragon fire. According to the legends, only a true dragon could trigger the heart fire. Jiang Chen has a transformation skill that allows him to turn into a half-human half-dragon. I never thought that he could control the powerful true dragon fire. This bastard is just too abnormal. He actually possesses both the true thunderbolt fire and the true dragon fire. Innumerable exclamations rose and fell like waves. If the previous true thunderbolt fire had brought great shock to them, it was no longer as simple as that. It was an uncontrollable shock. Ha! The ancient true dragon fire has actually appeared, and it's an incomparably pure true dragon fire. Dongfang Yu burst into laughter. This was the first time he laughed since the beginning. Chapter 1506. Jiang Chen released two powerful flames. However, the shock wasn't over yet. Just when the seventh prince's face turned ashen and everyone thought that Jiang Chen was going to use these two flames to concoct pills, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and spat out the third flame. A powerful sacred breath immediately pervaded the entire Dan prefecture. The third flame appeared. It was sacred and powerful. Jiang Chen deliberately concealed the qi of Qilin, making this flame even more mysterious. Under the sacred aura, no one could guess the origin of this flame. What? The third flame. Motherfucker. Is this bastard still human? My little heart can't take it anymore. What kind of flame is this? Heavens, what a divine smell. Its level is not any lower than the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire. Is this guy trying to defy the heavens? How did he do it? He's not human. This guy is an evildoer, a peerless evildoer. He's not human. This guy is a monster, a peerless monster. No one can fuse three kinds of flames, and they are all supreme flames. Each of these flames is the dream of alchemists. Countless high-level alchemists can't even get one in their lifetime. He actually fused three of them into one. How can he let people live? At this moment, no one dared to mock Jiang Chen anymore. All those who scolded Jiang Chen for being a fool had now shut up. If such an evildoer was a fool, then they were the biggest fools. Even if Jiang Chen couldn't concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill today, he had already earned enough face for Dan Prefecture. 3 types of flames, 3 types of flames. Is this kid here to be a joke? Dongfang Yu was also excited. Even with his temperament, he was actually trembling because it was too shocking. Dongfang Yu had seen everything. He had come into contact with countless powerful and abnormal alchemists in his life, but it was his first time encountering someone like Jiang Chen. The fusion of 3 types of supreme flames was a miracle in itself. It was something that was impossible to happen, but now, it had really happened. Sigh. Xianzhong shook his head and sighed. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. He had spent his entire life pursuing these 3 kinds of flames. If he had possessed any of these 3 flames, then he wouldn't have lost to the 7th prince. However, Xianzhong wasn't jealous. He had a calm heart. He was even somewhat grateful to Jiang Chen. After all, because of him, Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the Empire had suffered a loss of face. If Jiang Chen could make up for this loss, he would feel much better. Elder Lu was completely speechless. Like Dongfang Yu, He was shocked out of his wits and trembled all over. Damn it! The seventh prince gritted his teeth. He was deeply jealous. Cold killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He had secretly prepared himself to get rid of Jiang Chen if there was a chance in the future and obtain Jiang Chen's flames. It was hard for the seventh prince to imagine how terrifying his strength would be if he could get his hands on these 3 flames. Don't worry, Prince. This kid's cultivation base is too weak. No matter how many flames he has, it's impossible for him to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A young alchemist of Great Cloud Empire spoke. In the field, Jiang Chen began to move. Under his control, the 3 flames rapidly fused together. It was a perfect fusion. There was no sign of rejection between the 3 flames. After the fusion, the level of the flames became higher, at least surpassing the original level. To put it bluntly, the flame in Jiang Chen's hand was the most powerful flame in the heavens and earth. It was impossible to find a second flame that could be comparable to it. Seeing Jiang Chen finally starting to concoct the pill, many people became nervous. After all, just like what the alchemist said just now, there was still a gap in their cultivation base. No matter how many flames he had, he might not be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Under countless horrified gazes, Jiang Chen raised his finger and gently flicked at the dozens of herbs. All of them were thrown into the sea of fire. At the sight of such a scene, many people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn! What the hell is this guy doing? How can he concoct pills like this? Doesn't he know that the attributes of these herbs are different? Does he have to extract the essence one by one? If he just threw all of them into the sea of fire, they will probably be wasted. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Even Master Dongfang wouldn't dare to do this. Does he really think that his soul control has already reached such a level? I've never seen such a fucking concoction technique. I'm beginning to doubt whether he actually knows how to concoct pills. If he doesn't, why did he come here to embarrass himself? If he doesn't, the 3 supreme flames will be wasted. Countless people had the urge to spurt out blood, but the experts who truly knew alchemy were shocked. Dongfang Yu's eyes brightened up, as though they were about to spurt out light. He could feel the powerful soul force and incomparably precise control of Jiang Chen. Chi. Thunder and fire raged. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs were refined in an orderly manner in the sea of fire. The essence of each medicinal herb was extracted quickly. There was no sign of waste at all. Compared to the 7th Prince and Xian Zhong's alchemy, the speed was much faster. In just 3 minutes, the essence of more than a dozen herbs had been completely extracted. Moreover, the extraction was perfect, without any waste. In 3 minutes, the people who said that Jiang Chen was funny could no longer speak. There were many experts present. Even if they were not alchemists, they had seen people concoct pills. However, this was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique. Impossible. How is this possible? The 7th Prince was agitated. It was as though someone had stepped on his tail. He was unwilling to believe such a fact. Although the step of extracting the essence was simple, it took him and Xian Zhong a full hour. Compared to Jiang Chen's 3 minutes, it was on a completely different level. It could be said that there was no comparison at all. Heavens, how did he do it? He extracted the essence of more than a dozen kinds of elixirs in just a few minutes, and it looks like he didn't waste any of it. Such a shocking alchemy technique, I have never seen or heard of it before. Awesome! This is heaven-defying. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. We have really underestimated him just now. The first step can be completed so easily. It shows that his soul force is powerful and his control is extremely precise. I think the second step won't be a problem. If he succeeds in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it will be a miracle. Chapter 1507. Everyone was stimulated. Many alchemists on the scene, especially those geniuses of Dan Prefecture, were so shocked that they couldn't even close their eyes. To them, this wasn't just a miracle, but also a blow. They were all the best in the field of alchemy. They had high attainments in the Tao of alchemy and were proficient in all kinds of alchemy techniques. However, even Dong Fangyu, who was at the doyen level, had never seen such an abnormal method of alchemy. Miracle. This kid is a miracle. Even if I study it for another 1,000 years, I still won't be able to achieve such a level of alchemy. Dong Fangyu couldn't hide his astonishment. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but this was his first time seeing an abnormal person like Jiang Qin. Moreover, he felt like he was dreaming. Like everyone else, he was now full of expectations for Jiang Qin. He was looking forward to Jiang Qin successfully concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The scene suddenly became strangely quiet. All the ridicule and contempt from before had vanished. Countless eyes fell on Jiang Qin, filled with anticipation. At this moment, no one would look down on Jiang Qin anymore. Many disciples who treated Jiang Qin as a fool suddenly felt that they were the fools. Jiang Qin had slapped their faces with practical actions. The first step of refining and purification had ended. Next was the second step of fusion. This was also the most crucial step in alchemy. Although Jiang Qin possessed 3 powerful flames and had perfectly completed the first step of purification, this wasn't the only step in alchemy. Before the Holy Flame Emperor pill was completely concocted, any accidents might happen. After all, Jiang Qin's cultivation base was still weak. It was still unknown whether he could truly concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill or not. De Huang, do you think he can succeed? Yang Bufan looked over at De Huang dog. He was incomparably excited because Jiang Qin's performance was too dazzling, completely beyond his expectation. Now, he was looking forward to Jiang Qin's success more than anyone else because he knew what Jiang Qin's success indicated. It indicated that Jiang Qin would become the hero of Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the entire empire. Moreover, with such a terrifying alchemy technique, Jiang Qin would surely be accepted by Dan Prefecture unconditionally. Once Jiang Qin entered Dan Prefecture, the strength of King Fan Prefecture would be elevated. Dan Prefecture was a very important department in Great Qian Empire. It had always been the target of all the young kings, but Dan Prefecture had its own pride. It wouldn't be used by anyone. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't let Dong Fangyu take a second look at them. However, Jiang Qin was different. Yang Bufan believed that as long as he entered Dan Prefecture, everything would change. Putting aside the strength of Dan Prefecture, Jiang Qin alone was a huge asset. Such an incredible alchemist would be fought over by all the major powers. As long as he takes action, there's no possibility of failure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken action. De Huang dog glanced at Yang Bufan and spoke with incomparable arrogance. No one knew better than him how terrifying Jiang Qin was, especially in the field of alchemy. In the field, Jiang Qin's soul power kept flowing like tidal waves, penetrating into every corner of the sea of fire. The essence of the dozens of herbs began to fuse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was fusing at the same time, not in pairs. Damn it! What kind of alchemy technique is this? If he can succeed in this, then this man is too terrifying. The 7th prince's face had become incomparably solemn. He no longer had the slightest contempt for Jiang Qin. It wasn't just him, every alchemist on the scene had fallen into a deep shock. They had never seen such an abnormal alchemy technique of Jiang Qin. Even the word shocking wasn't enough to describe it. The first step of purification was already very terrifying, but the most crucial second step, fusion, was actually so abnormal. One should know that for an ordinary alchemist, the first step of fusion was to fuse the essences of two herbs that were closer to each other, then gradually fuse them one by one until all of them were fused together. Only then would a pill be formed. Fusing the essences of dozens of different attributes like Jiang Qin was something they didn't even dare to think about. Each herb had its own fusion point. To fuse the fusion points of two herbs together at the same time already required a very precise control. To fuse more than a dozen different fusion points at the same time, it was simply unimaginable how precise the perception must be. Can such an alchemy technique really succeed? It's hard to say. This guy is a super abnormal person. He has the ability to extract the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. Maybe he can fuse the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. I think he has an 80% chance of success. If he really succeeds, that will be too terrifying. There's no one else in the entire Dan prefecture who has such a shocking alchemy technique. However, I still don't dare to believe that he can succeed. His cultivation base is only at the half-step Immortal King realm. Half-step Immortal King realm. Every step of Jiang Qin would cause countless exclamations. Even if they were already numb from the shock, they still couldn't control their emotions. The disciples outside of Dan Prefecture only felt that Jiang Chen's alchemy technique was very good, much better and more handsome than the seventh prince in Xianzhong. As for those alchemists, they had a different feeling. They were alchemists themselves, so they knew how terrifying such a technique was. Wang wang. Under countless horrified gazes, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Chen's sea of fire. The speed at which the essences of dozens of herbs fused was very fast. In just a dozen minutes, the embryonic form of a pill had appeared. This pill had absorbed the essences of 3 types of flames, looking extremely gorgeous. If I add the 9 solar saint water into the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it can improve the quality of the pill, making the effect even better. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He took out some 9 solar saint water and quietly infused it into the pill. The pill was about to take shape. To Jiang Chen, this wasn't a difficult thing. The whole process was easy and casual. Look! The pill is about to be formed. Jiang Chen is about to succeed. Damn it! He really succeeded. From the start till now, he only used 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Is this real? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. He successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes. Moreover, he only has the cultivation base of a half-step Immortal King. Compared to him, the 7th Prince and Xianzhong are just too weak. Now, let's see what grade the pill will reach. I think 80% of the grade won't be low. At least, it won't be lower than the 6th grade. Perhaps, it will be comparable to the 8th grade of the 7th Prince. If that's the case, it will be too powerful. The face that Dan Prefecture lost previously has been regained by Jiang Qin. Chapter 1508. No one could remain calm. In just a short period of 20 minutes, it had brought too much shock to them. Each shock was greater than the previous one. By now, they had already become numb to it. Looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed look, anyone could tell that Jiang Chen had succeeded. A half-step Immortal King had successfully concocted the legendary Holy Flame Emperor pill, creating a miracle. The scene quieted down once more. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the pill appeared. No matter what grade of Holy Flame Emperor pill Jiang Qin could concoct, it was no longer important. Even if Jiang Qin could only concoct a 5th-grade pill, the 7th prince wouldn't mock him anymore. No matter how great an alchemist was, he had no right to mock Jiang Qin. Dragon transformation skill, great soul derivation technique and 3 kinds of terrifying flames had made pill concoction an incomparably simple and easy thing for Jiang Qin. He could even concoct the 9 yang less rond pill under such harsh conditions. What was this holy flame emperor pill? Bang! Very soon, Jiang Qin let out a soft cry. A pill radiating reddish-golden light leaped out of the sea of fire. Immediately, the sea of fire vanished and was absorbed into Jiang Qin's body. Success! Jiang Qin had successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The reddish-red pill was fluttering in the sky, full of spirituality. On its surface, there was a flickering shadow of a dragon and lightning, making this pill extremely mystical. Countless gazes were directed at the pellet and they could sense the purity and power of the pellet. Even if they weren't alchemists, they could sense how precious the pellet was. At the very least, judging from the surface, it was more miraculous than the pellets refined by the 7th prince and Xian Zhong. Swish! Seemingly attracted by the quality of the elixir, the elders of the Pill Palace rushed up at the same time and surrounded the elixir. Dongfang Yu was among them. Their eyes were about to spit out flames as they stared at the elixir without blinking. When they felt the grade of the elixir, their breathing became heavy. How is it? Why are they so excited? Even Palace Chief Dongfang is excited. Could it be that the pill concocted by Jiang Qin is of a higher grade than the 7th prince's? Could it be a 9th grade pill? Impossible. Even if it's Master Dongfang, he can only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at best. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, it's impossible for him to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Everyone was waiting for the result. Elder Lu stared at the medicinal pill that was constantly spinning in front of him. His voice trembled as he said, This is 10th grade. Elder Lu couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even dare to say the words 10th grade because he knew too well the meaning of these 2 words. All the elders looked at Dongfang Yu. As a matter of fact, given their eyesight, they had already seen the grade of the pill, but they didn't dare to believe it. So they had to wait for Dongfang Yu to confirm it. 10th grade. That's right. This is a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Plus, Jiang Qin seems to have added 9 solar holy water, making the grade of the pill even higher. This is the most perfect Holy Flame Emperor pill I have ever seen. This is a venerable grade pill, which has completely surpassed the Emperor grade. Miracle. Jiang Qin has created a miracle. This is concocted by a half-step immortal king. Ha! Dongfang Yu was extremely excited. The appearance of the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill made his mind go blank. He was glad that he had agreed to let Jiang Qin have a try. Otherwise, he would probably regret it to death. The moment the words 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill came out of Dongfang Yu's mouth, the entire Dan prefecture erupted in an instant. 10th grade pill. My God. It's actually a 10th grade pill. I've said 9th grade at the beginning, but I still underestimated it. This is too fucking terrifying. That's a 10th grade pill. Who in the world can concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes? Even Master Dongfang has to admit his inferiority. And Jiang Qin is merely a half-step immortal king. There's actually such a monstrous figure in the heavens and earth. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill has already reached the venerable grade, completely surpassing the Emperor grade. A half-step immortal king has concocted a venerable grade pill. Jiang Qin should be considered as a pioneer in the alchemy world. In the history of Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen's name is destined to appear. The Holy Flame Emperor pill will also be crowned by Jiang Chen's name and symbol. The people who were already numb from the shock initially thought that no matter what kind of miracle Jiang Chen created, they wouldn't be too surprised. But now, the emergence of a 10th grade pill had successfully pushed the shock to a new peak, causing them to be shocked out of their wits. No, this is absolutely impossible. The 7th prince was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. He strode forward and came to the front of the pill. He was also stunned by the sight of the pill. He couldn't believe and accept such a reality, but as a powerful alchemist, the 7th prince was very clear that this was a 10th grade pill. A true 10th grade pill was countless times stronger than the one he concocted. This was the difference between Emperor grade and Venerable grade. The value of the pill was at least 10 times higher, or even more. 7th prince, take a good look. Are you satisfied with this pill? Dongfang Yu said. He had an extremely bright smile on his face. Compared to his previous bitter face, Dongfang Yu was really proud and felt that he had gained a lot of face. Ha! The dignified 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire has lost to a half-step immortal king outer prefecture disciple. I wonder how does the 7th prince feel right now? Why don't you share it out loud? Elder Lu laughed heartily. After saying these words, he felt great. All the gloomy feelings he had previously were released. A 10th grade pill versus an 8th grade pill. Moreover, Jiang Chen's concoction technique could be considered as one of the best. This was an absolute suppression, causing the 7th prince to suffer a crushing defeat. 7th prince, hurry up and share it with us. Weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you so listless now? Didn't you claim to be invincible among the young generation? It turns out that the number 1 alchemist of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire is only at this level. It's not even 1/10 of Jiang Chen's. Funny. Ha! Can't you find someone who can compete with Jiang Chen in the entire Great Cloud Empire? Jiang Chen is just a half-step immortal king. Jiang Chen is the number 1 alchemist of the young generation. I wonder if the 7th prince will admit it or not. If not, we can have another competition. The disciples of the Pill Palace chimed in one after another as they mocked and ridiculed the 7th prince. They were so happy that all the gloominess from before had been released. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to challenge Jiang Chen either, because that's not just his own face, but the face of the entire empire. That's for sure. Let's not talk anymore. If the 7th prince commits suicide out of shame, we won't be able to explain it to him. Jiang Chen's alchemy skills are world-shaking. Not everyone dares to fight him. That's right. The people of Dan Prefecture usually looked aloof and didn't like to talk, but no one had expected that they would be so vicious at the critical moment. Every word of these humiliating words was like a steel needle stabbing into the 7th prince's heart. The 7th prince was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it was in the past, if someone dared to provoke him like this, he would certainly stand up and fight with the opponent. But now, despite his anger, he shouldn't continue to accept Jiang Chen's challenge. As the saying went, one could tell at a glance whether one was an expert or not. As an expert alchemist, the 7th prince knew that he was absolutely no match for Jiang Chen just by looking at Jiang Chen's alchemy skills. No matter how they fought, the outcome would be the same. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step immortal king. 7th prince, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then hurry up and leave. Is staying here to continue to be humiliated a different kind of enjoyment? Jiang Chen completely ignored the seventh prince's anger and continued to speak impolitely. Be starred. No matter how good the seventh prince's self-restraint was, he was now infuriated. A powerful qi surged out of his body. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Jiang Chen at all. Humph. Yun Zhangshao, do you dare to fight in Genius Prefecture? I'm here to fight you. A powerful qi rose all of a sudden. Yang Bufan had made his move. He appeared beside Jiang Chen like a ghost. He was worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Although he didn't know alchemy, he would absolutely accompany Jiang Chen to the end if Jiang Chen wanted to fight. If the seventh prince wants to fight today, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to walk out of here. Dongfang Yulenling spoke. His mood was very high now. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was as though he was looking at a treasure. This was a rare treasure. With such a talent in Dan Prefecture, there was no need to worry that Dan Prefecture wouldn't rise. Whoever dared to attack Jiang Chen at this time, he would be the first one to object. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Yun Kanglan hastily stood out. Seventh Prince, today's situation has exceeded our expectation. Let's retreat. There will be a chance for revenge in the future. Yun Kanglan spoke. He was afraid that the seventh prince was too young and impetuous. Once he attacked, the nature of the situation would change completely. At that time, he was afraid that just like what Dongfang Yu said, none of them would be able to escape. Humph. Jiang Chen, just you wait. I'll remember today's matter. The seventh prince harumphed coldly, uttered a harsh word at Jiang Chen, then left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. This group of people had come in high spirits, but now, they had to leave with their tails between their legs. All of their plans had been disrupted by Jiang Chen alone. It was imaginable how angry they were feeling right now. Seventh Prince, remember this clearly. The feeling of being remembered by others isn't bad. Jiang Chen's words came from behind. The seventh prince staggered and nearly fell from the sky. Chapter 15:10. Haha, the seventh prince had disappeared. After returning this time, he would probably be bedridden for a month. He had lost a lot of face this time. Initially, he had a plan to humiliate Great Qian Empire. Given the seventh prince's means, he had already defeated Xian Zhong. His goal was about to be achieved, but who would have thought that a half-step immortal king like Jiang Chen would appear and defeat the seventh prince, leaving him with a swollen nose and a swollen face, and was even scolded in public. It could be said that he had lost his face all the way to his grandmother's house. It could be said that he had lost all his face. Moreover, after this matter was spread out, the seventh prince would become the laughingstock of the entire Great Cloud Empire. One should know that Great Cloud Empire, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu. The competition between the princes was equally fierce. The seventh prince originally wanted to use this opportunity to boost his popularity and status in Great Cloud Empire, but he didn't expect that it would backfire on him. Therefore, the person that the seventh prince hated the most was Jiang Chen. He had never hated someone so much before. If he was given the chance, he would certainly shred Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces without showing any mercy. That's right. The atmosphere in Dan Prefecture had completely changed. Whether it was the disciples of Dan Prefecture or Genius Prefecture, all of them were in high spirits. It was a psychological sense of superiority. From Dongfang Yu to the ordinary outer prefecture disciples, everyone had a great sense of superiority, because Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had been fighting each other for so many years. Both sides wanted to suppress the other. Although today's victory couldn't be said to be elated, it could be considered as a great victory. And the hero of this great victory was undoubtedly Jiang Qin. The way everyone looked at Jiang Qin had changed. There were envy, jealousy, worship and all kinds of complicated emotions, but everyone knew that after today's incident, Jiang Qin had become completely famous in the entire Genius Prefecture. Brat, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even I don't know about you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Qin's shoulder, his face full of arrogance. Although the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't concocted by him, Jiang Qin was after all a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, everyone in Genius Prefecture knew that Jiang Qin was a peerless genius that was unearthed by him. Jiang Qin. Dongfang Yu called out and walked to Jiang Qin with a group of elders of Dan Prefecture. Jiang Qin could clearly feel that the way these people looked at him was completely different from before. Each of their eyes was filled with gratitude. Jiang Qin could understand this kind of gratitude very well. If it wasn't for him today, Dan Prefecture would have lost a lot of face, which would have a tremendous impact on the reputation of Dan Prefecture in the future. Elder Lu had a smile on his face. This kind of smile had never disappeared since the day Jiang Qin concocted the 10th grade pill. There was no longer any contempt for Jiang Qin. When he recalled Jiang Qin's concoction technique, even an intermediate immortal emperor like him had to prostrate himself in admiration. Master. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Jiang Qin, you have made a great contribution today. Plus, your concoction technique is so shocking that even I have never seen it before. I would like to invite you to join Dan Prefecture. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Dongfang Yu asked with a smile. He purposely used the word invite, which was enough to show how much he valued and cared about Jiang Qin. Amazing. Master Dongfang has even invited him directly. This is considered an exception. The assessment of Dan Prefecture is coming soon. Dan Prefecture will only recruit one disciple at a time, but the disciples who want to join Dan Prefecture have to go through a very strict assessment. It's really the first time for someone like Jiang Qin to be directly invited by Master Dongfang. That's for sure. Senior brother Jiang Qin is qualified to do so. Putting aside the others, just the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill alone, who in the entire Dan Prefecture can concoct it. Even Master Dongfang has said that he could only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill if he tried his best. If it's me, I will also directly invite such a peerless genius. That's right. Today, Jiang Qin has made a great contribution to Genius Prefecture and severely damaged the 7th prince's face. It's expected that he would be invited to Dan Prefecture. Not only that, I guess Master Dongfang will also give him a great reward. Many disciples were envious. Jiang Qin was the first person to be personally invited by Dongfang Yu, but no one felt that this was abnormal. Being invited was based on one's strength. Obviously, Jiang Qin had great strength as his foundation. Yu Hao and Yang Ji's faces turned ashen and incomparably unsightly. They had been in seclusion for a long time just for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. They had never thought that it would end up like this. They were very clear about the rules of Dan Prefecture. They would only recruit one disciple every time. Now that Jiang Qin had been invited, there was nothing left for them to do. This was really depressing. One should know that in the past, even if they failed in the end, they would at least be tested. But now, there wasn't even a test. This made them hate Jiang Qin even more even though they were already enemies. Little Chenzi, you are awesome. You are the first disciple in the history of Dan Prefecture to be personally invited by Master. This is a great honor. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Now that Jiang Qin had joined Dan Prefecture, the power of King Fan Prefecture was destined to grow bigger and bigger. All right. I, Jiang Chen, am willing to join Dan Prefecture and serve the empire. Jiang Chen clasped his fists and spoke in a clear voice. He had seen the resources of Dan Prefecture very clearly. Such favorable cultivation conditions were exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Ha! Jiang Chen, I hope you won't take it to heart if I have offended you with my words. I, Old Liu, am an upright man. Your alchemy skill is astounding and I admire it very much. In the future, we will be on the same side. We can exchange pointers in alchemy when we have nothing to do. Elder Liu laughed heartily. Elder Liu laughed heartily. Such a scene looked very discordant. A dignified alchemy master, a supreme intermediate immortal emperor, was being so polite to a half-step immortal king, and even said that he wanted to exchange pointers with this half-step immortal king. This was something that should never happen, but when it came out from Elder Liu's mouth, it didn't feel strange at all. No one felt that this was degrading himself. Putting aside his cultivation base, Jiang Chen was absolutely a grandmaster in alchemy. Even in Dan Prefecture where experts were as numerous as the clouds, he would still be an expert. What are you talking about, Elder Liu? This disciple will still need Elder Liu's guidance in the future. Chapter 1511. Elder Liu nodded secretly. His impression of Jiang Chen had changed dramatically in an instant. Jiang Chen was now very pleasing to the eye. A peerless genius like Jiang Chen was generally aloof and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. If it was someone else who could concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at such a young age, that person might not even care about Elder Liu. However, Jiang Chen behaved very humbly and showed great respect to Elder Liu, which was very rare. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. If it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't be able to raise my head in Genius Prefecture in the future. I, Xianzhong, still have to thank you. Xianzhong said with a smile. It could be seen that he was a very upright person who wouldn't beat around the bush. His gratitude to Jiang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. He was very clear about today's situation. After his failure, the entire Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture had been ridiculed by the 7th Prince and Great Cloud Empire. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely action to save his face, even if Dongfang Yu and the fellow disciples of Dan Prefecture didn't blame him, he wouldn't be able to get over it. Therefore, he was sincerely grateful to Jiang Chen. What are you talking about, senior brother Xianzhong? Your alchemy skill isn't inferior to the 7th Prince at all. He obviously came prepared and had a good understanding of the people of Dan Prefecture in advance. That's why he challenged you to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has an extremely harsh requirement on the flame. Therefore, senior brother Xianzhong doesn't need to take today's matter to heart. Jiang Chen said with a smile. These words weren't entirely to comfort Xianzhong. What he said was also the truth. He had seen the competition between Xianzhong and the 7th Prince clearly. In terms of alchemy, Xianzhong didn't lose at all. He lost because of the flame. Master, since you have invited Jiang Chen, what about the assessment that will take place a few days later? Elder Liu suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Pill Palace. Because the standards set by Dongfang Yu were very strict, every time a disciple was selected, they had to pass a strict assessment. Even if they were a member of the royal family, they couldn't rely on their connections to get in through the back door because Dongfang Yu didn't care at all. The Pill Palace would never accept those who couldn't pass his standards. The rules can't be changed. This test will be cancelled, but the next test can be set for a month later. Dongfang Yu said coldly. His voice wasn't soft and directly spread out. At this moment, the people of Genius Prefecture were everywhere in Dan Prefecture. It was hard not to hear it. Dongfang Yu had a dignified look on his face. In the Pill Palace, he was the absolute authority. His words were everything. Nothing could challenge Dongfang Yu's authority. As soon as this was said, many disciples revealed looks of disappointment on their faces, especially Yu Hao and Yang Ji. They were already extremely nervous to begin with. Now that they heard this news, they rolled their eyes and almost fainted. For this examination, they had already made ample preparations. Who would have thought that something like this would happen just as the examination was about to begin? That damned Jiang Qin. Yu Hao couldn't help but curse. In his point of view, all of this was because of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he believed that he would definitely be able to enter Dan Prefecture with his own ability. Jiang Qin is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. It seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a great threat to King Ping in the future. Yang Ji's eyes flickered with cold light. His killing intent towards Jiang Qin had already been unconsciously revealed. Senior brother Yang Ji, I think this is a good thing. After all, the assessment has only been delayed for a month. It's not really cancelled. Senior brother can make more preparations in this 1 month's time. Besides, if Jiang Qin doesn't take action today, he will be the biggest threat. A disciple of King Ping Prefecture spoke. Yang Ji couldn't help but nod his head. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Jiang Qin's alchemy skill was far above his. If it wasn't for the 7th prince, he would definitely encounter Jiang Qin in the assessment of Dan Prefecture a few days later. At that time, with Jiang Qin as a stumbling block, he might not be able to enter Dan Prefecture successfully. Now that Jiang Qin had directly entered Dan Prefecture, there would be one less powerful competitor in the assessment a month later. This was indeed a good thing. After announcing the postponement of the assessment, Dongfang Yu's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin once more. A smile emerged on his face. He was holding the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill that Jiang Qin had just concocted. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of desire. Although he had concealed it very well, Jiang Qin still caught it accurately. However, Jiang Qin also expressed his understanding. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was after all a venerable grade pill. Such a pill was of vital importance to Dongfang Yu. Currently, Dongfang Yu's cultivation base was at the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. If he could get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough and reach the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Jiang Qin, you have made a great contribution to Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture today. I want to reward you. Since you have concocted this pill, I will give it to you as a reward, Dongfang Yu said and handed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Qin. Dongfang Yu said, then passed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Jiang Qin. Although he really wanted to get the Holy Flame Emperor pill, this pill was still given to Jiang Qin as a reward. From this point alone, Dongfang Yu's temperament had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. Hua! Such a precious reward immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew the value of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill had already reached the venerable grade, and it wouldn't be any weaker among the venerable grade pills. Such a pill couldn't be seen normally. Now that this pill was given to Jiang Qin, it was truly a great reward. It's really enviable. Some people clicked their tongues. Although they were envious, that was all. No one said anything. Of course, the reward was generous, but everyone thought that Jiang Qin deserved it. After all, this pill was concocted by Jiang Qin. Thank you, Master. Jiang Qin immediately received the pill. He wasn't a pretentious person. He knew the preciousness of this pill better than anyone else. If he obtained it, his cultivation base would make another breakthrough, rushing straight to the early immortal king realm. Although he knew how to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was impossible for him to get the required herbs. In other words, if it wasn't for Dan Prefecture providing him with the herbs, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill no matter how amazing he was. Good. Jiang Chen, from now on, you are a disciple of Dan Prefecture. You can enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate and have your own independent cultivation place. Even a pig would be able to achieve a certain level of success if it were to cultivate here. Jiang Chen, this old man will now bring you to the place where you live and cultivate. Elder Lu's face was full of smiles. Thank you. Jiang Chen said. Along the way, Elder Lu kept introducing the situation of Dan Prefecture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen listened with a smile while pulling the Huang dog's ear. This guy's eyes were shining in all directions. His face was filled with greed as he stared at those spiritual herbs with saliva spurting out from his mouth. His behavior was really unbearable. One had to admit that the treatment of the disciples of Dan Prefecture was really good. Every disciple of Dan Prefecture had their own cultivation place and independent courtyard. Each courtyard was connected to the spiritual vein of Genius Prefecture to ensure the supply of cultivation resources. Of course, although there were only a few disciples in Dan Prefecture, every one of them was an expert. Apart from their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base was at least at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. Very soon, under the lead of Elder Lu, Jiang Chen arrived at his cultivation place. This was also a secluded and unique courtyard. On the surface, it looked similar to the outer prefecture, but in fact, it was much worse. The heaven and earth immortal chi here was much denser than the outer prefecture. Moreover, there were a lot of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just this courtyard. Every place in the entire Dan Prefecture had spiritual herbs. Every inch of land here was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. There were dozens of kinds of spiritual herbs in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed. Some of them had just been planted not long ago while some had already grown for some years. Jiang Chen, you can distribute these spiritual herbs as you wish. Every disciple who enters Dan Prefecture will have their own spiritual herbs that they can use for concocting pills. Elder Lu pointed to an herb garden and said. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He felt that the treatment of Dan Prefecture was too good. He even had his own herb garden. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that this herb garden alone was priceless. If he sold all the spiritual herbs here, he would certainly get a huge amount of wealth. Of course, only an idiot would sell the spiritual herbs here. Which disciple of Dan Prefecture lacked money? However, Jiang Chen was indeed short of money. He was afraid that he wouldn't have enough immortal meta stones after advancing to the Immortal King realm. At that time, he would have to think about how to get more immortal meta stones. The dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. He didn't know when it would be filled. The treatment of Dan Prefecture is really good. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. That's for sure. Our Dan Prefecture is the final department of the Qian Empire. We control the herbs and pills of the entire empire. Don't you think it's amazing? Our people help the empire to nurture outstanding alchemists at all costs. Elder Lu smiled and said, All right, Jiang Chen, this old man won't disturb you any longer. You can rest now and familiarize yourself with the environment here. In the future, this old man will personally visit you and discuss alchemy with you. Chapter 15-13 After Elder Lu left, only Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left in the quiet courtyard. De Huang Dog suddenly broke free from Jiang Qin and pounced towards the herb garden like a dog eating shit. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, in the blink of an eye, half of the elixirs in the herb garden were swallowed into his mouth, and he started stuffing his mouth with food. Fuck. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He had an urge to vomit blood on the spot. This damned dog was really too fucked up. He didn't know how much wealth he had swallowed in one gulp. It was really distressing. Hee, little Chinzi, you can't eat those elixirs from before. Now, all these elixirs belong to us. If you don't eat them, why are you keeping them? De Huang Dog laughed mischievously. He turned around and pounced towards the remaining half of the elixirs. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He pounced forward and grabbed De Huang Dog's tail, pulling him out of the herb garden. Damn dog, what do you mean it belongs to us? Those are mine. You've already eaten half of them, and you still won't stop. Jiang Chen had an urge to beat this dog up. He had to teach him a lesson and let him know that these elixirs weren't eaten for nothing. Even though Jiang Chen tried to stop him in every possible way, the remaining half of the elixirs still couldn't escape the fate of being eaten by the vicious dog. After eating it, De Huang Dog smacked his lips and ran into his room to cultivate in seclusion. This guy had obtained great benefits. He was probably going to level up again. This dog was extremely mystical and terrifying. Leveling up could never be estimated with common sense, because you would never know when he would level up. Looking at the herb garden that was only left with the seedlings of the elixirs, Jiang Qin wanted to cry but had no tears. The wealth that he had just obtained was gone just like that. Gone. AI. Jiang Qin sighed, but immediately chuckled. The elixirs were gone, but they weren't wasted after all. As long as they could improve the strength of De Huang Dog, it was worth it no matter how many elixirs were eaten. Plus, when De Huang Dog was eating the elixirs, Jiang Qin didn't intentionally stop him. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's ability, De Huang Dog wouldn't even be able to eat a single strand of hair. Jiang Chen casually struck out a gust of wind, closing the gate of Jiang Chen's courtyard. Then, he took out the Holy Flame Emperor pill and revealed a smile. This is the biggest harvest of coming to Dan Prefecture. After refining this pill, I will be able to break through to the early Immortal King realm and completely stabilize my cultivation base at the peak of the early Immortal King realm. To Jiang Qin, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was just too important and timely. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even if Jiang Qin had the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it would still be useless if he didn't have the ingredients. If Jiang Qin were to search for those elixirs, God knows when he would be able to find them. Now that these elixirs were directly provided by Dan Prefecture, Jiang Qin could easily concoct them. Jiang Qin struck out a ray of light, forming a restriction, sealing the entire courtyard. He was preparing to break through to the Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog was very likely to advance to the Immortal King realm as well. At that time, it would certainly cause a great commotion. In order not to cause any commotion, Jiang Qin simply sealed the courtyard. At that time, no matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't be spread out. Jiang Qin didn't enter the room. He casually found a large blue stone and sat down. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If it was an ordinary immortal king who wanted to refine a venerable grade pill, they would need at least a month to completely refine it. Not only that, they had to refine it bit by bit because they didn't have the strength to refine a venerable grade pill. For someone like Jiang Qin who directly swallowed the pill, the final outcome would be the explosion of the energy contained in the pill, causing his body to explode. Across the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Qin dared to do this because he was just too monstrous. The dragon transformation skill was already incomparably monstrous. In addition to that powerful physique of Jiang Qin, it was enough for him to withstand the endless impact of energy. Hong. The moment the Holy Flame Emperor pill entered his body, its medicinal power overflowed in all directions like tidewater, rushing towards every part of Jiang Chen's body. The energy was blazing and huge, like a boundless ocean. Despite how monstrous Jiang Qin was, under the impact of such energy, he couldn't help but let out a moan. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi was 1,098,000. He only needed 2,000 more dragon marks to directly break through to the Immortal King realm. At this moment, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense rapidly in his Qi. In just a blink of an eye, 2,000 dragon marks had been completely formed. So fast. Jiang Qin was ecstatic. He hastily took out a large amount of immortal meta stones from the Zulong Tower. These immortal meta stones were prepared beforehand. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Immortal King realm. The effect of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was very great. Apart from the huge amount of medicinal power and energy it contained, it could also stimulate one's potential and strengthen one's physique. Jiang Chen's physique was already very strong. Now that he had been baptized by the Holy Flame Emperor pill, his physique became even more tyrannical. In other words, if Jiang Chen relied on the Holy Flame Emperor pill to advance, no matter what realm he reached, there wouldn't be any problem at all. It wouldn't affect his foundation. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all and could advance boldly. Hong. An enormous qi suddenly rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. This was the movement of advancing to the Immortal King realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin sealing the entire courtyard with a restriction, such a movement alone would have alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. 2 rays of bright light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. The power of an Immortal King burst out completely. From half-step Immortal King to true Immortal King, that was a qualitative sublimation. The true Immortal King Jiang Qin was countless times stronger than before. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1,000,000. Very quickly, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the early Immortal King realm. However, the energy and medicinal power of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was still incomparably huge. In addition to the accumulated medicinal power of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, the impact of the sudden eruption was unimaginable. Therefore, after his cultivation base broke through to the Immortal King realm, the condensation of dragon marks in his Qi didn't stop. Instead, it became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 30,000, in just a few short minutes, more than 30,000 dragon marks had been condensed in his Qi, but there was still no sign of it stopping. By this time, however, Jiang Qin could already feel that his Qi had expanded a little. Jiang Qin wasn't a greedy person, so he immediately stopped. As for the remaining medicinal power, it was perfectly stored in Jiang Chen's body, stored in his limbs and bones. In the future, he could extract it and refine it at any time. Jiang Chen exhaled a breath. His qi began to stabilize. At this time, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,13,000,000. His cultivation base had been completely stabilized. There were still 20,000 dragon marks left to reach the intermediate Immortal King realm. This was Jiang Chen's next goal. Jiang Chen recalled all the bits and pieces of the fragrant sky city. He thought about the battle with the Murong family, the Red City, the Misty Rain Tower, and his opponent, the Leaf family. There were too many things that had happened in the past. Many of them had already turned into dust and smoke. In Red City, Jiang Chen had the Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu, the two most important people in his life. Leaving Red City, crossing Origin Mountain, Jiang Chen came to the Qi province and met his mortal enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. All the bits and pieces were like fragments that kept circulating in Jiang Chen's mind, then they were put together. This was his life, a legend. There were many people that Jiang Chen could think of. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiu, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Nangong Wendian, Wu Lang, there were many people. Jiang Chen guessed that some of them must have broken free from the shackles of Saint Origin world and ascended to the immortal world like him. It was just that he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Yearning was something that couldn't be controlled. Those people were the greatest wealth of Jiang Chen's life. Currently, Han Yan's whereabouts were unknown, but Jiang Chen was very assured about Han Yan because he knew Han Yan's ability. The bloodline of Gu Tianma had destined Han Yan to be extraordinary. Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple, but Jiang Chen was still at ease. Tyrant had obtained the God-Trembling Monument, an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Tyrant was born with a deep affinity with Buddha. He was a rare genius. Jiang Chen believed that even if he went to White Dragon Temple, he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu had been found. She was now cultivating with Old Man Bai Wang and the others in King Fan Prefecture. Jiang Chen was also incomparably relieved. What worried Jiang Chen the most was Yan Qinyu. She had already ascended for a long time, but there was still no news about her. The only news was about the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin. Jiang Chen didn't know the relationship between the woman and the immortal burying coffin and Yan Qinyu, but he was sure that Yan Qinyu must be inextricably linked to her. This was a secret that Jiang Chen desperately wanted to know, but it wasn't that easy to find out. The process of pursuing this secret was incomparably long. The legendary sovereign realm couldn't be reached by talent alone. However, Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged. He firmly believed that if Yan Qinyu was related to the daughter of Immortal Execution King, at least her life wouldn't be in danger. As for what kind of secret was hidden, Jiang Chen would find out sooner or later. The most important thing now was his cultivation base. Only by constantly improving his cultivation base could he get closer to that realm and touch the secret faster. Jiang Chen, you seem to be in a good mood. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts, pulling Jiang Chen back to reality. Jiang Chen smiled, then turned to look at the courtyard. He saw Dongfang Yu was already there, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly jumped down from the roof and cupped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Master. Jiang Chen had a very good impression of Dongfang Yu. May I know why Master has come to visit me in the middle of the night? Asked Jiang Chen. He knew that a figure like Dongfang Yu wouldn't visit him for no reason. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that Dongfang Yu came to his little disciple in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk. Jiang Chen, I've come to you because I have something to ask of you. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon on the surface of the pill. There was a wriggling saliva inside the pill. The entire pill was full of spirituality, looking extremely mystical. Given Dongfang Yu's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the grade of this pill was exactly the same as the one in the daytime. It was a perfect 10th grade pill. Such a situation shocked Dongfang Yu, because even if he was the one concocting pills, there would be times when he would make mistakes. Plus, even if he was asked to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would need at least an hour to complete it. However, Jiang Qin only used 20 minutes to complete the concoction of a 10th grade pill. More importantly, Jiang Qin had no chance of failure at all. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.